Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Chapter 1. My father is the strongest alpha I've ever known, but when he spoke their names, a shiver of pure, primal terror betrayed him. He wasn't shaking because of a war. He was shaking because the monsters coming for us weren't looking for a fight, they were looking for me. You'll need to be on your best behavior, he warned. Exhaustion clung to him like a second skin. Dark rings bruised his eyes, and his usually pristine hair was a chaotic mess. The air in the office was thick with the metallic scent of grief, a pack member dead, and the anniversary of Mum's death creeping around the corner like a storm cloud. "Who is coming, Alpha?" Andre asked. His voice was steel, formal. He was the heir, ready to rule. But Dad didn't answer immediately. He massaged his temples, the silence stretching until it snapped. "The two alphas from the Blood Moon pack," he whispered. The room didn't just fall silent, the air vanished. Panic and rage exploded instantly. My brothers were shouting, a cacophony of fear. "They will slaughter us all." Harrison gasped, the color draining from his face. "No," Andre's voice cut through the noise, radiating lethal power. "If the two alphas want a war, then war is what we'll give them." I watched my father. He wasn't posturing. He wasn't planning an attack. He just looked defeated. He stood up, and the air pressure in the room dropped. Quiet. The alpha roar hit us like a physical blow. We froze. "They are not coming here to start a war," he growled, his voice trembling with a terrifying truth. "They are coming here to find their mate." What? My mind fractured. My heart slammed against my ribs. No, not them. Anyone but them. "I hope they're ours." Emmeline, my wolf, chirped in my head, drunk on the instinctual joy of a mating bond. I slammed the mental door shut. I didn't share her enthusiasm. I didn't want to mate. I didn't want to be controlled, owned, or worse, rejected. My brothers instantly formed a wall of muscle around me. "We won't let them touch you," Dane vowed. "We'll hide her," Andre schemed, his eyes losing focus as he plotted. "In the city. Tonight." Hope flared in my chest. Yes, I could run. Stop. Dad's command pinned us to the floor. The hope died instantly. He looked at me, tears brimming in his tired eyes. "The alphas know I have a daughter. If you run, they will destroy the pack to find you." My stomach bottomed out. I saw it, the fire, the bodies, my family slaughtered because of my cowardice. "They aren't going to be my mates," I lied, trying to steady my shaking hands. The moon goddess wouldn't be that cruel. My brothers nodded, but the fear etched on their faces told a different story. As I walked out of that office, the shadows seemed to lengthen, and one terrifying thought clawed at the edge of my sanity. What if the moon goddess did pair me with the monsters? Chapter 2. After the meeting, I immediately headed toward Kylon's house. At this moment, he was the only person who could truly comfort me and calm my fears. Kylon and I had been best friends since we were 10. A year ago, when I turned 16, I had secretly hoped that Kylon would be my mate, but my hopes were quickly crushed when Emmeline didn't recognize him as ours. I shook my head, removing the sad thought as I quickly dodged past some kids laughing while running through the pack. It brought a small smile to my face, but unhappily reminded me that one day I would need to leave all this behind for a mate. I paused for a moment, wondering if I had woken the sleeping dragon, or in this case, Emmeline inside of me, but she stayed quiet, ignoring my previous statement. This pack was different from others. It wasn't focused on turning kids into weapons at the age of 1. It allowed the children to grow up, explore, and have some freedom before they started their training at the age of 16. Since I was the alpha's daughter, I had begun training at 14, but that was still considered lucky compared to our neighboring pack, the Crystal Moon. That pack forced its young wolves to start training at the young age of 7. Their lives revolved completely around training, orders, and discipline. I'd heard that many wolves envied our easy way of life. Continuing my walk, I lifted my hand to the sky, embracing the warm autumn sun. It was just shy of winter, and already the trees surrounding the pack had lost most of their leaves. I personally had a strong dislike for the winter season. It was such a pain having to strip off all the heavy winter clothing when you wanted to shift, and it was torturously cold when you needed to shift back. Passing a group of adults talking, I froze when I heard one of them mention the two alphas. Moving inconspicuously, I retreated toward the group so that I was standing only a few steps behind them. Even with their werewolf senses, they were too engrossed in their conversation to notice me. I heard once that both alphas destroyed a whole pack, sparing no one, a man said, his voice gruff. My body was paralyzed with fear. Sparing no one? How heartless were these alphas? Why would they do such a thing? A woman with brown hair asked, her face filled with shock and horror. Because the alpha wouldn't reveal where the traitor wolf who betrayed the twins pack was hiding. As a consequence, and to send a message to the other packs, they ended everyone. I bit my bottom lip to prevent it from quivering. My hands were noticeably shaking now. I didn't think I could survive being their mate. The adults hadn't noticed me yet, so I silently carried on listening. I've heard worse, another man said. A few years back, the alphas went on another trip to find their mate. When they arrived at the Bloodwater pack, the alpha prevented the twins from seeing his daughter. What happened? He grimaced. The two alphas killed the Bloodwater alpha, and then once they discovered that the girl wasn't their mate, they killed her as well. I gasped in horror, my chest rising and falling rapidly as I began to panic. What if that happened to me? At the sound of my gasp, the adults turned their heads in my direction. I expected them to be angry that I was eavesdropping, but instead, they sent me sympathetic looks before leaving for a more private location. I didn't know which I preferred, the anger or the sympathy. Pull yourself together, Flicky, I muttered as I took a deep breath. I noticed quite obviously that Emmeline hadn't said anything. I rolled my eyes. She wouldn't want to say anything against them in the unfortunate event that they were our mates. If they weren't, though, I pitied any she-wolf who had them. After hearing those stories, I wouldn't survive being their mate, nor could I survive their dominant, aggressive, and extremely possessive nature. All I wanted was a mate like Kylon, an ordinary male wolf with a caring, loving nature and friendly disposition. I wanted no titles, not even a beta or gamma as a mate, and especially not an alpha. I didn't want the enormous responsibility of being Luna. Arriving at Kylon's house, I didn't bother knocking on the door as I entered. Flickson. Kylon called out uncertainly. Yep, it's me, I said tiredly, walking toward the sound of his voice. He appeared at the top of the stairs, his wet hair dripping water, while his t-shirt clung to his defined muscles. He rushed down, enveloping me in a big, warm hug. Hey, are you okay? I questioned as he finally released me. I'm just worried about the two alphas. I don't want them to hurt you. His expression was soft and kind, but not sympathetic and pitiful compared to other people in the pack, another reason why I loved him so much. They won't touch me, and before you comment, they won't be my mates. I turned my back on him as I made my way to the kitchen, hoping that he didn't smell my fear or uncertainty. You're beautiful, Flickson. Strong, confident, and a fighter. I blushed at his comment. As much as I hate to say it, they might be your mates, but with these stories circulating around the pack, I would rather spend eternity in hell than let you go with them. Stop, please stop. I turned to face him. Similar to my brother's, his face was etched with worry and concern. Promise me, please promise me if they're my mates, you won't do anything stupid. I pleaded, but it appeared to fall on deaf ears. You're not my mate, Flicky, but I love you and your brothers, and I have discovered a way to escape if the twins are your mates. Hope rose inside of me, but it was soon squashed by the thought of how the alphas would retaliate. They would attack the pack. I can't leave. He turned and gave me another comforting hug. They wouldn't dare attack the pack, not when the pack members are their Luna's family. I pulled back and saw Kylon grinning madly as if he had just discovered the alpha's weakness, but the word Luna played on repeat in my mind. Was I really strong enough to become Luna? Noticing my worried expression, he hugged me again. Don't stress, Flicky. You have nothing to worry about, he said, trying to reassure me. Leading me away from the kitchen and toward the couch, he turned on the TV to a random channel and took a seat next to me, allowing me to lean my head on his shoulder. Feeling safe and at home for the first time since I heard the news, I allowed myself to fall into a blissful sleep. Chapter 3. The bright afternoon sun streamed in through the window, alerting me to the time that had passed. Lifting my head, I glanced next to me where Kylon should have been. The seat was cold and empty. He must have left a few hours ago. I smiled at the fleecy blanket he had placed on top of me. I sighed. Why couldn't he be my mate? Because our mate will be better than Kylon, Emmeline said. Sure, I muttered to myself, noticing how it was only now that she decided to speak up. Lifting the blanket off, I stretched my relaxed muscles. Now would be the perfect time to go for a run. Exiting the house, I transformed into my wolf. Emmeline was pure white, quite a rare color. The majority of the wolves had brown coats, like my brothers and my dad, but I inherited the beautiful silk white color from my mom. Being in my wolf form, all my senses were enhanced. Everything became clearer, and my favorite part was that I was able to see further into the distance. Where are we heading? Emmeline asked excitedly as I began to sprint through the forest, creating my own path. Compared to other wolves, Emmeline and I had a very good relationship, but I was beginning to become concerned that the mate issue would place a strain on it. She didn't care who we had as a mate, she just wanted him right now. I just wanted my freedom and independence to last for a little longer. Another year would be nice, but deep inside, I knew that my freedom would be curtailed sooner than I wanted. The afternoon was always my favorite time to go running. The forest was devoid of all wolves. My dad, the alpha, had warned all the female pack members that it was too dangerous and unsafe to go out at night, in case there was ever a rogue that slipped through our carefully guarded perimeter. Naturally, everyone listened to him, but it wasn't an alpha command, and the guards didn't arrive at the perimeter until later, so I had the whole forest to myself. This made Emmeline and me extremely happy. Dad, my brothers, and Kylon always assumed that I was in the dining hall eating dinner, resulting in most nights sneaking food into my room, but the empty forest was always worth it. The setting sun shone brightly through the trees in its final attempt to provide light. Relinquishing control over my body, I happily allowed Emmeline to take over. She darted in and out of the trees, pushing herself to maximum speed. Emmeline slowed down as she neared the small pond full of water, and I used this moment to take back control of my form. Drinking from the water, I quickly replenished my energy, eager to run again. Glancing up at the sky, I was shocked at how much time had passed. The sky was sprinkled with tiny stars scattered across the horizon. Sighing, as much as I wanted to run, I knew that I needed to head back to the pack. My dad and overprotective brothers would be fuming if they discovered I spent my evenings running through the forest. When my mom was killed by rogues a few years ago, Dad fell into a state of depression. The first few months were the worst. He sat frozen in his room, blaming himself entirely for her death. Andre was 14 at the time and was forced to take on the alpha responsibilities as Dad slowly recovered. Those months were the hardest of my entire life. After Dad healed, he promised that he would protect me to the best of his ability, which is why he had guards patrolling the outskirts of the pack every night. As I slowly headed back, I came across the irresistible scent of vanilla and fresh rain. Deciding to follow the scent, I moved away from the pack house and toward a small clearing east of the village. The delicious scents became stronger, and by the time I entered the clearing, they were overpowering. The moon provided ample light to scout the clearing, and my eyes fell upon two pitch-black wolves in the distance. "They're our mates," Emmeline screamed in my head. A stream of panic instantly washed over me. With their pitch-black coats and large forms, it suddenly dawned on me that these were the twin alphas. Taking a breath to calm my racing heart and stop my panicking, I tried to think of an escape plan, but everything ended with the pack in danger as a result. Slowly taking a step back, my first plan of action was to head quietly back to the safety of the pack without being seen. "What are you doing?" "They're our mates. Run to them," Emmeline yelled, but I ignored her, concentrating on the task at hand. Emmeline continued her endless rant, screaming at me until I felt a small headache forming at the back of my mind. I began to think as I neared the forest, Why would the moon goddess pair me with these two alpha twins? Why would she be so cruel? I hadn't done anything to deserve them. My paw accidentally stepped on a twig, snapping it immediately and alerting the twin alphas. I froze in place as they turned toward me, meeting my gaze. Emmeline howled with joy as she tried to connect with their wolves, but I wasn't going to let that happen. With a burst of speed, I turned around and raced back to the pack. I was the daughter of the alpha. With this head start, I should be able to easily outrun them. But I heard the lie in my thoughts. I was halfway to the pack house, my safe haven, when my ears pricked up at the sound of oncoming paws. I tried desperately to run faster, but my efforts were futile. The scent of fresh rain collided with me as one of the alphas leaped, blocking my path. His eyes were pitch black, indicating that his wolf was entirely in control. "Mate," he growled low in his throat, but I refused to look at him, showing hesitation. Maybe they would reject me, I thought. Hope momentarily filled me at the idea. Maybe they would find another she-wolf who desperately wanted to become Luna. Emmeline began whining melancholically inside my head at my thoughts, but I continued to ignore her. I didn't want the responsibility of being Luna. At my hesitation, the alpha stepped closer, and I lowered my head. He quickly stepped back, giving me space. I got up but continued to remain in a guarded position with my head bowed. Years ago, I heard a rumor that the alphas were old-fashioned. Apparently, they strongly believed that their Luna was beneath them, not equal in status. If this rumor were true, I wouldn't survive being their mate. "Shift," the other alpha ordered, watching me with scrutiny. The one that smelled like vanilla continued talking. "Go behind a tree. I'll find you a shirt." Walking behind the tree, I sneaked a look at the alphas shifting. In their human forms, they were strikingly handsome, both with strong physiques. They began searching the trees for clothing. It was customary for each pack to place clothing in the trunks of the trees for when we shifted. Taking another glance, Emmeline began to speak up. "They're ours," she coaxed, and I could imagine her tail wagging. "Please give them a chance." "I'm sorry. I just can't." My apology landed on deaf ears, but I couldn't get roped into this lifestyle. The position of Luna frightened me, and I didn't want to be restrained by the two dominating alphas. I wanted the chance to roam the woods freely without the presence of my mates or guards. Using this opportunity, as the alphas were distracted searching for a shirt, I took a dress hidden in the tree trunk and shifted back into a wolf. I gripped the dress between my teeth as I sprinted back toward the pack house. Reaching the door, I pricked my ears and heard the two alphas in the forest, still searching for some clothes. I had a few seconds to spare. I needed to escape. Kylon's words came back to me from this morning. They wouldn't dare attack the pack, not when the pack members are their mate's family. Quickly shifting, I placed the dress on and stormed through the front door. I was surprised to see my brothers and Kylon crowded around the table. "We've got a plan to get you out of the pack before the alphas arrive," Kylon said proudly. "They're here, and they're my mates." "I'm getting my stuff and leaving," I stated as their eyes went wide with shock. "Shit," my brothers said in unison. Chapter 4. I rushed up the stairs to my bedroom, my brothers and Kylon following right behind me. "Where did you meet them?" Andre asked, frustration and angst seeping into his voice as he paced up and down my bedroom. "In the forest." I turned my back to them as I haphazardly threw clothes into the suitcase, waiting for their outburst. "What were you doing in the forest at night by yourself?" Kylon asked, anger coloring his voice. I turned and saw that his eyes were flickering between blue and black. His wolf was surfacing. I took a moment and rested my hand on his shoulder to comfort him. His eyes turned back to beautiful, bright ocean blue. Unfortunately, I couldn't change the angry expression on his face. Even though Kylon and I weren't mates, he and his wolf were very protective of me. "Look, I'm sorry," I said, turning to face them all. "But I love being in the forest alone with Emmeline. It's the only time when I feel truly free." Looking at my brothers, their angry expressions slipped off their faces, replaced by expressions of understanding and acceptance. "I'm going to miss all of you so much," I said as a tear escaped my eye. "But I can't stay with them. When I ran here, they were still in the woods looking for a shirt for me to wear. I've got about a minute to leave this pack." Andre walked toward the bedroom door. "Let's go, Flicky," he said, gazing down at me sadly. We exited the bedroom, running down the stairs as we headed toward the door. "The rest of you stay here and create a cover story for Flicky," Andre said. Dane, Harrison, and Kylon immediately started to argue with his decision, demanding that they come with me, but my brother sent them all a withering look which silenced them immediately. Dane and Harrison hugged me tightly. I knew that I was going to miss them dearly. However, I was going to miss Kylon the most. He was my best friend. He loved and understood me better than anyone else. Kylon didn't say anything but embrace me with a warm hug, which told me that he loved me and that he would always love and care for me. I gave Kylon one last goodbye hug when the door broke open. The wood immediately shattered, causing pieces of debris to fly everywhere. Kylon automatically placed me behind him, protecting me from the onslaught of broken wood. However, it wasn't the wood I was worried about. It was the two angry alphas standing in the doorway. Chapter 5. My brothers and Kylon stood protectively around me, shielding me from the twin alphas. "Give us our mate," the one that smelled like rain demanded, growling furiously. His eyes were pitch black, a clear sign that his wolf had taken over. My eldest brother took a step forward. He was next in line for the alpha position, and was the only one here who possessed enough power to even attempt a negotiation. "I'm sure we can negotiate this," he tried, but he was interrupted by their threatening growls. My heart was beating 1,000 miles per minute, and I involuntarily took a step back, distancing myself further from the alphas. I didn't want to go with them. The one smelling of fresh rain narrowed his eyes as he noticed my retreat. He sent me a dark look as if he were daring me to escape again, but both he and I knew that this time I wouldn't get further than the outside of the house. "If our mate doesn't come with us," the vanilla-scented alpha announced, sending a shiver running down my spine, "we will destroy this pack and everything in it." A loud, horror-filled gasp escaped my throat, and I looked at the alpha's smug faces, further repulsing me. I guessed Kylon and my brothers were wrong. These two alphas would destroy this pack, even if their mate had family there. They were more heartless than any of us could have imagined. Defeated and knowing there was no chance for escape with my pack at stake, I began to slowly make my way toward the alphas, but a hand pulled me back. Kylon's. I smiled sadly at him as he continued to grip my hand, making his way toward me. "Don't," I whispered, suddenly afraid for him, but he ignored my request and embraced me in a final goodbye hug, standing directly in front of the alphas. I embraced him, treasuring his hug, knowing it would be the last one I would ever receive. I was about to end it when he was pulled from my grasp and flung across the room. He hit the wall with a loud thump, falling to the floor. Screaming, I rushed toward him, but was hit with the smell of fresh rain as strong, muscular arms held me back. "No one touches what is ours," he growled in my ear, his wolf still evidently in control. "Please," I begged as I turned to face him, tears streaming wildly down my face. "I won't fight. I'll come with you. Just please, let me see that he is okay. Please." He stared at me, unyielding, but his eyes softened at my response. They flickered back to the normal color of ocean blue, and he whispered, "1 minute." I nodded, running toward Kylon as my brothers crowded around him. Close up, his chest was faintly moving up and down, and I sighed in relief. He was okay. "Flicky," he whispered, his eyes opening slightly. "Don't go, please." The two alphas growled in warning. I smiled sadly down at Kylon. I wanted to run my hands through his hair, but I didn't want to make the alphas angry again. "Promise that you won't come after me. That you'll look after yourself." Kylon shook his head in response. "Kylon," I said, starting to panic. I couldn't leave without his promise. I wouldn't let him place himself in danger to protect me. I couldn't let the alphas hurt him again. "Okay," he whispered defeatedly, closing his eyes from exhaustion. I turned my back on my brothers, knowing that I would be asking too much if I hugged them as well. "Tell Dad I love him," I said, and my brothers nodded in reply. "I'll miss you guys," I mouthed as both alphas gripped each of my hands and led me out of the pack house toward the waiting car. The vanilla-scented alpha opened the door for me, and I slid fearfully into the back seat. Chapter 6. Hello, Luna. I'm Lucas, the alpha's beta. The man driving the car told me as he smiled at me in the rearview mirror. Please don't call me Luna. My name is Flickson, but everyone calls me Flicky. It's nice to meet you, FLI. A growl from the two alphas cut him short before he could finish. They were both sitting squashed next to me in the back. I don't care what Flickson says, the alpha smelling of fresh rain said. My body betrayed me with a shiver running down my spine at the sound of my name. Damn, I thought, my body can't betray me like this. I can't fall for them, not when I've heard all their horror stories, and especially not when they've threatened my pack. Glancing down at me, the alpha smirked before continuing. You will always address her as Luna. Understood, Lucas. Understood, Alpha. I didn't let my emotions show, but inside I was shocked. Not letting the beta call me by my name? How ridiculous. I began to worry about how possessive and territorial these twin alphas were. I had already started to miss my pack as I stared out the window, watching everything pass by in a blur. A tear escaped my eye as it finally dawned on me that I would never see Kylon or my family again. I could feel the stares of the alphas weighing down on me, but I ignored them as I innocently wiped the tear away. We quickly reached the outskirts of the pack. The pine trees that bordered it were now the only thing filling my vision. Inwardly sighing, I redirected my attention back to the alphas and gathered some unknown courage to speak. What are your names? My voice was barely above a whisper, but in the quiet of the car, they heard it. My name is Jax, said the alpha with the scent of fresh rain. And my name is Conrad, the other alpha said. I nodded in response when rough hands grabbed my chin, moving it so I made eye contact with Jax. Never nod in response. Always answer with yes, Jax, or yes, Conrad, he said. Yes, Jax, I replied, suddenly terrified. And never look us directly in the eye unless we're talking to you, Conrad added. Yes, Conrad, I replied. I was suddenly terrified. I couldn't live with these rules restraining me. Weren't Lunas equal to their alphas? Looking back at my childhood, Mom had always shown Dad respect, but she was always equal to him. How old-fashioned were these alphas? Did they really expect me to obey their every whim? As Luna, will I be equal to you? I questioned, unsure if I was overstepping my boundaries. The car was silent for a moment before they both snorted with laughter, but the laughter quickly died, and the alphas became deathly serious. You will never be equal to us. You are higher than the pack wolves and slightly higher than our beta, but you will never have equal power to us, Conrad stated arrogantly as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. We will decide when to mark you, and then we will decide when we will have our pups. And rest assured, you will have many pups, Jax said, his tone deathly serious, as if daring me to question him. Yes, Jax and Conrad. My voice was barely audible, but they somehow seemed to hear it. I felt like I was going to be sick. Were they going to mark me without my permission? How many kids did they expect me to have? Childbirth was very dangerous for she-wolves, and even more dangerous for Lunas. My hands began to shake slightly in fear, and I quickly tucked them under my legs, hiding them before the alphas could see. I couldn't let them know how scared I was. Emmeline, help me, I pleaded. She had been silent the whole car trip, and I wanted to know her opinion. They're going to mate with us. I'm so excited. Do you think it will happen soon? Emmeline said, and I realized for the first time that I was all alone. What about their behavior? According to Jax and Conrad, they think that we're inferior to them. There was a long pause, and I knew that Emmeline didn't like this either. It's not them, it's their wolves. They're both really territorial and possessive. They strongly believe we're inferior to them. It's what's driving Jax and Conrad to think this way. Emmeline would never reveal this to me, but I knew that this was upsetting her. Can we do anything? I asked in hope, but deep down, I knew my efforts would be futile if I attempted anything. I'm trying to reason with their wolves, but they're ganging up on me. Don't do anything to agitate them in your human form. I've got to go. Their wolves are starting to get angry. Emmeline, wait. But I didn't get any response. She needed to be careful. These were two powerful alphas she was arguing with. I discreetly flicked my eyes toward Jax and Conrad. They were both distracted, talking to their wolves. I continued watching when their eyes began to Flickson, changing between human and wolf. Shit, what was Emmeline saying to them? Menacing growls cut me from my thoughts, and I looked up to face two furious wolves alone. You will never leave us, or there will be consequences. Understood? I slowly looked up to see Jax's whole face contorted with anger. Taking a gulp, I suddenly wished that I could sit up front with the beta, or, even better, pretend that this was just a really horrible dream. Yes, Jax, I replied, looking into his pitch-black eyes. My name's not Jax. It's Rylan. I bowed my head. I apologize, Rylan. I sensed him nodding his head in satisfaction with the response. I was about to take a deep breath of relief when Rylan unlocked my seatbelt and forcibly brought me onto his lap, his arms wrapping around me, preventing me from jumping out of the car. You still smell of that other wolf, he remarked, disgust evident in his voice as he pulled me against his chest, placing his scent on me. You're ours, Flickson. The moon goddess granted us a mate to be by our side. Don't ever try to leave. With the disrespect your wolf gave us, I feel like you should be disciplined, but because you're our mate, we'll give you another chance, Conrad told me. I glanced up, and by the pitch blackness of his eyes, I realized that his wolf was still in control. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. My head was bowed in a position of respect, but I couldn't help the goosebumps creeping up my arm. A hand cupped my chin so that I was eye level with Conrad. His eyes had returned to their emerald green color. My wolf's name is Zachary, he said softly, trying to soothe me. He moved closer to me, taking up my original seat. I sighed inwardly. I guessed I would be sitting on Jax's lap for the rest of the car trip. Please don't be afraid of us, Conrad added, his voice soft and melodic. But our wolves are very possessive and very powerful. Please, for your sake, listen to them, Jax cut in. We do try to control them, but if we don't listen to them, they become really angry, and then we lose control altogether. I listened attentively as I discovered this newfound information, replying when necessary with yes, Jax, or yes, Conrad. As I listened to them, I began to notice that Jax's voice was an octave lower than Conrad's. He also seemed to be more stern and dominant than his brother. Conrad cupped my hands, sending sparks flying down my arms. Please, Flickson, it is essential that you respect us. Any disrespect, and we or our wolves will have to step in. Understand? I turned to look at him, providing Conrad with my full attention. The two alphas fell silent, giving me time to think. Even with this revelation, I still didn't understand how I was going to survive living with them or being Luna. The human side of them seemed okay, but I was unsure about their wolves, and because they were alphas, their wolves would always have a lot of control over them. The car stopped suddenly, and I watched as the beta stepped out. What's happening? I asked, quite confused, but the alphas didn't respond, and I started to worry. The beta opened the trunk door, and I heard him grab something before closing it. He opened the left door, and I saw the object. It was a syringe. He handed it to Conrad, glancing at me sympathetically before shutting the door and returning to the front. What are you doing? I whispered, my voice laced with fear and panic. After your wolf threatened to leave us, we've had to take further precautions to make sure you never leave. This unfortunately means that we need to sedate you, just so you don't know the location of the pack and have no knowledge of how to leave or enter. I tried to squirm out of Jax's arms, but they were as strong as steel bars. He didn't budge at all. Panic began to rise inside me as Conrad advanced forward. I hated needles. It was the one thing I truly detested, and I needed to know how to get out of the pack. Please, I begged as I desperately tried to squirm out of Jax's grasp. I won't leave. Just please don't use the needle on me. Tears were streaming wildly down my face, falling onto Jax's arm. I never knew where this phobia of needles came from, and it probably made me look weak, but in this moment, I really didn't care. Conrad halted his attempt to inject the serum. Do you promise? Conrad asked. I took a moment to mull this over in my head. In the werewolf world, promises were sacred. To break one was greatly frowned upon and, in my situation, would probably result in me being punished by the two alphas. Conrad took my reluctance as a no, while Jax started to tighten his grip on my shoulder. But I hadn't given up. Thankfully, the beta had started driving again, leaving me with the perfect opportunity. Just as the needle was about to pierce my skin, I screamed, "Look, there's a rogue." The car swerved as the beta tried to search for the rogue. Everyone was focused on looking for the threat, so they forgot about me momentarily, and as a result, Jax's grip on my arm loosened considerably. Using my only opportunity, I unlocked the door and jumped out, instantly readying myself for the landing, but before I even reached the ground, strong arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me back into the car. "Shit," I muttered. If I thought the alphas were angry before, it was nothing compared to how they looked now. They were absolutely livid. "What the hell were you thinking?" Jax screamed at me as he moved me into the middle seat. I was now trapped again between two extremely angry alphas. I was about to respond when I felt a small prick of pain in my shoulder. I turned suddenly to see Conrad inject the last of the serum. "How could you?" I tried to ask, but my words were already becoming slurred. "Sleep," Conrad demanded as he and Jax kissed my forehead. "Never," I tried to reply as darkness overcame me, and I fell into a restless sleep. Chapter 7. I woke up to dappled sunlight filtering in through a window. I tried to get up but was restricted by two muscular arms wrapped around me, preventing me from leaving. Confusion hit me as I tried to figure out how I arrived here. Because I couldn't get up, I did my best to scan the room, but it provided me with no clues as to why I was there. As I took a glance at the two males sleeping beside me, my memories suddenly came flooding back, and I began to recall the events of yesterday. I had two possessive alpha mates. They believed I was inferior to them. They sedated me so I couldn't escape. My breathing quickened, and my heart rate escalated as it slowly dawned on me that they were eventually going to force me to stay with them. Taking a deep breath to slow my racing heart, I knew deep down that I would need to find a way to escape, but first, I had to get my priorities straight. I needed to get out of this bed as I was slowly overheating lying next to these two alphas, and I really needed to use the bathroom. Hoping not to wake them, I gently lifted their arms off me as I began to slide out of the bed, but a hand gripped my arm, stopping me. "Where are you going, little mate?" Jax asked, turning his face toward me. There was a stern undertone to his voice. "To the bathroom," I whispered innocently, looking at him directly. He nodded his head in consent before closing his eyes again. Entering the bathroom, I locked the door and made my way over to the mirror. I covered a gasp with my hand as I saw the bruises along my arm where the alphas had gripped me too tightly yesterday. Luckily, my neck was still untouched, and I realized that it would only stay this way if I found a way to escape. If I did find a way, I would have to head to my pack first and warn them of the two oncoming angry alphas. Sighing, I leaned against the bench. I knew it was extremely selfish, but I could see no other way. Staying with them just wasn't an option. After I finished in the bathroom, I stared at the locked door, dreading opening it. Summoning some unknown courage, I unlocked the door. Stepping out, I glanced at the alphas. They were still asleep. I decided to use this opportunity to explore their house. It would be helpful to know the layout for my escape. I quietly headed toward the bedroom door, hoping not to disturb them. "Where are you going?" Jax asked, his voice icy, and I paused in my tracks, shifting my attention toward him. They were both awake, sitting upright in bed, bare-chested. I had trouble averting my eyes. "You wouldn't be sneaking out to leave, would you?" Conrad asked, his intense gaze on me. "Because if you do try and escape, there will be consequences, Flickson." "Yes, I understand, Conrad," I said as I tried to think of an excuse to fix the situation. "I was just creeping down to explore the house, and I didn't want to disturb either of you." It was the honest truth for the moment. Later, I would try to escape. With a pleading look on my face, they finally accepted my excuse. "Well, you can't go downstairs dressed in those clothes." I peered down, thankful that I was still wearing my old clothes from yesterday. For once since I met him, Jax was right. I couldn't wear these. We've placed some clothes on the edge of the chair over there. He pointed to the armchair situated in the corner of the room. I grabbed the clothes and headed toward the bathroom, but a growl halted me. I'm going to go get dressed. Isn't that what you want? Get dressed here, Conrad said, smirking. No, I watched as their eyes flickered black, and it took the alphas a little while to regain control over their wolves. You're ours, Flickson. You will do what we ask, or we can let Rylan and Zachary step in. A shiver ran down my spine at the mention of their wolves, and I tentatively placed the clothes on the bed. No one had even seen me change before, and for their pleasure, these two alphas wanted me to strip. It made me uncomfortable and only added to the growing reasons why I needed to leave. Turning my back toward them, I took my top off. Turn around, Jax growled. I had no choice but to agree. Taking a deep breath, I turned around and began taking my jeans off. I paused as I looked at the fresh undergarments on the bed. They couldn't be serious. I lifted my eyes to theirs and met their intense stare. Watching me with scrutiny, I continued until I was changed into the fresh clothes. Wait, the two alphas said in unison. I watched as they both slid out of the bed and stalked toward me. You're so beautiful, Flicky, Conrad whispered in my ear as he kissed my shoulder. It sent sparks flying. Jax kissed my neck, starting from the base and making his way up. Conrad joined him on the other side. I was overwhelmed by their proximity that I barely noticed when they both began focusing on the spot on my neck in preparation for marking me. My body tensed upon realization they were going to mark me without permission. I went a step back out of their grasp, but as if reading my mind, Conrad wrapped his hand around my waist, keeping me in position. I tried wriggling out, but Jax's hand gripped my other side, holding me firm. Emmeline, help me, I tried contacting her, but there was no response. To be marked by an alpha mate, I've heard, is incredibly intense. My mother explained it to me when I was younger. She said that the bond snapping into place felt overwhelming. The sensation could last for hours, and then the female would sleep, allowing her body to change and accept the bond, something I did not want at the moment. Please, I whispered softly, but I knew they could hear it. Tears slowly fell down my face as I felt them close to my skin. Please. They halted in their process, and I hoped that they'd stop, that they'd wait for my permission. Flicky. I turned toward Jax, but by his pure obsidian eyes, I knew it was Rylan who called me. My heartbeat accelerated, and he frowned as he heard it. You're ours, Flicky. For us to protect, Zachary added. And for us to mark when the time is right. They leaned in, and I closed my eyes, promising myself that I would never fall for them. Taking a deep breath, I waited for what was going to come. As they grazed my neck, a loud knock was heard coming from the door. We're busy, Rylan said, frustration and annoyance seeping into his tone as he lifted his head toward the door. He returned his attention to me, but stopped when a voice was heard behind the door. Jax, I don't care if either of you is busy. There are rogues at the border. At the mention of rogues, both alphas stepped away, their eyes going back to their normal coloring as they quickly regained control. Stalking toward the door, they left the room without a backward glance at me. Which direction? I heard them ask. North, the other wolf said, and I assumed it was their beta because no other wolf would be able to interrupt the alpha like that, not even me. Sighing at the thought, I realized I would always be second to pack duty, but I was extremely grateful for the interruption. I needed to get out of here. I couldn't let the alphas control me like that, like I was a piece of property, a pawn in their chess game. The thought filled me with determination. It was undeniably true. They seemed to care more about the power I could bring them from becoming Luna. Hearing the front door close, I quickly finished dressing and stepped outside. Wow was my first thought. It was absolutely beautiful. Decorative pieces of artwork lined the cream walls along with chandeliers hanging from the ceiling every few meters. A grand spiral staircase sat in the middle of the floor, and I could just imagine myself sliding down it. Alongside my room, I noticed a few other bedrooms. I wondered who occupied them. I began walking toward the staircase when two male wolves stepped in front of me, blocking my path. I'm sorry, Luna, but the alphas said that you weren't allowed to leave the room, one of the guards stated. I am not your Luna, I replied firmly. Both of their faces fell as if I had just delivered a blow to their stomachs. I immediately felt the pinpricks of guilt forming inside of me. I rested my hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just really new to all of this. Please call me Flickson. Their faces brightened up, reminding me of the same temperament as a puppy. While I seemed to be on their good side, I began asking questions. So who occupies the other rooms? They're empty for the use of your future pups. I immediately felt overwhelmed, but I plastered a smile on my face for show. A quick scan of the floor, and I counted 10 rooms in total. I now really had to get out of here. Childbirth was a serious process and sometimes resulted in complications. For Lunas, the risks were even higher. To have 4 children was considered lucky. Having any more than that was tempting fate. The alphas could find someone else to be their Luna. I needed to get out of here. Are there guards circling the house in case any rogues manage to sneak into the pack? I innocently asked. There are no guards circling the mansion. The rogues would never make it this far in, the guard affirmed. My chances of escape rose. We can send some wolves to patrol the border if you want, Lewin. Sorry, Flickson. No, that's okay. I'll feel safe with both of you protecting me. I flashed them a smile before I walked back to my room, devising my escape plan. Chapter 8. Conrad. I veered left, following the strong scent of rogues situated at the border. Their rancid scent left a bad taste in my mouth, and I wished to be back with my beautiful mate, Flicky. Last night, I had received my best night's sleep in forever. Watching her in bed, she had looked so adorable whilst she slept and had fit perfectly sleeping between my brother and me. However, my thoughts turned sour when I realized what we nearly did this morning. Marking her without her permission. I felt completely awful. Zachary didn't care about how she felt. He just wanted to claim her as his own so he could start the second part of the mating process. Disgust bubbled inside of me as I remembered the tears falling down her face as she begged us to stop. We need to apologize to our mate, I mind-linked Jax. I know. I couldn't even look at her when we left today. Neither could I. Our beautiful mate was in tears, knowing that it was our doing. We need to control our wolves better. Agreed. With our alpha speed, we raced toward the rogues, catching up to them easily. I pounced on top of the closest one, ending the threat instantly. Flickson. I pushed the window open, letting the cool breeze wrap around my body. Glancing down, it was a 2-story drop which would injure a human easily, but as a wolf, I jumped down with ease, landing softly on the ground so I wouldn't raise any unwanted attention. Looking up at the window, I checked to see if the guards had heard me, but after a second passed, no one appeared. Grinning triumphantly, I shifted into my beautiful white wolf. Emmeline still wasn't talking to me, and I hoped that she would come back again. I desperately needed her help in escaping. Taking a deep breath, I knew there would be no going back after this. My only hope was that the guards wouldn't check on me, and I could somehow find my way out of this pack and head home. I set off in a sprint, and just like my mates this morning, I didn't glance back. After a few minutes of not encountering any pack members, I began to slow down. All that surrounded me was a forest filled with large conifer trees and the eerie yet comforting silence of the woods. The wind pushed me forward, and now my only aim was to find a warm, safe place to rest before nightfall. Jax. I took down the last rogue. Our coats were matted with the evidence of battle, but it had been worth it. They had come too close to our pack borders, and now we had a mate to protect. Thinking of Flickson brought a smile to my face. She was so beautiful. I couldn't wait to have her sleeping next to me in bed tonight. Thinking about Flickson? Conrad mind-linked. What else is there to think about? True, he agreed, and together we raced back toward the pack. We need to show her around and get her to meet the pack members. And then we should take her out for dinner somewhere. And then you will mark her, Rylan said. I'll see. In truth, I wouldn't have the patience to wait any longer. I know I promised myself that I wouldn't forcefully mark Flickson, but I was becoming restless, and so was my wolf. Flickson belonged with us as her mates and alphas. We felt the responsibility to decide when to mark her. Soon it would be the full moon, and Rylan would be in full control. If I didn't mark her before, Rylan would. I glanced at Conrad and noticed that he was arguing with his wolf. He gave out a vicious snarl and met my gaze. We need to mark Flickson. I know what I said before, but we can't be seen to have a soft demeanor. Other packs need to understand that we're strong, powerful alphas who can guide their Luna. And our wolves are going to forcefully claim her if we don't, Conrad added. He was right. When someone became an alpha, their wolves became more powerful. They could sometimes take control of the person. Our wolves were desperate to mate with Flickson because once mated, the bond would heighten our alpha powers significantly. Don't forget she is ours. We control the situation, I reminded him. She belongs with us. We were halfway to the pack when the wind changed direction, and with it blew Flickson's scent heading away from the pack house. I heard Conrad's growl before I could start with my own. I just checked with the wolves guarding her. They said she's left the room, jumped out of the window. I was shocked. What made her think she could leave me? Flickson belonged to us. There will be consequences for this, I said. Certainly. She needs to learn that, as her mates, we are the ones in charge. Changing direction, Conrad and I let our wolves take control as they followed Flickson's scent. I heard Rylan trying to communicate with Emmeline, but somehow Flickson had blocked him out. This only made him more furious. As a result, his anger began to grow, and for once, I was happy to relinquish control and let Rylan deal with Flickson. Chapter 9. Flickson's POV. I felt Rylan trying to communicate with Emmeline, and I instantly blocked it off as I continued to get further and further away from the pack. Panic set in at the thought that they knew I was escaping, but I tried to ignore it, instead pushing myself to go faster. I still had a head start and a chance of actually getting out of here. But Emmeline was fighting me at every turn, chanting in my head desperately to turn back. You want me to go back to my two possessive mates who believe I'm their property and only want me to increase their alpha powers? I questioned. But there are mates who love us, Emmeline tried to reason, but her argument fell on deaf ears. I wouldn't ever give in to them. When have they shown us love, Emmeline? When? I screamed at her, but she didn't respond. I could hear the sound of paws in the distance, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't give up. I'd already gotten this far. After 2 minutes of running, I noticed that it was oddly quiet. It sounded almost like my mates had stopped in their pursuit to catch me. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe they'd decided to find someone else to be their Luna. I kept running, my eyes set on the path in front of me. Unfortunately, I didn't notice the large black alpha wolf leaping out of the forest until it was too late. I screamed as the black wolf pinned me to the floor. I knew it was Jax by the scent of rain, calming me slightly, but gazing into his eyes, I knew that Jax was nowhere near. Rylan was in control, and my heart rate spiked. I tried wriggling out of his grip, but it only earned me a deep growl, and I immediately stopped. Turning my head to the side, I saw Zachary circling me with a look of anger present in his eyes. Why did you leave us? Rylan yelled. I was so terrified that I couldn't look him in the eye, but then I remembered the events that brought me here, and my confidence grew. Because I am not your possession. You don't own me. I heard Zachary laughing. You're wrong, darling. He moved closer to me so that I could feel his breath on my face. Every inch of you belongs with us. I gulped nervously, but as I gazed at Rylan, an idea formed in my head. Maybe I could get them to reject me. Why don't you just reject me and claim another more subservient she-wolf? Rylan paused like he was seriously thinking of the idea, but then both Zachary and Rylan growled ferociously, like I'd committed some grave sin. Another she-wolf would not provide us with as much power as our true mate, Rylan spat out. Disgust bubbled inside me. That's all they saw me as, a means to get more power. Why, Moon Goddess? Why would you put me with these two mates? I hate both of you, I whispered, and I regretted it instantly. Sadness flickered across Rylan's face, and I almost heard a whine from Zachary. When I looked back at Rylan, his sudden sadness was replaced with fury, and I was petrified. Rylan bent his face closer to mine, and for a split second, I thought he was going to mark me. I desperately tried to wriggle out of his grasp, but Rylan only put more pressure on me, causing me to wince. I'll give you something to hate, he said low in his throat before sinking his teeth into my shoulder. A cry echoed throughout the woods as his teeth sank deep. The pain was intense, radiating through my body. I begged him to stop, tears streaming from my face, but he didn't let go. Emmeline tried communicating with him, but it was no use. I glanced at Zachary, but he seemed to be pleased with what Rylan was doing. I bared my neck in submission, hoping that Rylan would stop, but he didn't immediately release me. "I'm sorry," I cried as the pain became too much, and I shifted into my human form, sinking into unconsciousnness. Jax's POV. Gaining back control, I retracted my teeth from her shoulder. Blood welled up, and I quickly tended to it, watching as it slowly healed. Shifting into my human form, I took some shorts out of the hidden trunk in the trees, handing them to Conrad. I also placed a large shirt over Flickson. Looking at her, I had to restrain myself from marking her fully. Glancing at Conrad, I could see that he felt the same way. I lifted her up, placing her in my arms. A wave of guilt hit me when I noticed that bruises were beginning to form, but then I remembered what she said. "I hate both of you." Rylan shouldn't have bitten her so hard, but overcome with all that anger, I understood. "What should we do with her when we get back to the pack house?" Conrad asked as we began to walk back. "We need her to accept the bond, to fully understand that we're her alphas. She needs to understand that she can't leave us or do anything without our permission." Flickson was right. Why couldn't we just have a submissive she-wolf? Right now, I would reject her, but my wolf was right. If I wanted to lead the strongest pack, we needed the power our mate would provide us. "We'll place her in the pack cells until she understands her place," Conrad clarified, and I agreed, nodding my head in consent. It pained me to do this, but I could see no other way. As alphas, we could not tolerate such risks. Conrad and I continued our walk back in silence, deep in our own thoughts. Chapter 10. Flickson's POV. My eyes slowly fluttered open to the sight of the evergreen pine trees surrounding the pack. I watched as the last rays of sunlight streamed through the trees, warming my skin, but the temperature quickly plummeted as an unwanted breeze swept through, causing me to shiver. Taking a deep breath, I surprisingly felt content, safe, and protected. The icy breeze arrived again, raking my body. I crossed my arms over my chest in an effort to warm myself, but pain lanced sharply through my right arm when I moved. Confused, I tried to recall what happened when I realized absent-mindedly that I was being carried. Glancing up, Jax's face filled my vision. His expression was guarded, neutral, almost in appearance, but his locked jaw and pursed lips revealed his hidden anger. He bent his head toward me, meeting my gaze, causing a warm blush to cover my face. I watched as his carefully guarded face changed as sadness flickered across it, but it was quickly replaced with something cold, distant, and unapproachable. He broke the gaze, and I was left feeling utterly confused until the memories flooded back. I felt like I had been submerged in icy water, escaping the mansion, the alphas catching me, and Rylan biting my shoulder after I admitted that I hated him. I attempted to move my arm again, but it was still painful and I inadvertently winced. Glancing up, I expected to hear some sort of apology, but he continued to remain silent. I realized that he was still fuming after what I told Rylan. I tried to shuffle out of his arms, but his grip only tightened, and I knew it was a warning. I saw the pack house looming in the distance, and my heartbeat rose. There was no way I would ever be able to escape again. The alphas would have me on a 24-hour watch. After everything that had happened, I knew that I couldn't stay here, not when the alphas had no respect for me and only wanted me as their mate for the power I would provide them with. The sun was just setting low on the horizon as we neared the house, and I expected to see more people. "We've sent them all to their homes," Jax said as if he heard my thoughts. "Why?" I asked, and I was beginning to feel confused as Jax carried me past the extravagant mansion, a place that I would never call home. "Because you need to understand your place," Conrad said, his voice hard and cold, and I was beginning to become worried. They carried me toward the edge of the pack, and my breathing halted as it suddenly sank in where we were going, the pack jail. They wouldn't do that to their mate, would they? I asked Emmeline, but she didn't respond, probably still angry and frustrated about the mess I'd gotten us in. They continued to walk in its direction, the scent of dirt and decay becoming stronger, and my fears were confirmed. They were going to lock me up. "Please don't," I whispered, frightened, never once thinking that they would do something like this. "You chose this path, Flickson, not us," Conrad said. I tried wriggling out of Jax's arms, wincing as pain continued to flare in the bite mark. I could feel that he had tended to the wound, and it had begun to heal, but that wouldn't be enough. I wasn't mated to them, and if I wanted it to heal completely, I would have to stay physically close to them for the next few days, something that wasn't going to happen. They eventually reached the guards patrolling the prison. "Alpha," they both said, bowing their heads in submission. "Take her down to the cells," Jax said, setting me down on the floor. "But Alpha, she's the Luna," one of the guards said. Looking up, I admired his courage, but I watched as he quickly stepped back in fright as both Alphas stared him down. "And she will stay there until she accepts the bond." "I won't ever accept it," I shouted. The Alphas only growled in response, their eyes beginning to flick sun-black. "Take her and secure her," Jax said, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. As the guards lifted me up, it took me a moment to process what he just said. "Secure me," I repeated, astonished and suddenly extremely frightened as I looked at Jax and Conrad. They couldn't be serious. "Please don't," I whimpered. "Anything else, but don't chain me." Conrad's carefully composed mask dropped, and his features were etched in sadness. He opened his mouth to say something, but Jax rested his hand on his back, telling him something through the mind link. A second was all it took for his face to return to its unfeeling state. Conrad gave his nod of consent, but he bent down until he was eye level with me. "Flickson, all you need to say is that you accept the bond, and then you can return home with us," Conrad told me. I ignored him, and he sighed, taking my silence as a no. Turning their backs, they both walked away, leaving me to this cruel fate. I allowed the guards to drag me down to the cells, having no energy to fight. I felt betrayed and hurt. How could they do this to their mate? It was in this moment that I truly realized the rumors were true. They were monsters, and I was never going to open my heart to them. The cells were empty. I was currently their only prisoner. The guards carefully placed me in my cell. I sat there defeated, knowing that there was no point in trying to escape. They would only catch me again. The head officer walked in. His eyes were full of sadness as he held the metal cuff with gloved hands. "I'm sorry, Luna," he whispered. "You don't deserve this, no matter what you've done." He looked like he was about to cry. I placed my hands out, wincing as the metal chains finally touched my skin. A stinging sensation filled the air as my skin reacted to the metal. Tears were streaming down my face, and I was unable to stop them. Once he attached my wrists and my ankles, I was basically immobile, unable to move without causing myself more discomfort. I felt my wolf trying to communicate with their wolves. She had already submitted, begging for their forgiveness, asking for a second chance, promising that she'd never leave. But what sort of life was that? No freedom, always inferior and subservient to them, always expected to obey. They believed the beta had more power than I. "If you accept the bond, they'll let us go," Emmeline said, but she sounded disappointed, already knowing what my answer would be. "No, I don't want that sort of life. I'd rather stay here than be forced to submit." Emmeline didn't respond, but at the back of my mind, I could hear her begging their wolves to have these chains taken off. The head officer walked back in again, this time holding a chain around my neck. The world stopped for a minute. They wouldn't place that on me. Pure fear washed over me. The other marks would heal eventually, but for some she-wolves, the emotional scars caused by a neck cuff could be permanent. "Please, no," I whimpered, trying to move away, but it only brought more unwanted pain to my body. He didn't say anything as he attached the neck cuff, and all I could think was, what had I truly done to deserve this? Chapter 11. Conrad's POV. As I turned away, all I could see was my mate's beautiful face filled with sadness. It was already burned into my memory, forever haunting me until she decided to accept the bond. Sighing out loud, it took all my willpower not to turn back and embrace her in my arms, soothing her while I whispered comforting words. It wouldn't change anything. She would still challenge our authority, something that couldn't happen. She brought this on herself, Jax reminded me, glancing my way. I met his gaze and noticed his eyes were hooded with guilt. I knew that underneath his cold and icy exterior, he cared for Flickson. We gave her the choice to submit, and she refused it. I nodded. It would only be a few days, I reminded myself. She wouldn't stay down there forever. Please, we're sorry. Don't chain us up. Please, I'm your mate, a gift from the moon goddess. Don't chain me up. Emmeline's voice cut into my thoughts, destroying most of my willpower, but I pushed on, ignoring her. I allowed my wolf to come to the surface, answering her call. Inside, pain began to emanate at what I was doing to my beautiful mate, but she needed to learn that we were the leaders, the ones in charge. Tell the human side to accept the bond, Zachary said emotionlessly. I still couldn't understand how this wasn't affecting him. She needs to submit to us, regardless of the pain the human or Emmeline has to go through. He answered my question, and I was able to notice that he said Emmeline's name with sadness, indicating that he did care for her. I'm sorry, please don't. Emmeline's voice stopped, and it was replaced with a loud and mournful whimper. I couldn't feel her pain yet, but her painful whimper felt like someone shot an arrow into my heart. I'm so sorry, my beautiful Emmeline. Please get your human to submit to us. Please, Zachary said sorrowfully. I was surprised that Zachary was apologizing. I had never heard him say sorry to anyone. Emmeline was affecting him more than I thought. Soon after, Zachary cut off the connection, blocking any more thoughts coming from Emmeline. Both deep in our thoughts, Jax and I continued walking toward the pack house, trying desperately to forget what we had just left behind. Flickson's POV. It had been 2 extremely long and torturous weeks since the alphas sent me to the pack prison. They hadn't bothered to check up on me, revealing how little they actually cared for me. Once a day, one of the pack members arrived at my cell asking if I was ready to submit. Every day, it was the same monotonous answer, no. Here in the pack prison, they'd provided me with the full experience of being a prisoner. The food was served to me once every 3 days if I was lucky, and half the time it wasn't even appetizing. Sometimes I thought that the Alpha's plan was to just wait for me to pass away, then the moon goddess might grant them another mate. I'd lost weight since I came, and I was constantly weak due to the silver chains wrapped around my wrists, ankles, and neck. The pain was still intense, but somehow I'd become accustomed to it, a reminder at the back of my mind that I would never forgive the 2 alphas. However, even with the pain and feeling uselessly weak, I still wasn't worried about myself. It was Emmeline I was concerned about. If I didn't shift soon, she would eventually become too weak and tired and would disappear forever. The werewolf side of a person could only survive as long as their human form shifted constantly. Alphas could last the longest time without shifting, then it was Lunas and Betas and so on, continuing down the rank of werewolves. Since I hadn't claimed the Luna position, Emmeline sadly wouldn't be able to survive much longer. I still had alpha blood, but it wouldn't be enough, not with the additional silver sapping me of my energy. Worse still was that she hadn't been talking to me, either too weak or too angry to submit to our mates. What Emmeline didn't understand is that I would never submit to them if it were just my life I was responsible for. However, I was also responsible for hers. To keep her alive, I would have to consider submitting to the 2 alphas. She was my best friend and confidant in a place full of strangers. The imminent problem was that I had never imagined the 2 alphas would keep me contained for so long. I was waiting for them to come down and say, well, I hope you've learned your lesson, but they were just as stubborn as I was. My stomach grumbled with hunger, but I ignored it, like I'd been doing for the past week. As a result of the mate bond, I'd also been having difficulty sleeping. Once a werewolf finds their mate and marks them, they both become extremely dependent on each other. The 2 alphas hadn't marked me yet, and I was dreading the day that happened, but because of their power and the fact that there were 2 of them, to survive, I needed to remain close to them. It's why Jax's bite mark still looked bruised. For it to fully heal, I would need to remain next to them. Similarly, it's why I was having trouble sleeping. If I wanted to receive any proper rest, I would need to be annoyingly next to the alphas. Closing my eyes, I tried again to fall asleep as I began to wonder how the two alphas were doing without me. Jax's POV. I sighed as I got out of bed, glancing around the room. Flickson's scent still faintly lingered within it. My wolf, Rylan, growled in response to her name. He had become increasingly angry over the past 2 weeks, demanding why she hadn't submitted yet. Deep down, however, I could tell that he just desperately missed his mate. He wanted to scent her, protect her, wake up in the morning, and see her smile. Thinking of this, I glanced at the space next to us where Flickson should be warming the bed. But most importantly, he just wanted to mark her as his. I flicked my eyes over to Conrad. He was tossing and turning in bed again. While she'd been in prison, neither of us had been getting much sleep, and it showed. Yesterday, we yelled at our maid because she served us the wrong breakfast. Our pack had been walking around on eggshells ever since they heard about our mate. Nobody wanted to upset us, even our beta had been careful about what he said. What was worse was that her wolf had suddenly stopped responding to ours. Rylan believed it was an act of defiance. Yesterday, he wanted to storm down to the prison and show his mate who was in charge, but I prevented him. If I went down there, I would probably just forgive Flickson altogether. Sighing, I placed my head in my hands. Why was this so difficult? Why couldn't she just submit to us, Moon Goddess? Why? Chapter 12. Flickson's POV. Another 3 painful weeks have passed without a word from the alphas. It seems they were content to keep me locked up here until I submit or even die. Sighing, I gaze outside the cell into the looming darkness. No guards were stationed there since they hadn't deemed me a threat to the pack. However, it would have been nice to know that I wasn't completely alone, that someone else still knew that I existed. How are you feeling? I ask Emmeline, the only person who still knows that I'm alive. I wait for her response, but it's silent in my head. I can still feel her faint presence, but every day she's been growing weaker. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my worried and erratic heart. She hadn't been responding all week, and I'm becoming increasingly worried. I can't lose her. I'd rather submit to the dominating alphas than lose my best friend. I wonder what they're thinking. Do they know that my wolf is fading, or do they just think that it's an act of defiance that she's not responding to their calls? Every morning, I hear the angry calls from their wolves, demanding that I submit, demanding that Flickson respond. Can't they feel her pain? Don't they know how weak she is? Unless we've completed the mating bond, they can't feel my pain. They assume that I'm blocking them out, Emmeline whispers. Emmeline, I rasp, happy to hear her voice. It meant that she was okay. Well, they're obviously stupid if they think you're blocking them. She attempts to growl at the word stupid, but she doesn't have the energy. It was partially my fault that she was in this condition. I only had to say 2 words, I submit. But those 2 words meant so much to me. I would always be secondary to my mates, never have the freedom to go places. I would always need to heed their command, and most importantly, I would never be their equal. Being equal was something both Emmeline and I wanted. However, she loves the alphas so much that she would be okay with giving it up. Flickson, she whispers, and it's so faint that I have to concentrate to hear her. You need to submit. Please, for me. I can't survive much longer. My heart stops beating, my body freezes in fear. Those were the words I dreaded, can't survive. It circles around in my mind like an annoying song on repeat. I can still feel Emmeline, but her presence is growing fainter. If I don't do anything soon, she will fade away. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes. I've realized something from being down here for the past 5 weeks. In order to survive with my 2 alphas, I would need to become a submissive she-wolf. This meant that I couldn't voice my opinion or contradict what they commanded. I wouldn't have any freedom, but I would do it for Emmeline to keep her alive. This is all for you, Emmeline, I murmur as I open my mouth and shout. Guards! Guards! I call. My voice is raspy, but by the sound of their footsteps walking down the hallway, I know that they've heard me. The head guard who locked me up and another guard arrived immediately, bowing in front of my cell. I found it surprising that they still granted me such respect when I was locked up like a traitor to the pack. Yes, Luna, the head guard says, looking at me with such sadness. Please tell the alphas that I submit. He looks at me in disbelief, which quickly changes to joy. He whispers something to the guard next to him, who quickly runs in the direction of the exit, eager to alert the alphas that I am now theirs. As soon as they give their permission, I'll take the chains off you and take you to the pack doctor. I nod, agreeing. The other guard swiftly arrives back, but by the dismal look on his face, I know something has gone terribly wrong. They won't unchain you until your wolf starts communicating with theirs. They believe it's a sign of defiance. My breathing quickens. Didn't they know that Emmeline was dying? That she's too weak to submit? Tell them that my wolf is dying. Please tell them that she's unable to communicate. The guard bows his head mournfully. I'm sorry, Luna. They ordered me not to return. They didn't want to hear your excuses. As soon as their footsteps disappeared down the hall, I burst into tears. I'm so sorry, Emmeline. So sorry that I've gotten us into this awful situation. I promise that if we do get out, I'll obey them completely, be the perfect submissive mate that they want. I promise you I won't ever put us in this situation again. She doesn't respond, and I don't expect her to. She needs to save all her energy for staying alive. I rest my head against the stone wall. Closing my eyes, I hope for the 100th time since I arrived here that this is all just a horrible nightmare. Chapter 13. Conrad's POV. I stared out the window, watching as the sun's radiant gaze crept furtively into the room. Rubbing my eyes, I got out of bed. I hadn't received many hours of sleep last night or since the night she entered the pack cells. I spent most of them thinking of Flickson. I still couldn't believe that she had enough strength to continue playing games with us. When the guard unexpectedly burst into our office yesterday, alerting us that Flickson had given in, we were both ecstatic. We had waited so long for this day, and finally, it had arrived. She had submitted. We ran out of the office, nearly shifting into our wolves just because we would arrive there quicker. Derek, our third in command, even asked if we were okay. Apparently, we looked happy. But we didn't even reach halfway before Zachary stopped me. Apparently, her wolf wasn't responding, a clear sign of her defiance. I felt completely heartbroken. Sighing, I tried to forget yesterday as I looked for some clothes to wear. I realized now that it was all a game to her. It would always be in her nature to defy us. Conrad growled fiercely at my thoughts, my heart beginning to harden. At this moment, I was beginning not to care if she loved us or not. We would still mark her as our mate, and she would still provide us with the extra alpha power. Right now, that was all that I was concerned with. Jax also had the same view as I. However, deep inside, I still held on to that glimpse of hope that she would eventually learn to love us. As I found my clothes, my gaze fell on her things, which arrived yesterday. Pain tugged at my heart, but I ignored it. Taking a deep breath, I knew that her wolf would eventually submit. They wouldn't be able to survive much longer. Jax was already at the breakfast bar when I arrived downstairs. His cheeks were flushed, and sweat coated his body. He'd gone for a run this morning to try to take his mind off Flickson, but by the distant look on his face, it obviously hadn't worked. We'll get her back soon, I said, but we both heard the lie. He glanced up at me, his eyes filled with sadness, but before I could say anything, Jax shook his head, clearing his thoughts. The sadness in his eyes immediately transformed into something cold and distant. Good morning, boys, our mother said as she entered the kitchen, grabbing a plate from the cupboard. I haven't seen your mate. The young guard said that she was released yesterday. Jax growled, and I had difficulty suppressing mine. Mum didn't appreciate it when we growled at her, but we had made that guard promise not to disclose any information. I locked eyes with my brother. He will be punished later. He nodded in agreement. She was going to be released. Jax's tone was cold and clipped. But her wolf wasn't responding. Zachary began to growl in my head. He was still furious that Emmeline wasn't talking to him, but his growl was halted at my mother's sudden intake of breath. What? She gasped, stunned. Your precious mate, who has been locked up for the past 6 weeks, has finally promised that she will obey you, and you're not releasing her? Her wolf's not responding, I repeated, my tone threatening, daring her to say anything else. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at me. She was once a powerful Luna who had the power and authority to control us, but she gave up the position and power years ago. My mother moved to the edge of the bench. I could tell that she was furious with Jax and me, but I wasn't daunted by it. Did you know that I was like your mate when I first met your father? She said, maintaining eye contact. A collective gasp from Jax and me traveled through the room. We always assumed our mother was subservient. In the beginning, I refused to submit to him. I was from the Night Moon Pack, where people respected and obeyed me. She paused, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips. Here in this pack, I was immediately deemed inferior to him, and he still wanted my respect and love. She laughed, remembering her youth, but then she stopped, her face turning serious, her lips moving into a grim line. But he didn't deserve it. What? Jax shouted. He jumped off the bench stool, so he was now towering over her. Luckily, she was standing on the opposite side of the bench. His eyes were flickering between black and blue. My wolf had also perked up, demanding that my mother be reminded of her place. She turned to face Jax. Looking him in the eye, she stated, I know you're angry, Rylan. You believe she is inferior to you. That she should obey your every whim. Yes, he growled, unwavering. And you will understand in time that a mate who challenges you is good. It means that she is fierce and strong, that she will stand for what she believes in. She took a deep breath and then continued. If an enemy pack attacks, you want a mate who will fight to the end for this pack and its members. Not a weak pup who will surrender easily. Time froze for a moment as I mulled over the thought. I wanted Flickson to submit and obey us, but I also expected her to be a strong and fearless Luna at the same time. I realized now that I couldn't have both. Look. She paused, and I noticed that it was becoming difficult for her to speak. I'm telling you both this to give you a different perspective and to inform you about what happened in the past between your father and me. Her face fell, and she took a deep breath before starting. It was the middle of summer, and your father and I just had an argument where he had threatened to punish me if I continued to disobey him. When I went to see him again a few hours after our argument, I didn't know that he was in a meeting with 4 other powerful alphas. I walked in unannounced and told him quite adamantly that I was leaving and he could find someone else because I was never going to obey him. She closed her eyes, taking a breath. Your father was furious, and his wolf, Hunter, quickly took control. To show the 4 neighboring alphas that he was not to be messed with, he chained me to the pole outside. She pointed outside the window. It was still there. And he disciplined me severely. I stood there, shocked as I tried to understand what happened. My father punishing my mother? I couldn't comprehend it. They always looked so deeply in love. Jax looked at me, his expression mirroring my own. She continued. When he finished, the pack doctor rushed to my aid. My back was a mess. They believed that another 10 minutes and I would have been gone. From that day onwards, I became completely obedient. Your father apologized, but I was terrified of him, doing everything he asked. For the next 6 months, I couldn't sleep next to him. I was petrified that he would punish me again. Your father soon realized that he didn't want a mate who was scared of him. He promised me that he wouldn't touch me again without my permission. It was another 2 years before I allowed your father to mark me. He let me decide when I was ready, and over those 2 years, he slowly earned my trust and love. His wolf also realized that I was not inferior to him. That's not likely to happen, Zachary said. This time, I chose to ignore him. Your mate loves you. It will just take time and effort on both sides, she said, her lips lifting into a small smile. The only reason that her wolf isn't responding is that she is too weak to contact you. My eyes locked with Jax's. Shit, we both muttered. We completely forgot that her wolf would also be suffering. We raced out the door, heading toward the pack prison, but before I left, I turned my head back toward the kitchen. Thanks, Mum. She winked at me. Go save your mate. Chapter 14. Jax's POV. I almost walked past her cell, not realizing it was her. Standing in front, I stared inside in disbelief at the state Flickson was in. I don't ever remember ordering the silver chains to be placed on her. Conrad appeared next to me. He was also frozen in place, staring wordlessly at Flickson. I was horrified at what I saw. I never imagined it would be this bad. Flickson was lying at the back of the cell, her head leaning against the stone wall, eyes closed in pain. A shiver racked her body, but she didn't open her eyes. She was still in the old top that Conrad placed over her all those weeks ago. Staring at her, she was almost unrecognizable, looking more like a shadow of the beautiful woman we had met all those weeks ago. What had we done? I couldn't stifle the large growl that echoed throughout the cell, expressing my anger and guilt. We never should have let it get this far. We should have intervened weeks ago. At the sound of the growl, her eyes fluttered open. She looked around the cell before her gaze landed on us. A frightened look automatically covered her face. Conrad growled in response, causing her to shrink further back into the wall, away from us. My mother's words echoed in my head. I was terrified of him. I couldn't believe that history was yet again repeating itself. I grabbed the keys, opening the door. I needed to take her to the pack doctor. She needed to be healed urgently. "Please," she whispered, barely audible. "Please, just leave me alone." "Never," I whispered. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said softly as I slowly approached her. "I'm just going to take these off," I informed her, nodding to her chains. She put her hand out, causing the metal to burn her skin even further. "Don't, you'll hurt yourself," she rasped, and I was taken aback by her desire to protect us. It was only a little while ago that she hated us. "Get the gloves." I shook my head, ignoring her plea. It would take too long. I ignored the burning sensation and pushed the key into the lock, twisting it sharply. I gently pulled the chains off, not wanting to hurt her even more. I gasped, horrified when I saw the damage we'd caused. The silver chains had marred all her perfectly porcelain skin. Now it was covered in angry red marks. There were patches of dried blood covering her neck, while her wrists and ankles were raw. Guilt quickly consumed me, but like every other strong emotion I have, I shoved it down, leaving me to deal with it later. My mother was right. My beautiful mate was strong. I couldn't imagine any other she-wolf enduring this pain for so long or behaving so stubbornly. She tried getting up, her legs wobbling, but before she took her first steps, I gently lifted her into my arms. Shit, she was so light. Cradling Flickson, I took solace in the feel of her in my arms. It had been 6 weeks since I last touched her. Surprisingly, she snuggled up closer to me, seeking comfort. If she weren't in a tremendous amount of pain, this moment would be perfect. I checked on Rylan, who seemed to be awfully quiet. "Rylan, is everything okay?" "Can't. Here, mate." He shut me off, concentrating hard on trying to find Emmeline. Swallowing hard, I tried not to panic. Flickson couldn't lose her wolf. She would never forgive us. I cast a sidelong look at Conrad. He was glancing painfully down at Flickson, his eyes flicking specifically to the horrible wounds that marred her body. At this moment, he was more worried about her injuries than her wolf. I sped up the pace, jogging out of the prison and toward the pack doctor. Since it was mid-morning, pack members were out in the village completing their daily tasks. They left a path for us, but none of them hid their audible gasps of shock and horror when they saw their Luna. They all knew she was in the pack prison, but I assumed none of them expected her to be this injured, not even me. Concern filtered through the pack link, but I ignored it, not having time to answer their questions. Flickson was more important. Reaching the surgery, the door was already open, leading us straight into the medical room. I hadn't even told the pack doctor that we needed to see him, but as usual, gossip in this pack spread like wildfire. I gently placed Flickson on the bed as the pack doctor entered. I turned to stand against the foot of the bed, but Flickson gripped my arm, tightening her hold on me. She looked at me with pleading eyes, begging me to stay. Surprised and warmed by her new attitude, I edged closer to her. Using her other hand, she gripped Conrad's arm as well. I glanced at the pack doctor, who was smiling warmly at the three of us. When he noticed me staring, he quickly shifted into doctor mode. Approaching the bed, he stated, "Staying close to your mate will help you and your wolf's healing process, but for the moment, you need to release their hands so I can examine you fully." His words were directed to Flickson, and she immediately released our hands like she was touching poison. From her reaction and the doctor's words, doubt began to creep into my mind. Did she only want us close so she could heal, or did she actually feel something for us? I don't care for her reasons. Stay close to your mate. Wolf needs to heal. My wolf was right, but the comment still stung. The doctor began checking her wounds for signs of infection. Conrad and I automatically growled when he pressed his fingers against Flickson's wounds, causing her to wince in pain. He ignored our warning growl and continued checking her before finishing with a deflated sigh. My head whipped toward the doctor, along with Flickson's and Conrad's, but the doctor's stoic face revealed nothing. My heart beat rapidly as I began to worry that something irreversible had happened to my mate. "When was the last time you communicated with your wolf?" he asked Flickson. I watched as sadness washed over her. She swallowed deeply, refusing to meet our gaze. Tears began forming at the corners of her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away with her hand. I wanted to comfort her, but it wouldn't be right, not when we were the ones who caused this. 2 days. Okay, the doctor said. He sat on the bed and grabbed Flickson's hand, comforting her. For the first time in my whole existence, I envied him. When you're fully healed, your wolf will slowly come back to you. He paused for a moment, and I waited for him to reveal the bad news. But because your wolf is weak, it will take you longer to heal, and you will also feel lethargic at times. But she will come back, won't she? Her voice was soft and filled with doubt and worry. She looked up at him pleadingly. Yes. Don't worry, Luna, your wolf will definitely return to you. Flickson nodded with appreciation. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back on the pillow, letting a sigh escape. Standing up, the doctor faced me. Alphas, you will need to continually stay close to Flickson to allow her to heal efficiently. Thanks, Doc, Conrad said. He moved to Flickson's side, standing protectively over her. Anything else, Doctor? I mind-linked him. Any touching of the skin, like holding hands, will speed up her healing process. Look after our Luna. I didn't think Flickson would let us hold her anytime soon. When I glanced at Flickson, she had fallen asleep on the bed, and guilt punched through me again. When was the last time she'd received a decent sleep? Conrad gently lifted her into his arms. Opening the door for him, we both walked in silence toward our house, deep with thoughts concerning our precious mate. Chapter 15. Flickson's POV. Warm, soft, silky sheets pressed against my skin as I cautiously opened my eyes. Dappled morning sunlight streamed in through the window, bathing the room in a beautiful, soft orange glow. 6 weeks ago, I had looked at this room and felt disgust, hatred, and trapped. Now I still felt trapped, but I had accepted my situation. I was never going to leave here. The thought depressed me. Being trapped and giving up went against every fiber of my being, but I promised Emmeline. Never again would I place us in a situation where she could fade away. I wouldn't do anything that could land me back in the pack prison. Just the thought of the pack prison forced an unwanted shiver to crawl down my spine. I glanced down at my wrists. The wounds had just started the healing process, the dried blood slowly starting to form scabs, but I would need the Alpha's help to fully recover. After 6 weeks in prison, I was too weak to recover by myself. As I continued inspecting my wounds, Conrad walked in. His eyes immediately fell to my neck and then my damaged wrists. I watched as his eyes softened, and guilt quickly crossed his face. When he noticed me staring, his mouth quickly morphed into a strained smile. How are you feeling? His voice was soft, laced with hidden sadness. It took me a little while to respond. The words submissive, obedient, and compliant kept rolling around in my head. If I were to survive as their mate and keep Emmeline safe, I needed to become the perfect subservient she-wolf. Bowing my head, I replied, I'm okay. Thank you for asking, Alpha. Lifting my head, I saw his eyes widen with shock. Okay, Conrad muttered, at a loss for what to say. His eyes flickered between black and blue, and I instinctively scooted back to the end of the bed, afraid of his wolf. Thankfully, Conrad didn't seem to notice. "Please get dressed, Flickson, and meet us downstairs for breakfast in the kitchen." I nodded in response as he began to exit the room. He paused in the doorway. "Have you heard from Emmeline?" he whispered melancholically. "No, Alpha," I responded, and with that, he softly closed the door behind him. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It was going to be hard restraining myself from voicing my opinion or fighting for what I wanted, but for Emmeline's survival, I would do anything. I rested for another minute before I carefully pushed myself out of bed. I took small steps toward the closet. The pain in my ankles was present but bearable. Opening the door, I stood there, shocked as I gawked at the floor-to-ceiling rack of clothes. The Alphas had 1/3 of the space, most of their clothes consisting of shirts, tops, and shorts. It was easy to see which clothes belonged to whom. Jax's clothes selection was filled with colors of black, gray, and the occasional dark blue, while Conrad's clothes contained light blues, greens, and white. They were almost polar opposites. I then turned to glance at my clothes. I didn't know where to start. They were split into different sections. Fancy dresses, shorts, tops, pajamas, and then some more casual dresses. I hadn't even looked at the jewelry. It begged the question as to how much money they actually owned. Flicking through the clothes, I didn't want to wear anything too restrictive, so I decided to go with a light, modest blue dress. Moving to the mirror, I jumped back in fright at my appearance. The dress hung limply, conspicuously revealing the weight I had lost. My cheekbones were protruding while my face had a sallow tinge, hiding the blush that everyone loved to see. The wound on my neck was still a nasty red, and I knew that it wouldn't completely heal until I fully mated with the 2 Alphas. I probably should have wrapped a scarf around it, but I wanted the Alphas to feel a little guilty. However, it mainly served as a reminder for me of what would happen if I were ever disobedient. I stepped back, my frail and feeble appearance repulsing me. It looked like I had just stepped into a skeleton costume for Halloween. Trying to forget my appearance, I moved toward the door. Opening it, I prayed to the moon goddess that nothing horrible would happen. Entering the hallway, I slowly walked down the steps as I followed the heavenly scent of someone's cooking, which led me to the kitchen. Standing just outside, I peered in to find the 2 Alphas sitting on bar stools, their backs turned to me. There was an empty seat between them, which I assumed was my place. If I were still my old self, I would have chosen the next seat over. However, that was a clear sign of disrespect, and I needed to play the role of a submissive mate. I edged closer to the kitchen, not quite ready to make my appearance, when I noticed a small curvy girl with curly brown hair gripping a frying pan. I immediately assumed that she was the cook. She turned around, her eyes widening as she spotted me lurking at the back. She graced me with a warm smile as she bowed. "Luna," she said, her voice filled with respect. Conrad and Jax whipped their heads toward me. Conrad glanced at me, briefly pausing on my neck wound before returning to his food. However, Jax's eyes traveled slowly up my body, and I was frozen in place, trapped under his spell as he gazed at me with scrutiny. He frowned when his eyes reached my wounds, but instead of sadness like Conrad's reaction this morning, his eyes darkened with uncontrollable anger. He turned back, and I was suddenly released from his spell. I tried to walk confidently toward the stools, but failed miserably. I couldn't hide my fear and nervousness when my rapid heartbeat gave me away. "Are pancakes okay for you, Luna?" the cook asked. "Please call me Flicky," I assured her as I hopped onto the stool and placed my arm out to shake hers. A growl prevented our hands from touching. "Marilyn, you don't have the status to call Flickson by her name. You will refer to her as Luna." "Understood," Jax ordered, using the Alpha command and leaving Marilyn with no choice but to obey. I was about to offer my objection, but I knew that it would only land me back in prison, the place I wanted to be furthest from at the moment. I retreated my hand back and offered her an apologetic smile. She smiled back before she returned to the cooking. The Alphas returned to their brooding state, and I allowed my eyes to roam. The kitchen was just as ostentatious as the rest of the house. The stovetop, oven, and fridge seemed to be from the latest model. The cupboards were predominantly covered in glass. The purpose, I realized, was to show their expensive and impractical kitchenware. However, its most striking feature was the gilded crisscross tiles beneath the cabinets. I thought back to our small and quaint kitchen. My father had nothing that demonstrated his wealth or power. "Pancakes, Alpha, Luna," Marilyn said, handing me the plate as she bowed her head. I gazed down in delight at the 3 stacks of golden butter pancakes. This would certainly put some weight on me, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I took my first bite, my piece drenched in maple syrup, and I instantly fell in love. I didn't know heaven existed on earth. While chewing my second bite, I unconsciously moaned. I instantly froze, knowing that I was currently swimming in dangerous waters. I could feel the Alpha's eyes on me, darkened with intense desire. My heart rate increased as I tried to decide what to do next. The air was heavy with tension. Marilyn suddenly re-entered the room, and I couldn't be more thankful. She bowed to the Alphas and me again as she quickly grabbed some kitchen utensils. "Thank you for the pancakes, Marilyn. They're delicious," I said. She smiled at me in response before leaving the room. Relief coursed through me as I went to take another bite, this time making sure that I stayed silent. Chapter 16. "Good morning, everyone," a loud feminine voice called. I looked up, seeing a girl dressed in a pink dressing gown descending the stairs. She was of average height, with golden blonde hair tied up in pigtails and a large, mischievous smile plastered on her face as she jumped the last few steps. "Did you filthy dogs save me some food?" she asked without hesitation. I was shocked at her words. I would never have the audacity to call the 2 Alphas that. Conrad and Jax both growled at her words, but she seemed unfazed by their actions. It suddenly dawned on me that this girl must be their sister. As she walked toward us, her gaze finally fell on me. "Flickson," she voiced informally as she ran toward me, her smile growing wider than I originally thought possible. Jax and Conrad removed their hands from my waist, and I released an audible breath of relief, which caused their frowns to deepen. I hopped off the stool as she enveloped me in a warm and fierce hug. Her hands accidentally dug into my skin, causing me to wince. "Oops, sorry," she said as she released me, her gaze traveling from the wounds on my ankles to my neck. "Wow, my brothers really did hurt you," she said indifferently as she walked around the bench to get food. Jax's hand reached out, grabbing her arm and keeping her in place. "Cassandra, you may be our sister, but you don't have the power to disrespect us. We are your Alphas." His voice was strained, and I noticed that Jax was struggling to stay in control, his eyes flickering between black and blue. I watched, fascinated by their interaction and terrified for Cassandra's fate. Her wolf was also present, fighting fiercely for control. Finally, she bowed her head, defeated. Jax gave a nod of approval and released her hand. The room was cast into an uncomfortable silence. Hopping back onto the stool, I kept my eyes downcast as I continued to eat my pancakes, which were now stone cold. "Flickson, are you free today?" Cassandra said as she scavenged the cupboards for food. I was about to respond when she opened her mouth again. "Of course you're free," she laughed. "Today I'm going to take you around the village, introduce you to the pack members." It sounded like a good idea. If I were staying here indefinitely, I might as well start meeting the pack members. "Absolutely not," Conrad said, his voice loud and clear. "Flickson, you need to rest. You need to stay in the house until you have fully recovered." His voice was soft, but I still felt disappointed. "I understand, Alpha." My voice was detached and emotionless. I sensed that Conrad and Jax were using the pack link to communicate with each other about my new attitude. I waited for their comment about it, but surprisingly, they kept quiet. "Cassandra, after breakfast, Mother wanted your help." She said something to do with training the pups, Jax informed her. She let out a long, exasperated sigh while rolling her eyes. "Cassandra," Conrad said sternly, his eyebrows raised in warning. Yes. I know, my attitude is not appreciated. I'm leaving now." She walked out of the room, taking all the happiness and joy with her. I continued staring down at my breakfast, waiting in a submissive position for the Alpha's next order. Flickson, Conrad said, lifting my chin so it was level with his eyes. We've got some pack business to deal with. We expect you to be resting while we're away. Understood. But, I said, stopping when Jax's eyes narrowed. We just want you to rest, Flickson. We need you to get better. I know I need to rest, but for me to get better, you need to stay close to me, not finish off pack business, I thought. However, instead of externalizing my thoughts, I bowed my head and bared my neck in a symbol of respect. There would be no point in talking. They wouldn't listen anyway. I hopped off the stool as Jax headed toward the door, but Conrad lingered close to me. I could feel his gaze on me. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as Conrad's head slowly leaned in toward mine. As he got closer, my body became paralyzed with fear as I realized that he wanted to kiss me. My hands began to shake slightly. I didn't want him to kiss me. I didn't love him. I could feel his breath fanning my cheek, but at the last second, he caught Jax's small shake of his head and immediately backed away, heading toward the door. We'll be back at 6 o'clock, Flickson. Jax paused for a moment, his body halfway out the door. Don't leave the house, he said before closing the door shut. My whole body relaxed as I released a breath I didn't know I was holding. My hands began to massage my forehead as I tried to think of a way to keep myself occupied for the next few hours. I didn't know how long it was going to take me to fall into this position of being completely inferior to them. Was I always going to be this terrified? I glanced around the kitchen, surprisingly feeling lonely with no one to talk to. Oh, Emmeline, I miss you so much. I waited for her reply, but there was still silence on the other end. Sighing, I walked out of the kitchen into the expensively furnished lounge. The couches were placed in a circular pattern around the 70-inch plasma TV. Everything in here screamed money and wealth. I headed toward the couch when my vision began to blur slightly. I started blinking, but it only made it worse. I gripped the end of the couch as a wave of dizziness hit me. Not having enough balance or energy to walk another step, I felt myself falling as my back slid down against the back of the couch until I hit the floor. My head had begun to feel heavy as the feeling of nausea began to creep up inside me. I placed my head against the cold, hard floor, trying to regain some energy, but to no avail. The last thing I thought of before closing my eyes was the doctor's words, which echoed in my head. Alphas, you will need to continually stay close to Flickson to allow her to heal efficiently. Then I blacked out entirely. Chapter 17. Conrad's POV. Damn, I muttered as I slid into my office chair. Flickson wasn't the fiery, independent, strong-willed she-wolf she was when we first met her. She had actually become subservient, something that both Jax and I had wanted but now completely detested. Our mother was right. We couldn't rule with a Luna who bowed down to anyone, who didn't fight for what she believed in. We need to show Flickson that we actually do love and adore her, I said to Jax, who wore the same expression as me. Flickson's scared and anxious attitude this morning will forever be branded into my memory. I couldn't even give her an innocent kiss without frightening her. We had really messed everything up. I agree, but we need to try and keep our wolves under control, Jax said seriously. Flickson probably saw your actions this morning as a threat rather than a romantic gesture. Romantic gesture, I scoffed, trying to contain the smirk spreading across my face as I imagined what I wanted to do with her. I know what you're thinking about, brother, and yes, that's what I wanted too, he laughed, before his face suddenly turned serious again. But that's half the problem. We're taking things too quickly. We need to take things slowly so Flickson doesn't think of it as a threat. He rubbed his head, sighing. Flickson was too scared this morning to do anything but sit there frozen with fear. I agree, I whispered. It will be difficult trying to keep our wolves under control, but for Flickson's sake, we need to show her that it's okay to speak up for herself. That she isn't inferior to us, but our equal, Jax whispered. We paused for a moment, waiting for our wolves to react and state that they were superior. However, Zachary was eerily quiet. Jax frowned in confusion before an expression of understanding crossed his face. Our wolves have realized the consequences of treating our mate inferiorly. They can't hear Emmeline, I said. This was our second chance, I realized, to win our mate back, to make her fall in love with us all over again. Jax smiled at me, the first time in a long while since we saw our beautiful mate. Slumping back into the chair, I gazed at all the paperwork, but was unable to prevent the smile from slipping from my face. This is going to work, I chanted to myself over and over again. Jax took a seat next to me. He immediately got to work, reviewing a piece of paper outlining an agreement from one of the neighboring Pax Alpha. Glancing at the large amounts of paperwork that we'd left unattended for the past few months, I dutifully took the documents from the top of the pile and began reviewing them. This one was addressed to Jax, so I passed it off to him and went to grab another one when we received an alarming message from our beta. Flickson was in the hospital, unconscious and in critical condition. Jax's POV. We rushed to the pack doctor, nearly shifting into our wolves, but we didn't want to alarm the pack. Everyone was already overly concerned with the state Flickson was in. How could this have happened? She was perfectly fine when we left her this morning. She still looked sickly, but it wasn't enough for her to be in critical condition at the pack hospital. I began to worry as my thoughts drifted to possible scenarios. Had someone attacked her? No, there were pack members guarding the house. Or had she attempted to run again? My anger began to rise at the last possibility, but I knew deep down that she wouldn't dare pull a stunt like that, not after what happened last time. We reached the room, and I slammed the door open, but my anger dissipated completely when my gaze fell on Flickson. Conrad moved to stand next to me. Shock and fear were written all over his face. What the hell happened? I thought as I slowly approached. She was deathly pale, even more so than before. The dark rings under her eyes were more evident, and her scars and wounds had somehow become worse, contrasting sharply with her pale skin. Standing beside her, I carefully slipped my hand under her cold fingers. Sparks immediately spread along my hand and up my arm, reassuring me that she was still alive. I breathed a sigh of relief. She was going to be okay. I heard the door open, and I glanced up to see the pack doctor. I expected his usual serene, calm face, but instead, his face was twisted in an expression full of anger and frustration, directed toward us. I stepped out of his way as he walked briskly toward Flickson and began checking on her. I glanced at my brother, and he wore the same confused and slightly angry expression. How dare he disrespect us? I didn't care if he was the pack doctor. We were the alphas of the pack. He turned around, facing us. My brother and I stood up fully, towering over him, daring him to disrespect us again. I noticed the fear in his eyes, but his face still remained angry. How dare you leave our Luna alone? I told you that she needed to be close to you, and what happens? He paused in his yelling, and I was sure the whole pack had heard him. He dropped his voice to a whisper. You leave her to go do pack business. I was too stunned to respond. I should have been furious that he was blatantly disrespecting us, but I realized he was right. Guilt ripped through me. This was all my fault. The doctor took a step forward. Flickson is hanging on by a thread. She is in critical condition at the moment. For the next week, you'll need to stay close to her, or else she could. He didn't say the word, but he didn't need to. The message was clear. In that moment, I realized that I had failed as a mate. For the rest of eternity, I would try to make it up to her. For the next week and longer, I would never leave her side. I nodded in understanding, and I heard the doctor's breath of relief. This could have gone a lot differently if our wolves weren't silent. She was trying to tell us this morning, Conrad muttered to me. Tell us what? That we needed to stay with her so she could get better. It suddenly all made sense. This morning, Flickson wasn't asking to go explore the pack. She had been asking for us to stay with her. I suddenly felt even worse. I had completely dismissed her. The pack doctor left the room, and I knelt next to Flickson, grabbing her hand. I promise, Flickson. I promise that I'll try to be a better mate. Please just give me a chance, I whispered, but she didn't wake up, and I didn't expect her to. Releasing her hand, I took a seat next to Conrad, knowing that we would sit here for the rest of eternity if it took her that long to wake. I would never leave her again. Chapter 18. Flickson's POV. I opened my eyes, slowly blinking as I became adjusted to my surroundings. The room smelled strongly of antiseptic, and I instantly realized that I was in the doctor's surgery, again. My gaze fell on the two alphas. They were sitting on the chairs, sleeping, their heads resting on their shoulders. They almost looked cute sleeping like that. Stop, what the hell is wrong with me? I can't think like that, I thought. I won't fall for them. What's the point when they don't even love me? I kept repeating this, hoping to reassure myself. They only wanted me for the power I would give them. Sighing, I again asked the moon goddess why she decided to pair me with these two dominant alphas. I took another sweep of the room as I tried to recall the events that brought me here. It only took a short while as I quickly remembered how the alphas had left me alone in the house to complete pack business, which led to me feeling weak and collapsing. One of the guards must have found me and rushed me to the hospital. As I sifted through the events, I realized that it was their fault that I was in the hospital. If they had only listened this morning, it could have all been avoided. Sighing inwardly, I knew that they would never admit to their mistake. I was inferior to them. Deep in thought, I didn't realize that the two alphas had moved until they were standing at the edge of my bed. Glancing up, I was surprised to see sadness etched on their faces, especially Jax's. It was silent for a moment, and I was unsure what to say. Flickson, Conrad whispered as he gripped my pale arm. It immediately sent a wave of sparks through my body. We're so sorry. I know you probably hate us. He paused for a moment, and Jax took over. But we will try and make it up to you. We will try to be better mates. You're not inferior to us anymore. My eyes widened in shock. I was speechless. At first, I thought it was a cruel joke. It was very uncharacteristic of them to say these things. But by their concerned and sympathetic expressions, I knew they were being serious. I paused for a moment, letting the words sink in. I'm not inferior anymore. I began to feel really confused. What in the world caused them to change their entire attitude? I went to contact Emmeline for help, but realized sadly that she was still not there. Flickson, Conrad whispered, bringing me out of my thoughts. I know you're confused, but please trust us. I looked up at them, and for the first time since I arrived, I decided to give them a chance. Okay, I whispered. The alphas stood there, shocked, before a grin spread across Conrad's face, while Jax sent me a small smile. For once, they actually looked their age. I'm glad to see you're awake, Flickson. The doctor walked in, shattering the peaceful moment between the alphas and me. He gently grabbed my arm, checking my pulse, and then placed his stethoscope over my heart. Unnecessary, really. I was sure he could easily hear my calm pace. How are you feeling, Flickson? He asked. I paused for a moment. The two alphas standing beside my bed seemed suddenly intimidating again. I know I promised to trust them, but I would still leave if I were ever given the chance. I'm okay, I replied. It was all I could say for the moment. I couldn't reveal that I was still frightened by the alphas or that I was still in pain. My wounds were a constant reminder of the power the alphas wielded over me and what would happen if I ever disobeyed them. I could never forget that. I shivered at the thought. Flickson, are you cold? Jax said. He leaned in closer to me, and I flinched away before realizing that he was just helping to lift the blankets higher. Pain flickered across his face, and I instantly felt remorse. I'm sorry, Alpha, I thought. I know what you thought. He cut me off, his voice gruff, hiding his emotions. He moved away from the bed and leaned against the wall, looking out the window. For a few minutes, there was a tense silence before Conrad spoke. Doc, can we take her home now? Yes, please take her home, he said, eager to get me out of here and away from the unpredictable alphas. Remember, Flickson, you'll need to stay close to the alphas to recover, he said to me, but he was looking at the alphas when he spoke. Conrad didn't respond, but I could tell that he knew the question was directed toward him. I went to slide out of bed when a wave of dizziness hit me, and the room started to blur. I grabbed onto Conrad's arm, the closest thing to me, and my vision instantly cleared. Sparks ran up my arm while a feeling of happiness began to grow inside me as a result of his touch. I wanted to relish the feeling, but I reluctantly let go of his arm. I couldn't let the alphas in that easily. Deep down, I was still afraid of them. Conrad didn't let the sadness show on his face, keeping his expression neutral. I watched curiously as he bent down and lifted me into his arms. "You don't have to carry me. I can walk myself," I told him, but he just gave me a pointed look. Sighing, knowing that I couldn't realistically walk by myself, I ignored my previous thoughts and sought comfort in his arms, leaning my head against his chest. I wished Emmeline were here. She would be ecstatic that we were this close to her mate. I didn't look, but I knew Conrad was smiling. Jax trailed behind us as we stepped outside the doctor's office. I couldn't believe how much time I'd lost today, I thought, watching as the sun sank into the horizon. Conrad led me through one of the pack villages, but it seemed to be abandoned. Where were the pack members? "Where are all the pack members?" I asked, looking at Conrad. "We sent them out," he said vaguely. Now my curiosity was piqued. Why would he send them out? "Alpha, where did you send them?" A look of sadness and annoyance passed over his face before he looked stoic again. "Please call me Conrad, Flickson." He was looking down at me, pleading. The problem was that I couldn't call him Conrad, not with what they did to me. Conrad was just too personalized, too intimate. It meant that I acknowledged them as my mates, and at this moment, it was just too much. He sighed, knowing I wouldn't give in. "We sent them out so they wouldn't see you in a vulnerable position." I nodded in acknowledgement, but I knew he was falsifying the truth. He didn't send them out so they would avoid seeing me weak and vulnerable. It was to prevent the pack members from observing how their alphas couldn't look after their one and only mate. I rolled my eyes at this information. As we reached the mansion, Jax stepped up from behind us and opened the door for Conrad. He moved into the lounge and placed me on the couch. "Do you feel like watching a movie, Flickson?" Conrad asked. "I don't really mind, Alpha," I said with my head bowed. I heard Conrad's obvious sigh, but he continued to look through the DVD drawer. I was surprised when Jax took a seat close to me. All my nerves were on edge, and I wanted to move over, but that would be a clear sign of disrespect. I could feel his dark eyes on me, but I didn't acknowledge him until he called my name. "Flickson," he said. I glanced up at him nervously. He gently gripped my hands, creating a feeling of warmth as sparks spread throughout my body. "You're equal to us. I know we didn't treat you right at the beginning, but we're trying. For now, our wolves are silent as they try to connect to your wolf." I nodded in agreement. "You still and will always belong with us. You're our mate, and we love." He paused for a moment, and I knew it was really difficult for him to say these things. "And we love you. We will always love you. Please understand that." "I will, Alpha." A look of disappointment flashed across his face at the word Alpha, but it quickly disappeared. It was going to take time. Grand declarations of love weren't going to change my whole attitude in a split second, but eventually, one day, if they treated me right, I might just fall for them. "I'll go get some food," Jax said, getting off the couch and leaving me with a sudden feeling of emptiness. Sighing, I watched as Conrad opened a drawer and started searching for a DVD to watch. "Let me help you, Alpha," I said, trying to be useful. I got up off the couch and started walking toward Conrad when another wave of dizziness hit me, and I swayed slightly, stars dancing across my blurred vision. "Flickson," he said worriedly as he gripped my arm, and my vision instantly began to clear. "I'm okay," I managed to say, but he didn't let me go. "No, you're not." Jax's gruff voice appeared from the kitchen. He sauntered toward me, and I yelped in surprise as he unexpectedly lifted me up. "Where are you taking me?" I asked worriedly. The last time he had me in this position was when he was taking me to the pack cells. He sighed as he understood where the worry stemmed from. "Flickson," he stated, and I twisted my face toward him, meeting his gaze. "You will never return to the pack cells. You should have never been there in the first place. But that is our fault. Please understand that." I nodded my head, acknowledging what he was saying. He climbed up the stairs, moving in the direction of their bedroom. Conrad followed right behind us. When we entered, the bedroom was cloaked in darkness despite the blinds being up. The comforting sun's gaze had now fully disappeared, replaced by the encroaching and hostile storm clouds. Jax gently placed me into bed while they both began to strip off their shirts. Even though I was still scared of them, I couldn't help but stare at their chiseled, naked chests. If only Emmeline were here now, I'm sure she would be excited. They slipped into bed, lying incredibly close so that their heat almost overwhelmed me, but after weeks in the stone-cold cell, I relished their warmth. Sleeping next to them, I could feel my strength growing as my wounds began the healing process. Sighing as there was no place for my head to rest, I consciously placed it on Conrad's chest. Even though my eyes were shut, I could feel the smile growing on his face. Chapter 19. Flickson's POV. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dungeon, and I groaned internally. The alphas had come to visit me. Using my last remaining energy, I pulled myself off the filthy ground. I would not look weak in front of them. I ignored the pain that lanced through my body as I stood behind the bars. The pain had become a comfort over these past few months. It was a reminder that I was still alive, still living despite everything I'd endured. The sound of a high-pitched laugh joined their footsteps, and I realized that the alphas had also brought their plaything down to the dungeons. The alphas arrived at the cell with the blonde woman attached to them. Conrad grinned at me sadistically while he grabbed her hand and kissed it. I wanted to regurgitate, but I still felt jealous. "Stupid mate bond," I muttered. Conrad chuckled and just continued to kiss her. My attention slid to Jax. He was still the scarier one between the two alphas. He met my gaze, his lip curling into a sinister smile. I lowered my eyes, frightened, as I took an involuntary step back, my entire body shuddering. Conrad smiled again while Jax smirked at me. They hadn't even said anything, and I was already petrified. "I'm bored. When are we leaving?" the blonde whined. "Very soon, love. We just need to talk to." Conrad paused for a moment as he tried to find something to call me. "Your mate," I responded, stepping closer to the bars. No matter how much they hated me for disobeying them, I was still their mate, a gift from the moon goddess. "We didn't give you permission to speak," Jack sneered. He stepped in close enough to the bars that I could spit on him. He seemed to read my thoughts and moved away. If he ever came close again, I wouldn't just spit. I would scratch his eyes out. Emmeline would be appalled if she were still alive. They could have saved her, but by the time they arrived to let me out of the cell all those months ago, Emmeline was too far gone. After that, they left me in the cell to rot, waiting for my imminent death. Now I spend all my spare time planning my revenge. "We took your advice, Flickson," Jack smirked. My forehead creased with confusion as my eyes narrowed. What game was he playing? "We decided to pick a new Luna for the pack. This is Samara." I took another glance at Samara. Surely they were joking. Her as Luna? The whole pack would be in trouble in no time. But then another thought crossed my mind. If they had their Luna, surely they could let me go. Hope rose in me. I could be free. "Don't think you're leaving the cell, Flickson," Conrad stated sardonically. "We still need your power, so we will still complete the bond with you," Jack stated blandly as if he were reading from a school textbook. I took another step back, shaking my head. Tears began to escape from my eyes. No, this can't happen. "You can't do this." I screamed at them, suddenly becoming hysterical. Jax walked up to the bars, a deadly smile on his face. "Oh, Flickson," Jax taunted. "We can, and we will do this. Don't worry, once you have a few of our pups, we promise that we'll leave you to fade away in peace." "I hate you." "Sure you do," Jax said, laughing it off. And then I said the one thing that no mate should ever say. "I wish the moon goddess never mated me with you." I heard the sudden intake of breath from Conrad, but I continued to study Jax. His carefully composed mask cracked, and for once, I saw raw pain etched on his face. I stepped away from them, heading toward the back of the cell. I was tired of being terrified of them. If I was going to die, I might as well die fighting. I awoke hyperventilating. Sitting up, I drank in the sight of the room, which helped to calm my erratic heart and uneven breaths. It was just a horrible nightmare, I repeated to myself as I surveyed the room again. My heart skipped a beat as my eyes fell on the two alphas. The traumatizing events of the nightmare came rushing back to me. It didn't happen. The alphas wouldn't do that to me, I murmured to myself, but I could hear the lie in my words, and I didn't have the energy to contradict myself. Even though they said they would never throw me back into the cells, I still felt like I was walking on eggshells around them. Sighing inwardly, I checked if Emmeline was there. Nothing. It was still silent in my head. I wished she were here with me. Tilting my head, I looked out the window. It was still pitch black outside. I sat still for a moment before I made the rash decision to get up. I began to wriggle my way out when an arm wrapped around my waist, securing me in place. My breathing heightened as images flooded into my mind of times when I'd been trapped by the alphas. Taking a deep breath, I flicked my eyes over to Jax and noticed that he was still deeply asleep. It was just an instinctive response. Keeping my eyes on his face, I gently pulled his arm away from my body, ignoring the electric sparks that traveled up my arm, the so-called perks of having a mate. Quickly, before he tried to restrain me again, I crawled out toward the end of the bed, swiftly jumping out. I took a moment to gaze at the two alphas, just waiting for them to wake up and yell at me, but after a few short minutes, they remained fast asleep. I padded across the carpeted floor, heading toward the door. I wasn't trying to escape. I just wanted to have some time for myself. I knew what the doctor said, but I should be able to manage by myself for a few hours. Opening the door, the luminescent chandelier lights blinded me, and I paused for a moment, waiting for my eyes to adjust. Walking toward the stairs, I noticed a large portrait-shaped mirror resting on the wall. I must have missed it before. Glancing at my reflection, I was surprised at what I saw. The wounds were still visible, but the redness was almost completely gone. I was healing quicker than I thought possible. I still looked skeletal, but a few proper meals over the next few weeks should easily fix that. I moved away from the mirror, my mood suddenly uplifted by my change in appearance. I hurried down the stairs as the smell of food wafted into my nose. I hadn't realized that it was nearly breakfast. I heard voices drifting from the kitchen, and I slowed my steps. I didn't want to meet any pack members and have them stare at me in pity. I was about to head back to the bedroom, rethinking my whole plan, when Cassandra appeared from the kitchen. She paused as she saw me, and I waited for her sympathetic expression, but instead, her lips spread into a warm smile. Marilyn appeared behind Cassandra. She looked shocked to have found me. "Luna, would you like some breakfast?" she said, bowing. It took me a moment to respond. "Please, Marilyn, don't call me Luna." She was about to interject, but I cut her off with my hand. "I know what the alpha said, but when it's just you and me, please just call me Flickson. And none of the bowing business either. I'm not royalty." She smiled genuinely at me and walked back into the kitchen. "You look better," Cassandra said, standing in the doorway. "I know. I thought it would take weeks for me to heal, but after last night, I feel much better." Cassandra's eyes went wide. "Wait, are you saying that last night you had?" I stopped her before she said anything else. "We just slept. Trust me, that won't be happening for a long time." "A long, long time." "Okay," she said, relieved. "I just thought because you look so much better than before. I know your wounds are still visible, but you look great, Flickson." "Thanks," I said as my stomach began to grumble. Cassandra laughed at me, and I couldn't help but join in with her. I realized that this was the first time that I'd laughed since I'd been brought here. "Let's get some breakfast, shall we?" Cassandra said as she turned into the kitchen. "Yes, please," I said, following behind her. Chapter 20. Flickson's POV. The pancakes were delicious. "Thank you, Marilyn," I said as she took my plate away. Cassandra was sitting next to me, still eating. "Would you like anything else to eat, Flickson?" "No, I'm fine, but a glass of water would be great." She nodded, and in an instant, a glass of water was in front of me. I took a sip. "So where are my stupid, moronic alpha brothers this morning?" she stated matter-of-factly. I spluttered, choking on my water as I stared at her in shock. How could she call them that? I would probably be sent back to the cells. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. "Are you okay?" Cassandra asked as she placed her hand on my arm in a comforting gesture. Swallowing, I made sure the water had all gone down. "How can you say that?" My voice dropped to a whisper. "Won't you get in trouble?" Maybe. They've always threatened, but never actually gone through with it. She paused for a moment, thinking of the possibility, before she shook her head, clearing the thought. My brothers weren't always like this, Cassandra said. I looked at her confused. I couldn't imagine the two alphas being any different from what they were now. You need to understand that their wolves play a significant part in their attitude and personality. I was about to interrupt, but she placed her hand up, and I closed my mouth. Up until the age of 15, I looked up to my brothers, admired them even. She paused for a moment, a faint smile playing on her lips as she remembered. But that all changed when Dad and Mum backed down from their position as Alpha and Luna. Their wolves became entirely dominant. Her face fell, and she avoided eye contact with me, instead staring at her half-eaten plate of pancakes. My brothers, wait, no, she paused, shaking her head. Their wolves, Rylan and Zachary, wanted me to obey their every command, like I was some lowly servant she-wolf instead of their sister. She sighed, playing with the pancakes on her plate. The rest of the pack were happy to obey their every whim. They were their new alphas, but I don't know, I guess I expected a different type of leadership under my brothers. I expected them to show compassion and mercy. Instead, they rule by inciting fear. It's why we're the strongest pack in America. It's why no one dares to challenge their authority. Cassandra looked up at me, meeting my gaze. All I'm saying, Flickson, is that Jax and Conrad are actually decent mates, but it's their wolves that are possessive. Their wolves control them. I'm asking as our new Luna if you can try and change that, if you can try and prevent their wolves from taking complete control. I was about to reply when I heard a rush of feet coming down the stairs. Flickson's escaped again. We're going out to find her. Jax shouted from the stairs, the anger and irritation barely concealed in his voice. I was about to hop off my stool and find them, but they already entered the kitchen. The two alphas didn't notice me at first, too caught up in their thoughts. An angry and almost dangerous look swept across their faces. I felt my energy increasing with just their presence. Sometimes I couldn't believe the way they affected me. She's right here, you morons, Cassandra announced, and once again I was under their intense scrutiny. They were still breathing heavily as their onyx-colored eyes pierced mine before gazing over my body. I slowly pushed myself off the chair as I approached the two alphas like a person would approach a stray dog, slowly, carefully, and cautiously. I would never leave you, I said softly, as I placed my hand on their bare chests. I could feel their hearts beating strongly and hard, but they began to slow under my touch. No, you're never leaving us, Conrad said, relieved. I gazed up at Jax, and he was stoic as always, but the relief was evident in his eyes. They both stepped forward, enveloping me in a big hug. Cocooned in their warmth, a strange feeling spread over me. Surprisingly, I felt safe trapped within their arms. As they released me, I noticed that Marilyn and Cassandra had both left the room. Please, Flickson, always tell us where you're going. Shit, Conrad said, running his hands through his bedhead. We thought you'd escaped again. He slid onto the stool, and I noticed the 2 bowls of cereal. Marilyn must have made them breakfast. An easy silence settled in the room as the 2 alphas started eating. How would you feel about a morning stroll? Jax asked. My heart skipped a beat at the thought of being alone with the 2 alphas, but I promised myself that I would try. If I were staying here forever, I would eventually need to trust them. That would be lovely, thank you, Alpha, I replied cordially. Flickson, Jax said, gripping my hand. I froze, suddenly petrified as I willed my heart to slow down. He noticed my spiked heart rate and released my hand, but I didn't miss the look of disappointment that flashed across his face. I really needed to get a grip on my emotions. You don't need to call us Alpha, or bow your head, or avoid looking us in the eye, or any of that nonsense. We were wrong before to treat you like that, to demand that of you. We are. Stop, please just stop, I interrupted him. It wasn't you, it was your wolves. The alphas looked at me in shock. You're right, Flickson, Conrad stated, a small smile forming on his face, but his blue eyes were still shrouded with sadness. But there are wolves, and we should have made more of an effort to stop them. We'd like to think that too, Flickson, Conrad stated, his face downcast. He wouldn't look me in the eye. But it's just an excuse. We allowed our wolves to control us. Conrad took my hand between his two. He finally looked at me with his eyes still clouded with such sadness. We're just as responsible for what happened, Flickson. We're so sorry. I raised my other hand, telling Conrad to stop, but he just ignored it. We will both, he quickly glanced at Jax, who nodded in return, both be apologizing until one day we earn your forgiveness and trust. I was struck speechless. I didn't expect this sudden outburst or change of heart. My conscience told me that they were playing with me, that this was all part of some elaborate game to make me fall for them so they could hurt me again, but Conrad seemed so genuine, so regretful and guilty of his mistakes. I didn't think they were using me, but until I knew for sure, I would need to guard my heart. Thank you, but if you truly respect me, please let me call you Alpha. I would feel more comfortable. This was the second time they'd both apologized to me. I was finding it more and more difficult to find things to hate about them. Okay, Flickson, Jax said, and I turned to look at him. He didn't seem saddened by my request, but I wasn't sure. He was good at hiding his emotions. The kitchen descended into silence again, and once again I began to feel strangely at ease with the two alphas. Before it began to get awkward, I jumped off my stool. How about that walk then? We had only been walking for a few minutes, and I was already feeling tired despite having the two alphas close to me. However, I refused to tell them. We'd be back home in a heartbeat with me resting on the couch for the rest of the day. I was enjoying myself out here. It was nice to be away from the house. So tell us about your childhood, Conrad asked me out of the blue. Why do you want to know? I questioned. We just want to know everything about our precious mate. Is that a problem? Jax asked. Even though the question was phrased innocently, I could still hear the underlying intensity in his words. I was about to start explaining when Jax stopped. He gently pulled my hands into his. I'm sorry, Flickson, I didn't mean it like that. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. He released my hand, and I strangely felt bereft at the loss of contact. We started walking again, and I was only plunged into more confusion. Jax's mood changed so quickly, from demanding to soft and caring. I didn't understand it, but it only proved that they were trying to change for me. There's not much to tell, I said, surprising the two alphas. I have 3 overprotective brothers, Andre, Dane, and Harrison. They're really overprotective. I couldn't go anywhere without any one of them tailing me. I'm glad, Conrad said. No harm should come to our mate. I rolled my eyes, but froze in fear when Conrad caught me. I waited for the yelling, the pain, and maybe the consequences, but Conrad just gave me a small smile. He grabbed my hand, pulling me along. He leaned in and whispered in my ear, Flickson, we will never hurt you again. His breath sent goosebumps down my arm. I almost didn't want him to pull away. So you were telling us about your brothers? What about your parents? Conrad carried on as if nothing happened. My father is still the alpha of the pack, but I expect him to give the position to Andre in a few years. And your mother? Jax pressed. I didn't respond immediately. I couldn't. I wouldn't break down in front of the alphas. I really needed Emmeline to help me explain this. My mother was killed by rogues a few years ago. Oh, Flickson, I'm so sorry, Conrad said, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. Life was never the same again. My dad fell into depression, security increased, and no one was allowed out of the pack. Dad went out month after month, ending every rogue in sight. The only person who got me through it was Kai. I stopped myself before I blurted out his name. It wouldn't end well if I said his name. I knew that they promised that they wouldn't hurt me, but jealousy did weird things to people. They never promised not to hurt Kylon. Who helped you, Flickson? Jax asked. His voice was not laced with anger or jealousy, but I didn't want to risk it. Nobody. Jax sent me a look, and I knew that they would continue to interrogate me unless I provided them with the name. Conrad started to say something, but I quickly interrupted. I'm sorry, I'm feeling really tired. I don't think I can walk anymore. Can one of you carry me back to the pack house? Of course I can, Jax said, swooping me up into his arms without a second of delay. I breathed a small sigh of relief as Jax and Conrad began a conversation. Crisis avoided, I thought to myself as I let my eyes drop, taking comfort in Jax's arms. Chapter 21. I had read the same page twice before I decided to give up. It was a beautiful sunny day, and yet I was forced to stay inside. The two alphas wanted me to rest and recover, which consisted of lying on the couch all day, reading whatever was available. To me, it felt like I was on house arrest. It had been 3 weeks since I'd woken up in the PAC hospital. To everyone's surprise, I had recovered quite quickly. My bones were no longer protruding, and my wounds were no longer visible, which I thought wouldn't happen until we fully made it. Sighing, I got up from the couch. What was more frustrating than being on house arrest was the constant presence of guards. Whenever the two alphas had to leave, there were at least 10 guards by my side monitoring my every movement. From my place in the lounge, I could already see 5 of them stationed around the house. Walking into the kitchen to make myself a smoothie, it brought a smile to my face, knowing that the alphas would be furious if they learned I was off the couch. I finished making the smoothie when one of the guards approached me. "Are you okay, Luna? You really shouldn't be off the couch." I stifled my sigh as I looked him in the eye. "Yes, I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." He stared at me for a second longer before he returned to his post. The two alphas were currently at their office. They had spent most of their time last week with me, and now they were behind with paperwork and issues concerning the PAC. Despite the guards stationed around the house, the alphas still rang every hour to check that I was okay. During these past few weeks, I was quite surprised at how their whole demeanor had changed. Instead of being dominant and authoritative, they had become loving and considerate, listening to my opinion and both acting like perfect gentlemen. However, they were still quite possessive and slightly controlling, but I wasn't terrified of them anymore. My heart didn't skip a beat when they walked into the room. But my biggest fear was that this side of them would disappear once their wolves returned. Despite the constant attention from the alphas, I still sometimes felt so alone without Emmeline. I missed chatting with her and transforming into my wolf form. I gazed out the window, thinking back to last week. Cassandra had persuaded her 2 brothers to let me meet the PAC members. I was beyond excited despite the conditions the 2 alphas had set. Number 1, as soon as I became tired, we'd need to leave. And number 2, I'd need to stay with either them or Cassandra throughout the visit. Despite knowing that they were the largest and strongest PAC in America, I was still quite shocked at the number of people the PAC contained. Cassandra immediately dragged me off to meet the other females in the PAC, and it surprised me how quickly they welcomed me into their little circle. However, my biggest shock was observing the 2 alphas. From my spot with the girls, I watched as the alphas interacted with their members of the PAC. Jax was having a deep discussion with one of the PAC elders, whilst Conrad was running around and giggling with the little ones. Whilst watching them, I finally understood why they were the strongest PAC in America. It wasn't because of the twins' dominating and terrifying presence, but instead because they both respected and listened to their PAC members regardless of their age and role. During the visit, I also managed to meet the alpha's ex-girlfriend. Cassandra had been forced to leave after being asked to assist the little ones. Instead of obeying the rules and returning to the company of the 2 alphas, I decided to walk back to the PAC house alone. That's when she and her friends pounced. 1 week earlier. "So you think you're good enough to be the next Luna?" The tall blonde had emerged from behind one of the houses, 2 of her sidekicks flanked by her sides. I didn't respond. Instead, I kept walking, hoping that she would leave me alone, but she annoyingly stepped in front of me, blocking my path. Despite being the future Luna of this PAC, she still towered over me, and she had her wolf. Emmeline was still absent. "You look a bit small and scrawny. I don't know what the alphas see in you," she laughed before continuing her onslaught. "You know the alphas had actually promised me the Luna position before you arrived." A surge of jealousy rose inside of me, but I reminded myself that there was probably nothing but lust in their relationship. However, instead of ignoring her comment, I began my attack. "Really? They promised someone like you the Luna position? Tell me, was that before or after they slept with you?" Her mouth popped open, and I used the moment to continue. So really, you are just a means to an end. I smiled sweetly, but my victory didn't last long. The blonde stepped menacingly toward me. I'm going to end you, she sneered. The blood began to drain from my face as I watched her slowly transform into her wolf. Stupid, stupid, I thought to myself as I began to step back. Why did I insult her when I can't even defend myself? I should have just bit my tongue and remained silent. The wolf took its time prowling toward me, its teeth visible. I looked to her friends for help, but they just remained behind, a smirk on their faces as they waited for my imminent demise. I began to slowly step back, not wanting to alert the wolf to my movements. I craned my neck, looking behind me, but the whole area was devoid of anyone who could help me. I scanned the trees for something to climb, but the branches were also too high for me. Turning my attention back to the wolf, I vowed to myself that I wouldn't let myself go down like this. I was a survivor. Knowing it was futile, but hoping that someone would come to my rescue or find my remains, I began to run. Help! I screamed. The wind rushed past me, carrying my plea for help. Hopefully, the alphas would come to my rescue soon before it was too late. I kept running, refusing to look back. I could hear her approaching. Veering right, I hoped to lose her, but she only continued her pursuit. I was only a few meters from the pack village, but the wolf wasn't giving up. Alphas, please hell. The breath was knocked out of me as I was pushed to the ground face first. I quickly turned over, ready to jump up, but the wolf pounced on me, knocking me back. She snarled at me, revealing her razor-sharp teeth. My heartbeat rapidly increased as panic set in. Where were the alphas? A plan began to form in my head, and I prayed that it worked. The wolf began to lower her head, angling it toward my neck. She was going in for the kill. Instead of struggling, I remained completely still, acting as if I had given up. As her teeth grazed my neck, I used the moment to throw my head forward, knocking hers. Pain erupted in my skull, but I ignored it. The wolf pulled away for a moment, wincing in pain. Using my only opportunity, I scrambled to get up, getting ready to run, when I felt the wolf's teeth sink into my ankle. I screamed in pain as I collapsed to the ground. She released her teeth as she began to circle me. Blood started spilling from my ankle, coating the grass red. This time, I knew that I was going to die. With my ankle injured, I wouldn't be able to escape. The wolf moved until it stood directly in front of me. I didn't have the energy to block her attack. Closing my eyes, I awaited the pain when a howl cut through the air. Flicking my eyes open, I expected to come face to face with the she-wolf, but instead, she was backing away, her eyes shadowed with fear and terror. Turning around, I saw two terrifyingly large black wolves sprinting this way. Fear consumed me for a moment before I realized that it was the two alphas. Glancing back, I noticed that the she-wolf had disappeared. Conrad met me first, his green eyes usually alight with joy, now shrouded with fury. Jax paused to check that I was okay before he raced to catch my attacker. Conrad's wet nose nuzzled at my cheek, and I let a small smile slip. "I'm okay, Conrad." He whined as his nose traveled down to my neck. He stopped nuzzling when he caught sight of the blood spilling from my ankle. Moving toward it, he released a vicious growl when he saw the extent of the damage. "I'll be okay, Conrad." He ignored me, growling instead. "The pack doctor will fix it." He looked up, meeting my gaze for a moment before returning to my injured ankle. I turned my head to look for Jax when I felt Conrad's tongue touch my wound. Directing my attention back to him, I watched as the blood began to disappear as he continued to lick it, the pain fading away until I could barely feel it. I moved my foot toward me and was shocked to see it completely healed. "Thank you, Conrad." He let out a wolfy grin. I started to stand up when he growled at me. "Conrad, I'm all healed. I can walk." He ignored me, instead sprinting into the woods. He came back a second later, dressed in just shorts. "I know you're healed," Conrad said, lifting me up into his arms. "I just wanted to carry you home." I smiled as I leaned my head against his chest, secretly enjoying the fact that he was carrying me home. Despite the terrifying events of that day, it ended quite nicely. The three girls had all disappeared, but Conrad and Jax promised me that they would be caught in no time. We ended the day by watching a movie on the couch, with me squished between the two alphas. It left me thinking what would have happened if their wolves hadn't taken control, if we had met under different circumstances. The thought of escaping now also seemed unappealing, but there was one thing that I was sure about. I wasn't spending the rest of my life stuck on house arrest. Making a rash decision, I headed toward the door, but before I even made it 5 steps, there was another guard blocking my way. "Luna, we can't allow you to leave the house." I paused for a moment as I stared up at the guard. If I wanted to get out, I would have to play this strategically. I was planning on surprising the alphas, I responded. "Please don't tell them I'm coming. I've been planning this all morning." The guard looked at me, and I was sure he could tell I was lying, but because of my position and relationship with the alphas, he didn't have the power to question me. "Kristoff," he barked. 2 seconds later, a young guard appeared next to him. "Please escort the Luna to the alpha's office." "I don't need an escort," I tried to explain. "I'm sorry, Luna. You can either stay inside the house, or you can have Kristoff escort you to the alpha's office." I sighed, realizing there was no way I was going to be able to walk alone. "Okay, let's go," I said defeatedly as I headed toward the door. The morning sun washed over me as I walked out the door. Taking a moment, I relished in the fact that I was outside again. The alphas had kept me inside during this week because of the incident with the she-wolf. They hadn't said anything about the relationship they had with the she-wolf, which I discovered from Cassandra was called Cleo, but I assumed she was just an ex-girlfriend. I hadn't broached the subject, scared that they would bring up my friendship with Kylon. Letting the guard lead, I took a moment to let my thoughts drift to Kylon. Over these past few months, I had really missed my best friend, but there was little chance that I would see him again. I didn't think the alphas would let me visit my old pack. I was actually a bit nervous seeing the alphas now. I knew that they loved me, but this would be the test to see how much they actually cared for me and respected my opinion. I was going to ask the alphas to reduce the number of guards that were stationed around the house. I wasn't the weak she-wolf that I was 3 weeks ago. I was stronger now. I could take care of myself. I didn't require people tending to my every need. But the thing I was most scared about was asking the alphas for my freedom. I wanted the freedom to take walks alone in the woods, to walk to the pack village without a guard following behind me. Alphas were extremely possessive and protective by nature. I didn't think the alphas would accept my proposition, but I could always hope. "We're here," Kristoff said, stopping at an ordinary-looking building. "Would you like me to wait for you?" "No, thank you," I replied. Kristoff left, and I was left standing in front of the building. I can do this, I thought to myself as I opened the front door and walked inside. Chapter 22. Flickson's POV. As I stepped through the door, I noticed how the alphas had kept the building very businesslike. The walls were stark white with nothing adorning them. The building consisted of a long, narrow hallway with rooms veering off to the side. I walked along, following the scent of the alphas, until I arrived at an open door. Peering inside, I found the 2 alphas sitting at a wooden desk. I was shocked at the mountains of paperwork that surrounded them. Most people forgot the amount of office work required when someone took on the alpha position. They hadn't looked up yet, and I continued watching them. For the top pack in America, they were both very unobservant. Using this moment, I studied the 2 alphas. When I first came here, I had ignored their strikingly handsome features. I was determined not to become attracted, to leave as soon as possible. But the alphas had changed over the past few months, and I had been forced to change as well. I now wanted to run my hands through Conrad's hazelnut hair, which had grown since I first saw him. Jax, however, was another story. Despite his scary and almost frightening demeanor, I knew that he loved me, and I knew that over time, I would feel completely safe in his presence. My eyes were still on Jax when he looked up, catching my gaze. "Flickson, what are you doing here?" he asked, clearly surprised. At Jax's announcement, Conrad glanced up from his paperwork, a smile appearing on his face when he saw me. "I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't realize that you have so much paperwork," I exclaimed, looking at the stacks of paper. "Flickson, we always have time for you," Jax assured. "You must be exhausted. Please take a seat. That's what I came here to discuss. I ignored his request to sit down. Standing gave me temporary power, and if I sat, the alphas would automatically assume I was tired. I'm not the tired and weak she-wolf that I was a few weeks ago. I've recovered. I'm much stronger now. We know, Flickson, Jax assured as he got out of his chair and instead sat on the edge of the desk. Conrad quickly joined him. Damn, I thought. I wanted them to stay seated. Having them so close to me put my nerves on edge, especially when there was a good chance that the alphas were going to disagree with what I had to say. Look, I was hoping to discuss the number of guards that I have looking after me. I really don't need so many. Flickson, they're for your safety. After the incident last week, we vowed that if we weren't there, then someone would always be there to protect you. I understand that, but I can look after myself. Jax laughed at me as he hopped off the desk. He stepped forward so that he now towered over me. Instead of turning away or stepping back, I looked up, glaring at him. Jax seemed unfazed as he continued talking. Flickson, we know that you're a strong she-wolf, but we're the strongest pack in America. We have too many enemies who would love to harm you, just to see the pack fall. I'm sorry, but to us, you're a weakness. My mouth fell open, and for once in my life, I was utterly speechless. Jax is right, Flickson. You're a weakness. That's why we need all those guards to protect you. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Seriously, they thought I was a weakness? I hid my clenched fists behind my back, not wanting to alert the alphas to my anger. If I were strong enough, I would seriously knock some sense into them. Instead, I took a step forward, leaving only a small distance between the alphas and me. I am not your weakness. I shouted at them. I am your equal. I am an asset to this pack. They both looked shocked that I yelled at them, but they had repeatedly told me that I was their equal. How did this situation differ? Yes, you're our equal, Jax said. But can you protect yourself? With lightning-quick speed, Jax grabbed my wrists whilst pushing me against the wall. I tried moving my hands, but he had them pinned at my sides, his body pressed up against mine, keeping me in place. You were saying, Flickson, he smirked. Now I really wanted to punch him. After a few seconds, he still didn't release me, and I quickly began to realize just how close he was. I glanced up and noticed that his eyes were filled with desire. I lifted my head, another inch and our lips would meet. If Emmeline were here, she would urge me to kiss him. The idea began to play on the edge of my mind, but before I could act on it, Conrad interrupted us. Jax, Conrad growled. Step away. Jax immediately stepped away and the moment was broken. I'm sorry, Flickson. I shouldn't have been that close, he apologized. I looked up at him and noticed his eyes were full of regret. I didn't know how to respond, so I just nodded my head. The thing is, I liked the feeling of his body so close to mine. I wanted to kiss him. Hell, if given another second, I might have done so. Flickson, I'm sorry, but that just proves that you can't protect yourself, Conrad stated. I'm not a weakness, though, I argued back. But you don't have your wolf. And whose fault is that? The room fell silent, and I immediately regretted my words. The alphas wouldn't meet my eyes, and I suddenly felt awful. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Flickson, Conrad whispered, his eyes hooded with sadness, which only made me feel worse. We love you so much. If something were to happen to you, it would destroy us. I understand, but my freedom means so much to me. The alphas turned to each other, and I knew they were communicating in their heads. I had no clue as to what they were thinking, and I knew that this could go either way. Okay, Flickson, Jax sighed, and I immediately let out a squeal of delight. Just please let us know before you go anywhere, Conrad added, and I nodded, grinning at him. In this moment, I wanted to hug them, but at the last second, I decided not to. We'll also remove all the guards except one. There needs to be one guarding the house. I nodded. Thank you very much, alphas, I said, but then an idea flitted into my head. I was halfway toward the door when I turned around and said, thank you, Jax and Conrad. They both stood there in shock. It had been the first time I had said their names since that awful car trip. I didn't miss the shiver either that ran down their spines. I'll see you at dinner, I beamed as I stepped out the door, leaving the alphas standing there in shock. When I returned home, all the guards had disappeared except for one, leaving me with a sense of accomplishment. I had done it. I had stood up against the alphas and won. I walked into the kitchen, finding Marilyn at the stove cooking. "That smells delicious," I commented as I slid onto one of the stools. "Thanks, Luna." "Marilyn, please call me Flickson," I reminded her. "Yes, sorry, Flickson." She paused at the stove and handed me a cool glass of water. "You look happier than usual. What have you been up to?" I laughed at her suspicious tone. "Can't I just be happy?" She narrowed her eyes, looking at me, and I eventually cracked under her gaze. Okay, settle down, I'll tell you. I went to see Jax and Conrad today." "So it's Jax and Conrad now," she interrupted, smiling at me mischievously. I ignored her comment. "I want to discuss my freedom and the ridiculous number of guards that they had stationed around the house." "And?" Marilyn drawled. She had stopped stirring and was now listening attentively. "And they agreed. As you see, the guards have all gone," I noted, looking around. "But they've also allowed me to take walks by myself in the forest." "My gosh, darling, that's amazing," an unknown voice commented. I whirled in my chair, coming face to face with an older-looking woman. She was smiling at me, and I had a feeling that I should know who this person was. The way she held herself, I immediately knew that she was in a position of power, but I didn't realize who it was until Marilyn asked the woman a question. "How are you, Luna?" Marilyn said, bowing. My eyes widened as I realized that I was talking to the previous Luna of the pack. I hopped off my chair, lowering my head to show my respect, when she stopped me. "For heaven's sake, child, don't do that. I know my sons and their father like all that bowing business, but I really think it's unnecessary." She leaned in, whispering something in my ear. "But don't ever let my sons hear that. It's not something worth fighting about." I stood there shocked. I had not expected her to say that. "I'll have a glass of water, Marilyn, thanks," the Luna said, sliding into the seat next to me. "You know that you've got them wrapped around your little finger." I laughed before turning to look at her. "I hardly have any control. It's just, they've changed." "They changed for you," she replied, looking down at me. I didn't meet her intense gaze, instead focusing my attention on Marilyn. Regardless of her position, I knew her words weren't right. Jax and Conrad didn't change for me. They were forced to change their authoritative and controlling ways when they realized it was hurting their mate. They had gotten better, but never in a million years would I say that they changed for me. "You disagree with me, don't you?" she accused. "Of course not, Luna," I lied, but both she and I knew it. "Please, child, don't call me Luna. My name is Kara." "Okay. So, Kara," I asked, changing the subject, "how long have you been running this pack?" We soon fell into easy conversation, and I discovered that she had been ruling this pack for 40 years. She came here when she was 20 and, like me, had a controlling and possessive mate. He now treats her with utmost respect, but she never did tell me why he changed his behavior. Kara was just about to leave when Jax and Conrad walked through the door. They smiled when they saw me, and heat rose to my cheeks. I looked away, scolding myself. I wasn't a 14-year-old teenager. Just one smile shouldn't have such an effect on me. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Jax inquired. I turned back to the conversation. "Just meeting your mate. You're very lucky to have her." "We know," Conrad said, winking at me, and I smiled back at him. "You should take her out on a date somewhere in the city," Kara suggested. My ears perked up at this. Outside pack territory? The thought never seemed possible. I just assumed I would be stuck within the confines of the pack for the rest of my life. "That's a good idea," Jax said, agreeing. "How about tomorrow night? What do you think, Flickson?" I looked at him, shocked that he would ask for my opinion. "That would be lovely." "It's a date then," Conrad said, grinning happily. "And then maybe after your date, we could have a big family dinner." A shiver ran down my spine at what Kara suggested. It was sometimes hard enough having dinner with Jax and Conrad, but having dinner with their parents would be a living nightmare. "This Sunday would be great," Conrad added while a sliver of unease ran through me. I kept my face composed, not letting my true emotions show. I wasn't going to act scared. I was the next alpha female. I could do this. Jax walked his mother to the door while Conrad stood beside me. How about we put a movie on for tonight? You can choose, Conrad asked me. That'd be great, I said as we walked into the lounge. Chapter 23. Try this on, Cassandra suggested as she handed me a skimpy black dress. I frowned as I held this piece of material in my hands. I had been in Cassandra's room for hours trying on clothes for tonight's date. Butterflies were fluttering around in my stomach as I thought of spending time alone with Jax and Conrad. I shouldn't have been scared. I had spent loads of time with them alone in the house. God, I slept next to them each night, but this was different. Tonight they were taking me out for dinner. It was supposed to be romantic, but I wasn't sure. I was still so confused about both of them. I handed Cassandra back the dress. For tonight, I wanted something with a bit more coverage. I flicked through her closet, passing beautiful ball gowns and evening dresses that were too fancy for this event. What about this one? Cassandra asked, showing me a beautiful white dress. It was strapless, but still revealed nothing, falling just above my knees. I think we've found it, Cassandra said, smiling. I tried it on and it fit perfectly. Yep, this is it. Now you just need the shoes, Cassandra added as she handed me a pair of 6-inch stilettos. I can't wear these, I exclaimed, looking at the height of the heels. I'll fall over before I even reach the door. You'll be fine. I gave her a pointed look, which she ignored. I slipped into the shoes, and I only managed to stumble a few times. Cassandra did my makeup and hair, and by the time she was finished, I didn't even recognize the girl standing in front of me. She looked like someone who had everything under control, who knew exactly what she was doing. Glancing at the clock, I realized I was late. I was supposed to meet Jax and Conrad at 6 o'clock, and now it was 10 past. Thanks for your help, Cassandra. You're the absolute best. I know, she grinned. The boys were waiting at the bottom of the staircase, their eyes going wide when they gazed up, noticing me. I smiled, a blush spreading across my cheeks as I began my descent. For a moment, it felt like I had been swept into a fairy tale, and at the bottom of the stairs, a prince would be waiting for me. But in reality, when I reached the bottom, it was Jax and Conrad instead, and for once in my life, I wasn't sure who I wanted more. You look beautiful, Conrad whispered as he grabbed my hand, placing a kiss on it. This is all your sister's work, I stated, trying to bring the attention away from me. But you're the one wearing the clothes, not her, Jax said, looking at me intently. I glanced at him before looking away quickly. I couldn't handle his intensity. Jax and Conrad both looked extremely handsome wearing black tuxes. Butterflies continued to swirl in my stomach, but despite that, I was also a little excited. We were leaving the pack, and for the first time, I would have some idea where it was located. I knew that the aim of the dinner was to grow closer to the alphas, get to know them better, but my personal aim was to know exactly where this pack was located. I wasn't planning on leaving, but if something ever happened, I needed to know. Shall we go? Conrad asked, extending his hand, breaking me from my thoughts. I plastered a warm smile on my face as I took his hand. Where are you taking me? It's a surprise, Jax said. I frowned at his answer. Damn, it wasn't going to be as easy as I initially thought. I guessed a surprise was a romantic idea. However, it still told me that they didn't want to disclose the location. Jax opened the car door, and I slid into the back. Conrad sat in the driver's seat, and Jax joined him in the passenger seat. I was grateful for this. I assumed one of them would be in the back with me. The car ride was quiet, but not awkward. I sat by the edge, glued to the window, watching my surroundings. I was hoping to see a landmark of some sort or even a street name. But my hope was short-lived. Conrad seemed to be purposely taking the forest paths instead of the main road. My heart broke a little as I realized that they didn't trust me completely. It hurt more than it should have. Eventually, he pulled onto the main road, but there were no streetlights, so I couldn't see any signs. A few minutes later, we pulled into a street lined with shops. I hope you like Italian, Jax said as we parked in front of a small, quaint Italian restaurant. I love Italian. Conrad opened my door and I hopped out. Despite being outside, I could already smell the authentic Italian food coming through the door. Hopefully, this would be a great night. The alphas held my hand, and together we walked into the restaurant. It was bustling with people, some of them pack members, others just humans. Jax and Conrad strolled past the "Please wait to be seated" sign, heading straight to the booth at the back like they owned the place. I took a booth to myself while the boys sat directly in front of me. I realized that I wasn't sure which was worse, making eye contact with them every time I looked up or having them squished next to me. The waiter soon arrived, handing us our menu. "Would you like some drinks?" he asked us, but he was looking at me directly. "No," Jax said, giving the waiter a death-like stare. "What about you, beautiful?" he said, winking at me. He was obviously human. No pack member would dare flirt with me unless they had a death wish. "She's fine," Conrad growled. "I wasn't asking you." I glanced at my mates. The intense glint in their eyes told me that they were ready to shift. "I'm okay, thanks." The waiter seemed disappointed, but he quickly left. "I'm going to kill him," Jax threatened. "No, you're not," I said. "He's just an ordinary boy." With a death wish, Conrad muttered, but I could still hear it. I reached over, grabbing their hands. "I'm here with you. You're my soulmates, not him. Please let's not let some human ruin our evening." "Flickson's right. We should enjoy this evening," Conrad said. I breathed a small sigh of relief, thankful that he was agreeing with me. Jax still had a murderous look on his face, but once we got our food, I was sure he would be fine. I took a look at the menu and realized that it was all in Italian. Wow, this restaurant was really authentic. "Here, let me translate," Conrad said. I peered across the table as Conrad explained what food was available. A different waiter soon appeared at our table, and from his scent, I could tell it was a pack member. Jax must have mind-linked someone to serve us. We each ordered what we wanted, and the table soon fell silent again. "I was thinking that we could do this regularly," Conrad suggested, breaking the silence. "That would be nice. At my old pack, I didn't really get out much. Once or twice a year, my dad would let us go to the city and buy new clothes, but other than that, we stayed in the pack. The city's a bit far from us." "It'd probably be easier to order online," Jack said. "Oh, okay." I stored the bit of information away, but I knew it was pointless. It did little to reveal where the pack was located. I sighed internally, but the idea came to my mind. The alphas had said that I could trust them, and I guess this was the perfect opportunity to test it. This is such a beautiful place. Why haven't I heard of it before? It's because this location is so isolated. It's mostly werewolves that dine here, but as you witnessed just earlier, humans also sneak in. Damn, that led me nowhere. I knew this would be my only opportunity to ask questions, so without taking another second to think, I asked another one. "Was that the wild highway we were on?" I remember seeing. "Flickson. We know what you're up to," Conrad interrupted me. My body stilled, my eyes going wide as I placed my hands under the table to hide the slight trembling. The alphas couldn't find out that I was scared, but I didn't understand how they knew what I was up to. I had to admit that my last question was a bit indiscreet, but there was still no way that they could know. "Flickson," Jax said, his voice soft and soothing, and I instantly relaxed. "What would you like to know?" I didn't speak for a moment, worried that this was just a twisted game they were playing with me, but when I glanced at them, they both looked sincere. "Here goes nothing. Where's the pack located?" Conrad laughed. "You don't mess around, do you?" I didn't answer his statement. "We're located in Greenwood," Jax told me. "Greenwood," I mumbled to myself. That was at least a 2-day trip from my pack. "You're not going to leave us, though, Flickson?" Conrad asked. He looked panic-stricken, like a puppy that's just lost its favorite bone. "No, I'm not," I promised. The table fell silent again, and I felt that I'd ruined the evening. The food hadn't arrived yet, and I decided to get to know Jax and Conrad better. "Let's play 20 questions," I announced. 20 questions? Jax said, unsure. I disregarded his statement. "Favorite color?" "Blue," Conrad admitted immediately. I looked at Jax pointedly. It wasn't a hard question. "Black." Now that wasn't hard, was it? I said it like I was talking to a baby who's just been fed vegetables. "Favorite movie?" Conrad asked. Jax answered immediately with The Conjuring, but it took me a little while. I loved anything romantic. My favorites were the Nicholas Sparks movies. I'd probably say The Lucky One. Jax groaned as he placed his head in his hands. Please, not that one. Any movie but that one. I giggled at his reaction, but I couldn't understand what the big deal was. Whenever Cassandra got nightmares as a kid, it was our responsibility to look after her. We'd take her down to the lounge, and she would always make us watch that one. It was absolute torture. I swear to God I've seen it at least 100 times, Conrad explained, and I again laughed at the thought of my two ferocious mates watching The Lucky One with their younger sister. The food arrived, and we fell into light conversation over dinner. I discovered that they both had an absolute fear of clowns and that they hated strawberry ice cream. They learned that I loved to read and promised that they'd take me to the Pack Library this week. We were about to leave when Jax asked one last question. Did you have any boyfriends before us? I didn't meet Jax's gaze, my thoughts a swirling mess. I first thought of Kylon. He was my childhood best friend. Our friendship could have developed into more had the alphas not snatched me away, but we were never meant to be mates. But the big question was, did I consider him to be my boyfriend? I let myself think for another second before I looked up at Jax and Conrad. Both their expressions were unreadable, but I had the feeling that would change once I gave my answer. No, I didn't have a boyfriend. Both the alphas' expressions changed into ones of relief and happiness, but I made sure mine remained neutral. Despite having fun talking to Jax and Conrad and discovering new things about them, I found it unfair and inconsiderate that they asked me that question. If I had admitted to having a boyfriend, they would have been furious with me, despite the fact that they had ex-girlfriends, ones who wanted to hurt me. How is it fair that they could go out each night with a different girl, whereas I had to remain untouched? These thoughts distracted me the whole ride home, but as we reached the house, I realized that there was no point concerning myself with this information. It was all in the past and would hopefully remain that way. Conrad offered me the shower first, and I gratefully took it. I knew deep down that they would probably want to shower with me, but we weren't ready for that. Despite my previous worries, I surprisingly had fun tonight. It was nice to be able to talk with Jax and Conrad as an equal. My thoughts began to drift to the waiter who was flirting with me in the beginning. I wondered what had happened to him. I turned the water off and just stood in the steam. This week, sometime I was going to be meeting with Jax and Conrad's parents. The thought still sent a shiver down my spine, but hopefully it would be as easy as it was tonight. I got dressed in my pajamas and opened the door to see a topless Conrad. Hey, he said, grinning. Was the shower nice? I was spellbound for a moment, distracted by his bare, toned chest. Emmeline would be laughing at me right now if she were still in my head. Yeah, it was, I responded, looking up into his eyes. We were close enough to kiss, but despite my urge to do it, I knew deep down that it was too soon. Instead, I went up on my toes and placed a kiss on his cheek. He was momentarily stunned, as I'd just cast a spell on him. I smiled, glad that I had the same effect on him as he had on me. I walked around to the bed and gave a small kiss to Jax, who was sitting on the edge. Good night, I said before snuggling underneath the covers. They both said good night, and, before long, I was fast asleep. Chapter 24. Flickson, a voice called. Go away, I grumbled. Opening my eyes slightly, I realized that it was too dark to get up, and I turned over, snuggling into the covers. Flickson, the voice called again, this time more persistent. It's too early. Flickson. I'm seriously going to kill my mates, I mumbled to myself as I sat up in bed. It was still completely dark, but with my werewolf eyesight, I could just make out my two mates completely asleep in bed. I frowned, confused as to who called me. My eyes swept the room, but there was no one there. You can be so stupid sometimes, you know that, right? The voice spoke again, and I scanned the room, but there was still nobody. I was about to wake Jax and Conrad when realization dawned on me. Emmeline. I whispered. Hey, Flickson. Emmeline. I squealed, a massive smile spreading across my face. We'll wake the alphas, she said. I immediately quieted, but I couldn't stop feeling so happy. She was back. My best friend was back. God, I've missed you so much. What's not to miss? I rolled my eyes. So what's been happening? She asked. Nothing much, I muttered. Emmeline took a moment, flicking through my memories. You've done absolutely nothing, she admonished. I'm sleeping next to them. Yeah, but you haven't been with them. I rolled my eyes as she huffed her breath in annoyance, but in this moment, I really didn't care that she was annoyed with me. She was back. Do you want to go for a run? I didn't even answer her question. Instead, I slowly removed Jax's arm from my waist, placing it next to him, and then started to move out of bed. A thought crossed my mind that I should probably inform the alphas that I was leaving, but I was too excited to go, and if I did, they'd probably want to come with me. I really just wanted to spend this time alone with Emmeline. Instead of waking them, I tiptoed out the door, but once I was outside, I sprinted down the stairs, heading straight for the front door. Opening it, the cold air hit me, leaving a trail of goosebumps decorating my skin. A thought crossed my mind that I should probably wait for the sun to come up, but I instantly ignored it. I stripped off my clothing until I was just in my underwear, and then I shifted. I had forgotten how good it felt to shift. The cold disappeared, replaced with the warmth provided by my fur coat. My senses were heightened, allowing me to see for miles instead of just meters in front of me. Ready to run? Emmeline asked. You bet. I started off with a slow jog, which quickly changed to a sprint. I kept running, never wanting to stop, but eventually, my body became exhausted, and I forced myself to look for one of the lakes in the parkland. After finding a lake, I took a sip of water before lying down by the edge. I watched as the sun began to emerge past the horizon, and it slowly dawned on me that I'd spent at least 4 hours outside. As much as I wanted to lie here and spend my whole day basking in the sun, I knew I needed to get back. Jax and Conrad would be worried if they woke up and I was gone. I really didn't want to start the day with them both yelling at me. I began to make my way back, but before I reached a few meters, a growl halted me in my tracks. Another growl joined the first one, and I stayed frozen in fear. Emmeline, what do I do? I asked. Well, apparently our mates are a little unhappy. I got that, Sherlock, I muttered sarcastically. I looked back, seeing the endless forest behind me. Do you think I can make a run for it? That worked out so well for us last time, didn't it? A shiver rolled down my spine as I thought back to the last time I tried to escape. I'm not trying to escape, though. Just tell them that then. Before I could make a decision, my mates emerged from the trees. They looked absolutely furious. I stayed rooted in my place as they advanced toward me. At this moment, I wished I had run. I felt the need to bow down to them, but the words, "I'm equal," swirled in my head, and I decided to stand my ground. I hadn't escaped. I just went for a run. Look, I'm sorry. I should have told you that I was going for a run. Yes, you should have, Jax growled, and I felt the urge to take a step back. But you know what, Flickson? Conrad asked, anger seeping through his words. What? I trembled. I couldn't remember the last time Conrad sounded so angry. We don't really care, he said happily, his whole demeanor changing in a single sentence. I stayed still, completely confused by a sudden change in attitude. You've got your wolf back, Jax declared. Do you know how happy that makes us? Very happy, Conrad responded. I breathed a sigh of relief as my mates began walking toward me. This was a very different outcome than what I automatically thought. We love you, Flickson, Conrad stated as he nuzzled behind my ear. We will never hurt you, Jax said, nuzzling behind my other ear before he stepped back. Come on, come run with us. A grin spread across my features as I eagerly agreed. Instead of taking control, I let Emmeline take the reins. We spent the day playing chase and just bathing in the sun. Emmeline talked to their wolves, Rylan and Zachary, while I listened silently in the background. I was pleasantly surprised that they'd also calmed down a bit. They weren't the dominant and territorial wolves I first met in the car on the way here. If only we could spend all our days like this, I thought. But tonight, I was meeting their parents. I was still so incredibly nervous, but now that I had Emmeline back, everything should be okay. With the day off to such a great start, what could possibly go wrong? The sun began to dip into the horizon, and I still couldn't believe that we'd spent the whole day out here. Reluctantly, we made our way back to the house, and I took back control from Emmeline, who wanted to shift in front of our mates. Instead, I walked into the bathroom before shifting into my human form. I took a long, hot shower, wishing that I could stay under the water forever, but eventually, I forced myself to get out. Cassandra and I had already discussed my outfit. It was a simple pale green evening dress. I slipped it on before I applied my makeup and curled my hair. Jax and Conrad were both waiting at the bottom of the stairs when I exited the room. "Are you ready?" Jax asked as I reached the bottom. He wore jeans and a casual top. "I hope so. Flickson, don't worry. They're just our parents. That's why I'm so worried." We headed out the door. The crisp air caressed my skin, causing me to slip my cream cardigan on. It was only a short walk. The previous Alpha and Luna didn't reside in the pack house, but in a small cottage in the middle of the pack. Unlike the pack house, it wasn't ostentatious, quite ordinary considering who resided within its walls. The door swung open as we neared the house. Kara had a huge smile on her face as she saw us, and I momentarily relaxed. Maybe the dinner wouldn't be so bad. She greeted her sons before giving me a huge hug. "You look lovely, Flickson." "Thank you." Walking inside, I knew it was very much a family house. Photographs of my mates and Cassandra lined the walls as I walked through to the dining room. Sitting at the head of the table was the previous Alpha. He stood up, and it was like looking at an older, more mature Jax and Conrad. The resemblance was astounding. "You must be Flickson," he said, his voice gruff. I bowed my head before answering, remembering what Kara had said when I saw her last time. "Yes. It's an honor to meet you, Alpha." "No need to call me Alpha, Flickson. Tommy will do just fine." "Okay." We took our seats at the table. Kara and Tommy both sat at the head, while I sat directly opposite the twins. I listened as my mates discussed the welfare of the pack with their parents. The conversation soon turned to the enemy and rogue packs. I was quite surprised at the extensive number of enemies they had. However, what was more surprising was their list of allies. For the most feared pack in America, they had more allies than I had ever suspected. My old pack didn't come up in the conversation, and I was grateful for that. My thoughts began to drift to my family. I wondered how they were coping without me. Had anyone found their mate yet? It saddened me that I would never get to see them again, but this was my new life, and the faster I accepted it, the happier I would be. The conversation quieted as dinner was served. I knew that after this, the questions would be directed toward me, but I should be fine. I had Emmeline with me after all. "So when can we expect grandkids?" Tommy asked. I choked on the water that I was drinking. "Flickson, are you okay?" Kara questioned, concern washing over her face. I nodded my head. "Tommy, you can't just ask those sorts of questions. That's for them to figure out, but it shouldn't be more than 2 months at least." 2 months, I thought. My eyes went wide in fear, and I looked to my mates, but they ignored me. I could feel the blood draining from my face. They hadn't even marked me yet. I hadn't even thought about having kids. I quickly remembered what the Alphas had said to me when I first met them. "We will decide when you'll have our pups." But they had changed since then. They wouldn't force me to have children, would they? "No, it won't be long now," Conrad admitted. "You're right, Mother. It shouldn't be longer than 2 months." I blanched at his words. He couldn't possibly mean them. "And how many kids are you going to have?" Tommy asked Jax and Conrad, ignoring me like I was completely invisible. "At least 6, Jax said with certainty. I couldn't even look at Jax. Didn't he know childbirth was painful and dangerous, especially for a Luna? Did he really want to risk my life? "Emmeline, what do you think?" I asked, desperate for her to support me. "I don't know, Flicky. I don't want to anger their wolves." I grew mad at her words. This was my life, my body. I should decide what happens to it. "No," I muttered. "Flickson, don't," Emmeline said, warning me, but I ignored her words. "No, what, Flickson?" Jax asked, confused. I took a deep breath. After this, there was no going back. "I'm not having 6 kids, Jax," I said, his eyes going wide at my words. And I'm not falling pregnant within the next 2 months. I directed these words toward Kara. This is my body, and I'll choose what to do with it. I was breathing heavily, but I didn't stop. You said I was equal, but you keep making decisions for me. Don't you have any sort of respect for me? Flickson, please, Conrad tried to console me, but I interrupted him. Sliding out of my chair, I began to walk out the door. Flickson, you are not to leave this house. I scoffed at his words. What are you going to do? Send me down to the pack cells again, or maybe this time you should discipline me instead. Everybody's face paled at this, and I realized that I'd struck a nerve. Good. I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight. Don't come and see me. I walked out, slamming the door behind me. The air was freezing outside, but it helped me to think. They had no right to say that to me. No matter if they were the largest pack in America, it didn't give them the right to treat me like filth. I could feel Emmeline arguing with their wolves. For once, I was glad she was on my side. I made it back to the pack house alone, which I was glad for. I thought they might confront me on the way home, but they didn't. Walking into one of the guest rooms, I couldn't even be bothered to take the dress off before I slipped into bed. I didn't know what to expect tomorrow. Maybe an apology? I laughed at the thought. I fell asleep again, questioning why the moon goddess paired me with these mates. Chapter 25. I awoke slightly disoriented. Sitting up, it took me a moment to realize where I was. I groaned as realization began to sink in. Last night, the dinner, the fight. But regardless of what happened, I wouldn't ever regret standing up for myself. I decided to check in with Emmeline. She would be the only person to know how the alphas were doing. How are things with the alphas? I asked. There were numerous answers to this question, and at this moment, I really had no idea what the response was going to be. They miss you. They miss me, I said, surprised. I didn't expect that. I thought they would be furious with me, outraged even. They're truly sorry, Flickson. They know that they should have discussed the issue with you first. I scoffed at her words. Sorry's not going to fix anything. Last night, they deliberately ignored me. They say I'm their equal, but at dinner, they didn't even ask for my thoughts on the subject. God, I just wanted to punch something. Things were going so well that for the past few days, I had been thinking of letting them mark me, but now that was completely out the window. In the space of just a few hours, Conrad and Jax had destroyed any progress we had made. Don't take this out on me. I'm not your mates. I know, it's just frustrating. Have they said anything about the issue of children? It was silent in my head for a moment, and my suspicions were confirmed. They still wanted lots of children. It's not like that. Emmeline tried to defend them, but I couldn't listen to her. I knew that I would have to confront the twins about this issue, but I just didn't want to see them today. If they wanted to apologize for last night, I wasn't going to make it easy for them. They would need to seek me out. But my biggest worry was that as soon as they apologized, I'd forgive them immediately and probably end up somehow promising something I would regret. That could not happen. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 8 o'clock. There was a chance that the alphas wouldn't be up yet, and I'd be able to sneak out of the house unnoticed. Slipping out of my dress, I had a quick 5-minute shower before changing into some casual clothes. My aim today was to avoid Jax and Conrad for as long as possible, so before wasting another second, I quietly slipped out of my room and walked down the staircase. This was the make or break point. If they were sleeping, then I could sneak out of the house fine, but if they were awake, then that was going to be a problem. Treading down, I glanced at their door, just waiting for them to walk out, but when I reached the bottom, it was still shut. Thank goodness, I muttered to myself. Flickson, what are you doing? I jumped out of my skin at the sound of Cassandra's voice. I was so focused on the alphas that I hadn't thought to pay attention to what could be in front of me. Cassandra, I said cautiously, turning around to face her. I wondered if she'd heard about last night, if she agreed with what I had said. At the moment, she was smiling, which was a good sign. I heard about last night, she started. And what do you think? That my brothers are idiots, she laughed. It's your life, Flickson, your body. You should have some say in what happens to it. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was nice to have someone on my side. If you were wondering where my brothers were, they're in the office. They left early this morning. I didn't know how to feel about that. I was thankful that they hadn't confronted me this morning, but did they really feel no regret for what happened last night? Going straight to their pack work meant that they had pushed what happened at dinner to the back of their minds. I know Emmeline said that they were apologetic, but how sorry did they really feel if they were so focused on their work? Look, Flickson, I need to tell you that my mom is also quite upset with herself about what happened last night. She truly feels guilty for causing the fight between the three of you and never meant to place any pressure on you for grandkids. I understand, I said, distracted, my thoughts still focused on the alphas and their early leave for work this morning. She would like to see you today sometime to apologize. She can come this afternoon. That's great. Also, Flickson, I'm sorry, Cassandra, I'm just a little busy at the moment. Can we talk later? I didn't wait for her response, instead pushing past her and heading straight for the front door. Deep down, I hated that I was rude, but I just had to get out of this house. I needed space to think. It was a beautiful sunny day, which clearly did not reflect my mood. Would it always be like this? I thought. Would we always end up fighting over problems, or could we ever sit down and discuss our issues like a normal couple? It's like we were on a never-ending roundabout with problem after problem. It was starting to exhaust me. I wanted kids, truly I did, but 6 just seemed too many. I really didn't want to spend half my life pregnant. I had wandered quite deep into the forest so that I was now close to what I assumed to be the border of the pack. The sun had shifted also, so it was now directly above me. Emmeline had informed their wolves where I was, so I could spend all day out here if I felt like it, but I knew eventually I would need to head home to discuss what happened last night. Kara was also coming around this afternoon, which I dreaded even worse than facing Jax and Conrad. I really didn't want to listen to her apologize all afternoon. A twig snapped in the distance, breaking me out of my thoughts. I first thought that it was a rogue. I was quite a fair distance away from the pack that one could have slipped in, but security in this pack was impeccable, so it was still highly unlikely. Emmeline was also on alert, ready to inform Rylan and Zachary if I ran into any trouble. The snapping of twigs turned into heavy footsteps, and I took a step back, preparing myself for whoever was going to approach me. I thought about transforming into my wolf, but the stranger was still in human form, so I discarded the idea. Let's just tell them now, Emmeline asked impatiently. Wait, I said. I really didn't want to call Jax and Conrad if it was just some guard on border patrol. But the man that emerged from the trees was the last person I'd ever thought I'd see. Kylon, I gasped, shocked. I ran toward him, immediately enveloping him in a massive hug. With my arms wrapped around him, my mind began to swirl with thoughts. Kylon, my best friend, was here, Kylon from my old pack. I was hugging another male that wasn't my mate, and most importantly, the alphas didn't know. I released him from the hug and just took a moment to stare at him. He had grown ruggedly handsome in the space of just a few months. His hair had grown longer, so it now framed his perfect face. His eyes were still that brilliant sapphire blue, which I had deeply missed. Surprisingly, he had also changed physically since I last saw him. He'd grown taller, so that he now loomed over me. His finely defined muscles had changed so that they were now barely concealed under his shirt. "What are you doing here?" I asked, scared for his life. Someone was going to find him and lock him in one of the cells. "Are you happy to see me?" he said, frowning, the lines between his eyebrows creasing. "I'm happier than you'd ever imagine." Emmeline scoffed in my head. She saw this as a direct betrayal against my mates, wanting to inform them right away, but I'd already blocked all communication. "But you can't stay here," I continued. "It's not safe for you. They've got guards patrolling. Any second one of them is going to spot you." "Not if they're already knocked out," he chuckled. He stepped forward, cupping my face with his hands as I looked up at him. The feeling didn't create sparks like Jax and Conrad did when they touched me, but it wasn't unwelcome either. I had so much history with Kylon. We'd been best friends for so long that I questioned why the moon goddess didn't pair me with him. I was so distracted with my thoughts that I didn't notice Kylon pressing his lips to mine until it was too late. Emmeline was screaming in my head, but I blocked her out. A twig snapped in the background, and I wanted to check if anyone was watching, but I didn't want to ruin the moment, so instead, I blocked everything out, just concentrating on the feeling of his lips against mine. It was so perfect, except for the feeling in my stomach that something was wrong, that it wasn't right. I pulled away before things could get more heated. I was breathing heavily as I stared at Kylon. "Why?" I whispered. "We've known each other for so long." "Why no? I love you, Flickson. I've always loved you, but you weren't my mate, so I've always hidden my feelings. But when I saw you go with those two alphas, I knew that the moon goddess had made a mistake. I knew in my heart that I needed to be with you." My heart soared at his confession as I stared at him wide-eyed. Emmeline was gagging in my head, but I ignored her. It's funny how just a few months ago, she tolerated Kylon, and now she hates him. I desperately wanted to be with him. He would make me so happy. I could already imagine my whole future with him, but deep down, I knew that it was wrong. Despite all their mistakes, I still loved Jax and Conrad, and I knew that it would break me to be away from them. I was destined to be with them. "I love you too, Kylon, but I can't be with you." He looked taken aback by my words, obviously assuming that I would just run away with him. "Flickson," he said, gently grabbing my hand. "I know what they did to you. I know you were locked in the pack cells for 6 weeks. I know that you lost Emmeline, you nearly died." I looked down as he spoke. I couldn't look at him. How did he know these things? "Flickson," he said, nudging my chin so that I stared up at him. "We can leave now. No one would ever find us. But what about when you find your mate?" "I'll reject her," he said with so much certainty that it filled me with sadness. Mates were something to be cherished. Kylon deserved to be with his soulmate, not me. "Kylon, I love you so much, but I also love them regardless of how they've treated me. It's just Stockholm Syndrome, Flicky. As soon as you leave this pack, you'll see that too." Doubt washed over me at his words. Was it really just Stockholm Syndrome, or did I truly love Jax and Conrad? But realization sank in as to what would happen if we did leave. They'd never leave us alone. They would hunt us down until the day they died. And once they found us, they'd harm you without a second thought, and I'd be left with your blood on my hands. But Kylon tried to think of an answer, another solution, but I knew there was none. It was time for Kylon to leave before he got caught. "It was nice seeing you, Kylon," I whispered as I went on my tiptoes, planting a small kiss on his cheek. "One day you're going to find the girl of your dreams, and you'll forget all about me." A single lone tear slipped out as I said this, but it was true. Once he found his mate, he'd forget all about me. "But you're the girl of my dreams," he said, capturing my lips one last time, and within the kiss, I could feel his sadness and longing to stay with me. He pulled away this time, ending the kiss. "I hope to see you again," I said. "You will see me again," he said before shifting into his wolf and running back to my old pack, my true home. Guilt hit me hard as Kylon left, but I pushed it down, promising to deal with it later. I couldn't believe that Kylon had stolen my first kiss. Since I got here, I always just assumed it'd be Jax or Conrad. Emmeline was furious at me for betraying our mates, but I didn't care. I'd happily do it all over again. The kiss was perfect. Now my new mission was to sneak home without anyone noticing me. I smelled of another male wolf, which wouldn't look good if anyone found out. They would immediately inform the alphas. I made it back to the house unnoticed, and I was so thankful for this small mercy. I headed to the alpha's room since it had a bigger shower, making it easier for me to wash off Kylon's scent. The blinds were still down, leaving the room in darkness. I was about to open the door to the bathroom when a voice cut out. "Don't bother having a shower." "We know what happened today," Jax said, his voice deathly, as he stepped out from the corner of the room, Conrad flanked by his side. Oh shit, I thought. Chapter 26. My body stilled with fear as I looked up, facing them. My first instinct was to run and disappear, but I knew that I would still be in the same situation a few hours later. Instead, I stayed rooted in my spot. I expected them to be furious with me. I'd surely be sent back to the pack cells where I'd spend the rest of my life. The thing is, I didn't regret kissing Kylon. It probably made me the worst maid in history, but at this moment, I really didn't care. Glancing up, I finally made eye contact with them. What I saw surprised me. Jax's shoulders were slumped forward as he stood in front of me. His face was stoic, but I could see the devastation behind his features. His poignant state struck at my heart, my whole mindset slowly changing as I began to feel slightly horrible. Shifting my attention to Conrad, his face was completely devoid of anger. Instead, he looked worse than Jax, his eyes wet from fresh tears. He reminded me of a lost puppy who'd just been abandoned by its owner. I felt the strong urge to comfort him, but then I realized that I was the sole reason why he was upset. Why? Jax asked nonchalantly, but I could still hear the sadness etched in his voice. It took me a moment to answer the question. The pain and sadness in this room were so thick that it took me a moment to find my words. I never expected this response from the alphas. I never thought they'd be so hurt from my betrayal. I don't know, I muttered lowly. That's not an answer, Jax snapped, stepping closer to me. I was angry, I hissed. So you decided to kiss him, Jax said sardonically. No, he kissed me, I said, defending myself, but knowing that it would do little to help my case. Well, you didn't exactly reject his affections, did you? I gasped. How could he know this? We were there, Flickson, Conrad added, his voice so soft that it was only audible because of my werewolf hearing. We were going to apologize, Flickson. We knew our actions last night were thoughtless and inconsiderate. We brought food and a blanket, hoping to surprise you with a picnic. My heart melted at his words. I felt absolutely awful now. You should, Emmeline stated. But when we arrived, we saw you with Kylon and his voice broke, and I felt the urge to cry at how much pain I'd caused both of them. It felt like a silver arrow slowly piercing my heart. I'm sorry, I apologized, my voice thick with unshed tears. Sorry isn't good enough, Jax barked. What you did, Flickson, was inexcusable. You cheated on us with another male, and now there will be consequences. My eyes widened at his words, my worst thoughts coming to life. They had captured Kylon. The prisoner will face execution at sunrise tomorrow, and you will stand by our side as it happens. No, I cried. I'll do anything. Please just don't do this. Jax walked past me, ignoring my plea. Conrad didn't even glance my way, and I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. In the space of a few hours, I had destroyed everything. My best friend was now in grave danger, and my relationship with my mates was non-existent. My thoughts were whirling with ideas as I thought of a way to get Kylon out of this. I should never have kissed him. I was so incredibly stupid. He deserves it, Emmeline said, but I ignored her. I couldn't understand why she had such malicious thoughts toward him when we'd known him our whole life. An idea flitted into my head, and hope filled me. This might just work. Spare Kylon, and you can mark me right here, right now. Jax and Conrad halted in their steps. The room became so quiet that I could almost hear a pin drop. I knew they were communicating in their heads, and I wished to be privy to the information. Jax turned around, his face still emotionless. No. We'll mark you when you truly want to be marked, when you actually love us, Flickson. Not because you're trying to save your boyfriend, he seethed. Conrad turned to face me, making eye contact with me for the first time today. His features were hard, unattached. I truly hated seeing him like this. Visit him before tomorrow, and he'll be disciplined before the execution. No, I whispered, my knees buckling beneath me as I fell to the floor. Please just let me see him before. There was no answer as they walked out, closing the door behind them, leaving me in the darkness of the room. What had I done? How could my whole world crumble so quickly? Tears streamed down my face as I began to cry over everything that had happened. I was never going to see Kylon again, never see him smile or laugh at my jokes. He was never going to find his mate or have kids of his own. Who knew that one kiss could destroy someone's whole life? Tears were still dripping from my face as I picked myself up from the carpet floor. Shuffling toward the window, I pulled the curtain up. The sun streamed in, momentarily blinding me. I wiped the tears off with the edge of my shirt as I stared outside. Pack members were milling about, completely oblivious to what their Luna had done and what would occur tomorrow morning. I hoped it would be a quiet affair, but knowing the alphas, the whole pack would probably be there. The thought filled me with sudden dread, and I felt the urge to be sick. Clutching my stomach, I ran to the bathroom, making it just in time to empty the contents from the night before. Leaning my head against the cold tile wall, I realized that I couldn't let Kylon go without seeing him one last time. Yes, you can, Emmeline said, rolling her eyes. He's my best friend, I argued. Correction, he was your best friend. How can you say that? I didn't wait for her answer, instead blocking her out. I didn't need her in my thoughts with what I was planning to do next. I pushed myself up from the floor, this time with a newfound purpose. Not only was I going to see Kylon, but I was going to help him escape tonight. I had spent so long in the pack cells that I had a better chance than anyone at getting him out. Walking toward the window, I looked out again, but this time concentrating more specifically on the guards. Shit, I muttered at seeing how many were stationed. They had doubled since yesterday. One of the guards patrolling looked up, catching my gaze. I froze, waiting for him to look away, but instead, he sent me a hostile look before continuing walking. I stayed frozen as I took a moment to process what happened. The alphas had told the pack what I'd done. How was I ever going to be able to show my face in public again? Better yet, how the hell was I now supposed to rescue Kylon? The whole pack would want to watch him face his fate tomorrow. A loud knock on the door shattered me from my thoughts. The banging became more persistent as I moved closer. "I'm coming," I yelled. At the sound of my voice, the door slammed open without warning, revealing Cassandra. "Cassandra, what's wrong?" I asked, bemused. "What's wrong?" Cassandra laughed, but I could hear her hidden anger. "Now I know that my brothers are idiots, but they would never cheat on you." I didn't say anything as the blood began to drain from my face. "I know they wouldn't," I said quietly, trying to calm her, but it did little to diffuse her aggression toward me. "You cheated on them." "How could you cheat on them?" "I didn't cheat on them." "So kissing another male doesn't classify as cheating," she ceded. She was right, of course, she was right, but I wasn't going to tell her that. I had never planned on kissing Kylon. God, I never thought I'd see him again. "Guess I'm right," Cassandra said sardonically after I didn't say anything. She sat on the edge of my bed, the anger still evident, but it deflated a bit after her rant. "I thought you were my friend, Flickson," she said sadly, looking up at me. "Of course, we're friends, Cassandra." I sat down on the bed next to her. "Then why did you purposely hurt my brothers?" "Flickson, they're completely heartbroken by what you did." Again, I let the guilt seep through me, spreading until it reached my heart, crushing it completely. I knew earlier that I didn't regret what I did, but now I truly do. If I could start this day differently, I would have never gone into that forest. I would have slept in, spent the whole morning being angry at the alphas, and then they would have surprised me with that beautiful picnic, and everything might have been resolved. "I never meant to cheat on Jax and Conrad," I explained to Cassandra. Within the next 5 minutes, I informed her of my history with Kylon, everything from him being my best friend to wanting him to be my mate. She stayed quiet after I'd spoken. "So," I said, trying to draw out her thoughts, "you're not going to be able to save him, you know. My brothers have doubled the security around the prison. For the next 24 hours, they'll be alerted to anyone who steps into the prison, talks with the guards, or is within a quarter-mile radius." The truth of her words sank in, but I wasn't going to give up. My mother also decided to cancel her afternoon catch-up. "She's very disappointed with you, Flickson." "Oh, God," I said as dread filled me. How was I going to face Kara again? "Look," Cassandra said, clutching my hand. "I understand why you kissed him. You have a long history with Kylon, but you have Jax and Conrad, and they're your soulmates. They may be upset at the moment, but they do love you, Flickson, and they will forgive you." "I hope so," I murmured as tears began to form at the brink of my eyelids. "I gotta go," she said, hopping off the bed. "But I'll come to see you again after the execution." The word execution turned my blood cold. Hopefully, if I could do anything about it, there would be no execution tomorrow. I nodded my head in response as she slipped out the door. Lying back on the bed, I knew in my gut that it would only make the alphas angrier or more devastated if I went to save Kylon, but I didn't care. If I just stayed inside tonight and did nothing, it would forever stay on my conscience. I couldn't imagine that the alphas would see me tonight, so once the world turned dark, I would slip out and hopefully save Kylon. My watch beeped 12 o'clock as I stepped out from the bathroom, dressed in black camouflaged clothes. The alphas hadn't entered the room, and I didn't think they were planning to. They were too busy planning the execu. Shaking my head, I removed the word from my head. I couldn't let myself think about what would happen if I didn't save Kylon tonight. Saving him was my only option. The rain pounded violently against the window, causing it to vibrate slightly. This weather was the perfect condition to hide my scent from the pack members and, more importantly, the pack guards. Despite lying in bed for the past few hours, I still hadn't thought of a plan. I was just hoping that an opportunity would present itself and I'd be able to rescue Kylon. The lights were dim as I slipped out of my bedroom and into the hallway. Thankfully, none of the guards were stationed in the house. They were all located outside. I took the stairs 2 at a time as I walked steadily toward the door. I can do this, I muttered to myself. I had snuck out of my bedroom so often at my old pack that this should be second nature. The rain streamed in as I opened the door, obscuring my vision slightly. Wiping the water out of my eyes, I let out a horrified gasp when I saw who was in front of me. Conrad and Jax were both standing outside the door, shirtless and dripping wet. They both wore the same livid look on their faces. Going somewhere, Flickson? Jax growled. Chapter 27. Where are you going? Jax demanded, staring down at me. Nowhere, I replied nonchalantly, but I refused to meet his gaze. Nowhere. Jax laughed. You seriously think we're going to fall for that? No, I muttered to myself, but they both heard it. The rain outside grew louder until it was impossible to hear anything but the rain beating against the ground. I cursed myself for not leaving a moment earlier. The rain would have provided an excellent cover to sneak through the forest. The twins stepped inside, closing the door behind them, shutting my only opportunity to save Kylon. Water dripped off them, spilling onto the floor as they stood in front of me, waiting for an explanation. But I didn't have one, so I stayed quiet, but the silence of the room quickly bore down on me, and before I knew it, I'd opened my mouth to speak. He is my best friend, I said softly, shattering the deathly silence of the room. I know you're going to kill him tomorrow. I don't doubt that, actually, but I just wanted to say goodbye one last time. Why should we let you say goodbye? Give us one damn reason why we should let you see that mutt you kissed. Jax said mutt with such vehement disgust. It was then that I realized that they would take pleasure in ending Kylon tomorrow. Knowing this was my only chance, I stepped forward, locking my eyes with theirs. Because I'm your mate, and I am in love with you, not Kylon. Conrad's cold facade cracked a little, showing his joy at my words, but Jax's face stayed as stoic as always. They glanced at each other quickly before looking back at me. Okay, he gave in. But only 10 minutes. Thank you, I whispered. I felt the urge to jump into their arms and thank them again and again, but the reality of the situation came crashing down on me. I was going to say goodbye to my best friend, and this time, there was no chance of saving him. My clothes were absolutely soaked as we traveled through the pack. I was still in human form, clutching the fur on Jax's back as he sprinted toward the cells. Tears streamed down my face with what I was about to do, but with all this rain, they resembled water droplets. Since we'd left home, I'd been counting the number of guards patrolling the area. Cassandra was right. I was never going to make it to the cells unseen. We passed another 2 wolves hidden behind trees, which caused a question to form in my mind. Had the alphas enlisted all these guards to keep Kylon in or to keep me out? Jax stopped in his tracks, and it was then that I realized that we'd made it to the place of my nightmares. I slid off Jax while he and Conrad headed inside to grab some clothes. The icy rain continued to lash down, but I could hardly feel it. The twins reappeared, both grim-faced, as they led me back into the cells. I paused at the entrance, hesitating slightly. I never imagined I would go back here voluntarily. Flickson, are you coming? Conrad questioned. Yes, I said, irritated as I stepped in. The boys didn't need to know that I'd rather have them mark me than ever step foot in this place again, but I was doing this for Kylon, my best friend, who was going to die tomorrow. The first thing that hit me was the smell of decay. My breathing escalated as my nerves hit me full force. I couldn't go back. They couldn't lock me up again. I couldn't go through this pain again. My vision began to swim as I tried to clutch the wall for support. Flickson, Conrad called, hurriedly walking to me. He grabbed my spare hand, wrapping his fingers around it. Flickson, he repeated, his voice softer. You'll never be placed in here again. I know, it's just. This place is bringing back all these memories, isn't it? I nodded. I promise nothing is going to happen to you, Flickson. Okay, I whispered, my breathing slowly returning to normal. There was silence for a brief moment, and I felt the urge to apologize again or maybe thank him for letting me see Kylon, but he interrupted me before I could say anything. Here, I'll take you to see the mutt, he said, his voice hardening at the end. I wanted to defend Kylon, but I didn't want Conrad to let go of my hand. I couldn't be walking alone in the pack cell. You have 5 minutes with him, and then we're leaving, Conrad said, dropping me off at one of the cells. He let go of my hand, leaving me by myself in the corridor. Kylon, I whispered uncertainly as I approached the bars. Flickson, is that you? A voice called out, sounding distinctly like Kylon's. Oh, Kylon, I said as I gripped the bars, peering inside. He was chained to the wall just like I was. The thought brought back unwanted memories, which I quickly tried to repress. I couldn't break down here. I had to be strong. I looked him over. The alphas had left him unscathed as promised, but he didn't look scared. He didn't have that defeated look in his eye that most men had when they were about to be executed tomorrow. Flickson, what are you doing here? He questioned. The alphas brought me here. He scoffed at my answer. Sure, they did. He laughed before suddenly becoming serious. Wait, what did you promise them? Nothing, I said, keeping my voice steady, but my thoughts went back to what I had initially promised them. I wondered if that promise still stood. Seriously, Flickson, don't lie to me. What did you have to give in order to see me? Nothing. I know when you're lying. I gave them nothing. I shouted, venting my frustrations at him and this whole situation. Please let's not talk about it, I admitted, lowering my voice. I don't want to fight, not when this is the last time I'll see you again. Seriously, Kylon, why did you have to kiss me? This all could have been avoided if we had just talked, or I don't know, maybe. Do you regret it? He whispered, interrupting me. His question surprised me, and I had to think for a moment. My immediate answer was no, but that look on the twins' faces will haunt me forever. I have mates. I should have never kissed another man. But it was Kylon, and he's my best friend, and I was angry at them, but it should never have happened. I don't regret that I kissed you, but I regret everything that's happened because of it. I will never regret kissing you. Normally, his words would make me feel dizzy with happiness, but this time I still felt empty. It was only my mate's words that could now have any true effect on me. How are you feeling? I asked, changing the subject. Flickson, this isn't the last time I'm going to see you. I don't believe in an afterlife, Kylon, you know that. No, silly, I'm not going to die tomorrow. But the execution has already been planned, and my mates are pretty adamant about having it. He moved closer to the bar, dropping his voice so that it was just above a whisper. I have allies, friends here, Flicky. I'll sneak out right under their noses. I'll be gone before the sun rises tomorrow. This information surprised me. All day I'd been preparing for his death, and now he was going to live. I should be overjoyed, but these new plans unsettled me. I didn't want Kylon to die, but I felt like I had a duty to tell my mates. Omitting this information felt like I was betraying them and the pack for a second time. You won't tell anyone, will you, Flicky? No, of course not, I said immediately, but I felt like I'd rushed my response. I thought all of the pack members were loyal. Which ones are your friends? I asked, searching for an answer. As a Luna, it was my duty to protect this pack. Oh, you wouldn't know them, Kylon answered, his response purposely vague. Flickson, your time is up. Jax shouted, his voice echoing along the corridor. Goodbye, Kylon. I'll miss you. Don't worry, Flickson, you'll see me again. I'll get you out of here, away from those mates, I promise. I glanced back at Kylon, looking at him one last time, but as I walked back down the hallway, I realized that his words had never sounded so wrong. The whole trip home was silent. Surprisingly, the rain had stopped, but I didn't feel like saying anything. Nothing was said as we walked inside the house or as I dutifully followed the alphas up to our room. I didn't know what to say to break the tension, so I left it. The information that Kylon has allies within the pack played heavily on my mind, and I felt the urge to tell my mates, but I knew that it would come at the expense of Kylon's life. I used the shower first, washing off the rank smell of the cells. Before I came here, my life was so much easier. All I worried about was sneaking out at night. Now it seemed like I never got a break from all these problems. Jax and Conrad used the shower after me as I slipped into bed, the sheets feeling cold against my warm skin. At this moment, I really didn't know what was going to happen tomorrow. I could wake up and watch my friend be executed, or I could be woken up to the news that my friend had just escaped the most powerful pack in America. I wondered if the alphas would suspect that I might be somehow involved. The bed depressed as the twins slipped in. Jax draped his arm over me, leaving me feeling safe and protected. I didn't know what tomorrow might bring, but for tonight, I was simply happy to be next to my mates. Chapter 28. A knock at the door startled me from my sleep. Jax's hand tightened on me as I slowly opened my eyes. The room was still pitch black, but from this angle, I could see the sun creeping on the horizon through the window. Someone knocked again. "I'm going to murder whoever is disturbing us," Jax muttered as he peeled the covers away, leaving the warmth of the bed. Partially awake, I sat up, rubbing my eyes. Kylon was going to meet his fate today unless he already escaped. As much as I loved him, I didn't believe he stood a chance at escaping from this pack. There were too many guards patrolling the area. I didn't want to say goodbye to my friend, but there was nothing I had left to offer the alphas in exchange for sparing his life. Conrad sat up next to me, black rings hanging under his eyes as he focused his attention on the door. I must advise him to get some more sleep. He looked awful. Jax twisted the knob, opening the door. Instead of waiting to come in, the guy just stormed in. With a wave of his hand, he silenced whatever Jax was about to say. I stared at him in shock, not believing that he just blatantly disrespected his alpha. I noticed that he was slightly taller than Jax, bigger as well. His black hair was cut so short that it looked almost sharp to the touch. However, what stood out were the black tattoos that ran along his arm. A permanent scowl lined his scarred face as he stood in the middle of the room. "Hunter, what the hell is the meaning of this?" Jax yelled at him. Conrad was already out of bed, standing next to his brother. "The bloody prisoner has escaped, and she had something to do with it," he admitted, pointing accusingly at me. I glanced at the twins, waiting for them to defend me, but all I was met with was silence. I didn't have anything to do with it. I hardly know how to escape the pack myself. I defended myself, but the twins didn't look convinced. "You're lying," he spat out. "Prove it," I seethed. This man was starting to get on my nerves. Who the hell was he to start bossing around the alphas? He turned to the alphas, and by the devilish curl in his lip, I knew that I was in trouble. "Use your alpha command and ask her yourself." My eyes went wide in alarm as I stared back at the alphas. I placed my hands back under the covers to hide them, trembling guiltily. They wouldn't ask me. They couldn't. "Flickson?" Jax asked. I shuddered, feeling the alpha command behind his words. How could he do this to me? "Yes, Alpha," I was forced to respond, hating every word that I said. "Did you know that Kylon was going to escape?" I clamped my teeth together, trying to keep myself from speaking, but with the Alpha command masking his question, the words just slipped out of my mouth. "Yes, I did," I whispered. "Flickson," Conrad said, struck again by my betrayal. He didn't say much, just that he had allies in the pack and he was going to escape before the sun was up. I tried to explain, but it seemed that I was just creating more problems for myself. "And you didn't think to tell the alphas this, you stupid girl?" Hunter asked condescendingly. "You were going to kill Kylon," I said, turning to Jax and Conrad as a tear slowly leaked from my eyes. "I wanted to tell you, I did, but this was his only chance to escape." For God's sake, girl, you're going to be our future Luna, and you're more worried if your friend is going to live or die. How about worrying about the safety of the pack? Because of your betrayal, the whole pack is now in jeopardy. I stayed silent, not wanting to respond to his statement. That filthy rat deserves to go back to the cells where she belongs. No, she doesn't, Conrad interjected. She might have betrayed us a second time, but we promised Flickson that we'd never send her back there. Thank you, Conrad. Don't thank me, Flickson. Just because we're not sending you back there doesn't mean that you're forgiven or that we'll ever forget this. Guilt and pain stabbed at my heart from his harsh comment. This was the second time this week I had betrayed them. It seemed like I could do nothing right, but looking back at things, there was nothing I could have done. That information would have cost Kylon his life. What do we do, Hunter? Jax asked. The whole pack is going on lockdown until we uncover the mole. She, he said, pointing at me, is going to spend the whole day locked in her room until I can fully interrogate her. We wouldn't want her spreading any more pack information to the enemy. Interrogate me? I questioned. You've already bloody questioned me. Silence. Conrad yelled at me, making me feel like an insolent child. Flickson, you will stay locked in this room until we come and get you this afternoon. All meals will be served to you. Do not leave this room, Jax said. All I could do was nod. With nothing left to say, the twins left the room without a backward glance. Hunter sneered at me one last time before walking out. They shut the door behind them, leaving me in darkness. I paced across the room for probably the 100th time today. The sun was up and shining, and I was still stuck in this room with no word from the outside. My only interaction was with the timid maid who came and served me breakfast and lunch. I didn't eat much. They both tasted incredibly stale to me. I went over the conversation that Kylon and I had yesterday in the pack cells. There was nothing that I could now tell the alphas that would help them find the mole in our pack. I did feel dreadful. I knew that I had betrayed the pack and that I had no right to be the future Luna, but Kylon meant so much to me. I peered out the window. At the moment, the pack was in a state of frenzy. I watched as the pack guards ran around, interrogating every pack member. I wondered for a very brief moment if the alphas would reject me. I had made such a mess of things. However, the thought of rejection didn't fill me with happiness as it would have months ago. Instead, I felt a sense of sadness and despair. The door creaked open, and I whizzed around, expecting to see the alphas, but instead, Hunter strolled in like he owned the place. How are you feeling, Mutt? He sneered as he closed the door behind him. My heart rate escalated as I realized that my chances of escaping from him were dwindling by the second. I'm fine, thank you, I said casually, but my fear leaked into my words. You shouldn't be here alone with me. The alphas wouldn't like it. He laughed. Are you afraid of being left alone with the big bad wolf? He taunted. Guess what? They asked me to be here, more specifically to interrogate you. His words set every nerve in my body on edge. How could the alphas leave me alone with this monster? My back pressed against the window. I sneaked a glance at the latch hook that I would need to pull to escape. I realized that with Hunter's werewolf speed and senses, there would be little chance of escaping through the window. Why don't you take a seat on the bed, and we can start? He gestured to the bed where he was currently sitting. I'm actually quite happy here, I stated firmly, with my back pressed up against the window. Fine by me, he said, walking toward me like a predator ready to catch its prey. He stood in front of me, towering over my body in his best attempt to intimidate me. So when did you first discover that Kylon was escaping? Last night, I stated, keeping my words to a minimum. And why didn't you inform the alphas? I kept quiet, not wanting to answer him. Let me ask again, why didn't you inform the alphas? His spit flew in my face as he screamed the last part. Because I wanted my friend to live. If I informed the alphas, he'd already be dead. So you thought it'd be better to save one life and jeopardize the rest of the packs? This time, I permanently stayed quiet. I did feel guilty, but how was I supposed to choose between Kylon and the pack? My duty belonged to the pack, but a small part of my heart belonged to Kylon. Did Kylon tell you anything about who was helping him? I swallowed, finding my voice. No, he didn't. Well, that's surely convenient, he muttered. I didn't tell him that I asked Kylon for that information. He wouldn't believe me anyway. So now on to the important stuff. Why haven't the alphas marked you yet? Excuse me? I coughed. Why haven't the alphas marked you yet? Is it because you're still planning to escape from this pack? No, I responded, anger lacing my voice. These questions are irrelevant. The alphas gave me permission to ask you anything, he said, his lips tilting into a smirk. I don't think they had this in mind. It doesn't matter. So maybe we should move on to another question. Are you a virgin still? I stared at him, completely disgusted by what he just asked. You have no right to ask me that. According to the alphas, I have every right to ask you whatever questions I see fit to determine who the mole in the pack is. I'm leaving, I declared as I stormed past him. I would not sit here and let him ask me these sorts of questions. His fingers latched onto my arm, gripping it hard enough to leave bruises. You don't have permission to leave. I don't give a damn. I glanced down at his fingers still wrapped around my arm. The alphas may have given you permission to interrogate me, but they gave you no permission to touch me. His face turned a shade of white as he realized what he'd done. He instantly released my hand, taking a few steps back. Heading toward the door, my hand was just about to turn the handle when he said, I'd rather die than ever see you become Luna of this pack, so I promise that you will be gone from this pack before the month is up. I looked back. The scared, nervous look I'd just seen moments ago was gone, instead replaced by death-like seriousness. I didn't say anything as I left the door. His words continued to echo in my head as I headed toward the nearest exit. You will be gone from this pack before the month is up. I swallowed back the nausea that rose from my stomach. There'd be no point in telling the alphas. They had enough problems to deal with, and they probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Nobody stopped me as I stepped out from the mansion. I just needed to get out of that room, away from Hunter. The autumn wind whipped at the black dress that I'd placed on this morning. The tension was thick in the air as I walked through the pack village. Nobody said anything, but I could feel their eyes on me the whole time. Before I knew it, my feet had dragged me to the alpha's office. I didn't know what I was doing here. Jax and Conrad didn't want to see me, but I should at least try talking to them, explain my side of the story. I quietly opened the door. I didn't want the alphas to know I was here, not until I fully saw them. I crept along the hallway. I was about to reach the room when a voice cut out. Oh, I love you, Jax. We love you too, Conrad breathed. My heartbeat escalated as I silently continued to walk to their room. Listening closely, I heard the distinct sound of people kissing. What the hell was happening? Had they really replaced me? Taking my final step, I discreetly looked into the room. There in the middle of the room were Jax and Conrad kissing the blonde girl who tried to hurt me. Chapter 29. The twins were still preoccupied with my attacker as I slowly took steps back, careful not to disturb them. Betrayal hit me hard as I finally made my way out the door. It felt like I'd been forced to swallow wolfsbane, the poison seeping through my bloodstream, destroying anything alive in my body until I was left for dead. I knew I betrayed them. I kissed Kylon, and I'd be living with that mistake for the rest of my life. But how could they do this to me? They were so utterly upset when they found out. Didn't they think for 1 minute that I would feel the same way? Maybe it was revenge, or perhaps they were always going to cheat on me. I wasn't sure anymore. I silently walked away from the office, traveling deeper into the forest. I'd reach the pack boundaries soon if a guard didn't stop me. Goosebumps began to appear on my skin as the wind swept through the forest, picking up and distributing dust and debris in its wake. I clutched the jacket tighter around me. I wasn't going to turn back. If I had the choice, I would never return. Regardless of what they said, there were always going to be 2 sets of rules, one for me and one for them. They were never going to think of me as an equal. I wasn't going to continue living like this. If they wanted to cheat on me, they could do it after they rejected me. Rejection, no. Emmeline cried. It would be better than this. There's no point in staying here anymore. Don't. Wait, there must be an explanation, she said, trying to stay calm. Explanation, I huffed. I'd like to see what excuse they come up with. Their wolves aren't responding to me, she said, panicking. Maybe because they're distracted by someone. I shut Emmeline off, not wanting to listen to any more of her excuses. With the alphas distracted, I might actually have a chance of escaping. Conrad's POV, half an hour earlier. How could Flickson do this to us? Jax exclaimed as he continued to study the map. The first time she betrayed us, it felt like she had purposely placed a dagger in our back. She left us the night to heal, and now she's ripping out our stitches, letting us bleed to death. I wanted to agree with him. We had every right to be upset. Flickson had betrayed us for a second time, but we had placed her in a difficult position. If she had informed us about Kylon's escape plan, there was a good chance we would have just ended him right there and then. Who are our top suspects? I asked Jax, ignoring his question and hoping to change the subject altogether. He handed me a sheet of paper. The list revealed the names of our most loyal pack members. Looking at them made me sick, knowing that we'd have to go interrogate each one of them. Are you sure there isn't any other suspect that the commander hasn't thought of? No, he's absolutely certain that the betrayer is on this list. I stared back at the page. It seemed impossible that any of these people could betray us. Who's protecting the pack borders? I questioned. We've got our best warriors circling the border at this moment, protecting our people whilst trying to track down anything that could help us find the culprit. This was all a big disaster. If any of the other packs got word of this, they'd automatically assume that we'd grown weaker over the years. It would make our pack a target, and our mate Flickson, who was both our greatest asset and weakness. My thoughts wandered to Flickson. I wondered how she was doing. We had given the commander full power to ask her any questions that were relevant to the incident. I still wondered if that was the right choice. Do you think any of the neighboring rogue packs were a part of this? I asked. It is a possibility. A soft, feminine voice interrupted us. At first, I thought it was Flickson. I wanted it to be her, but my hope quickly diminished when I saw Samara leaning against the doorway. Her golden blonde locks framed her face, highlighting her blue eyes alight with mischief, and her red lips pulled into a smirk. Hey, boys, she announced as she strolled into the office, her skirt riding just above her thighs. Samara, I stated cordially. What the hell is she doing here? I mind-linked Jax. The last time she was in the pack, she attacked Flickson. My anger rose at the immediate thought, and I had to hide my clenched fists behind my back. Jax barely concealed his growl behind a cough. You're still not hanging around that weak she-wolf, are you? We both know that I'm the better-suited Luna. I could feel my wolf emerging from Samara's disrespect. It took all my energy to keep him at bay. How do you want to take this? I asked Jax. I've got an idea. Follow my lead. I leaned back against the desk, giving Jax full rein. Samara, you do know that we're only keeping Flickson around for her power. He got out of his chair until he was standing in front of her. We know that you're the better Luna, he said, cupping her face warmly. I knew it. She squealed, her face showing pure delight. I am the better Luna. I wanted to scoff at her words. I didn't know what game Jax was playing. How he had the restraint not to end her instantly was beyond me. Jax? I questioned. Play along, was his only response. We've been waiting for you to return, I said sweetly, my voice hiding my hidden anger. I'm so glad you came to see us. When can I move back? Tonight, if you want, Jax declared. But we've just realized that there's a mole in the pack. Our top priority is to protect you, but we don't have a clue who it could be. You wouldn't have any idea. The question was phrased so perfectly that I let a smile grace my lips. A mole, she exclaimed, clearly shocked. She took a moment to think of her answer. You know, I wouldn't put it past that much to betray the pack. I internally groaned. That was not the answer I wanted. Deep down, I wanted Samara to admit it was her. Don't worry, little one, she is being questioned. Good. So about moving into the pack house, I was thinking. Jax pressed his lips to hers, cutting her off. I was frozen in shock watching as he passionately kissed her. We had a mate. What the hell was he thinking? Don't just stand there, he mind-linked me. I continued to remain in my spot. Conrad, it's not what you think. Sighing, I walked over. Samara leaned into me as I wrapped my arms around her. I pressed my lips to her skin, planting small kisses across her neck. I had to stop. I couldn't betray Flickson like this. I was going against every fiber of my being. I was about to pull away when a loud crack filled the room, and Samara fell limp into my arms. I placed her gently on the floor, looking at Jax, shocked. "What did you do?" I questioned. "What does it look like?" I snapped her neck. "She hurt Flickson. She wasn't going to live past this visit." "So you're not in love with Samara?" "No, God no. I would never betray Flickson like that. It was just the easiest way to deal with her without allowing her the chance to escape again." I glanced down at Samara's lifeless body, knowing that we should probably bury her somewhere instead of leaving her for the forest animals. "We should probably check on Flickson. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone with Hunter," Jax stated, heading toward the door. Agreeing, I followed Jax as he walked out the door, but I nearly collided with him as he stopped suddenly in the doorway. His eyes went wide as he breathed in, smelling the air. "Shit," he muttered, turning to me, his whole face starting to drain of blood. Confused, I sniffed the air, smelling Flickson's lingering scent. She was here recently, and then it dawned on me. Shit, she saw us with Samara. "Zachary," I asked my wolf desperately, "has Emmeline tried contacting you?" I asked as we rushed out the door. We had to find Flickson and explain this to her. She's going to think that we betrayed her. "Emmeline's tried contacting, but you've been too focused on Samara." This wasn't good. "Did you know that Emmeline tried to contact us?" I asked Jax as we sprinted through the forest following her scent. She had somehow managed to get past the borderline without one of the guards stopping her. No, but now her wolf is ignoring us. I didn't know how she got this far. My heartbeat began to accelerate as her scent led us straight into rogue territory. Flickson's POV. The afternoon sun sat low in the sky as I continued walking. I had realized long ago that I'd successfully made it out of pack territory. The feeling of happiness and relief was enough to last me a lifetime and quiet my stomach, which had started growling not too long ago. Where I was currently situated was still a mystery to me, but I figured that I would reach a highway soon. Maybe I would be able to grab a ride back to my old pack, though I wouldn't be able to stay there for long. That would be the first place I'd look. Hopefully, I'd be able to get some money, buy a train ticket, and get out of the state. The sound of crunching leaves interrupted me from my thoughts, and I apprehensively turned around. Standing in front of me were 3 men, and just from their stench alone, I could tell that they were rogues. My nerves were instantly on edge. I cursed myself for being so stupid. I must have walked straight into rogue territory. "Hello, gorgeous. What are you doing out here all by yourself?" The center man asked, a sinister edge to his voice. "Waiting for my mates." I tried to sound confident, but my voice ended up being barely louder than a whisper. The men chuckled, taking a closer step toward me, their tattered shirts swaying in the wind. I spared a quick glance to the left. If I left now, I could probably outrun them, but I wasn't sure for how long. As much as I hated doing this, I wasn't going to get out of this alive without Jax and Conrad. I didn't want to return, but it was better than being attacked by these men. "Emmeline, try contacting Jax and Conrad. Tell them where we are." I prayed that by now they would have stopped making out with their true love. I turned my attention back to the men. The leader took another step forward, a predatory glint in his eye, while his men began to circle me. "My mates will end you if you touch me." He was now close enough that I could feel his breath on my face. "I know," he said. "Which is why we're doing this." He lunged toward me, baring his teeth. I immediately stepped back, falling straight into the grasp of the rogue standing behind me. Too fast for me to react, he whipped out a knife, placing it against my neck. It burned my skin, but at the moment, it was the least of my worries. "We know who your mates are, Flickson, and now we have the perfect bargaining tool." I swallowed nervously as I realized what had happened. I'd fallen directly into their trap, and now I'd placed my mates and the pack in danger. "Emmeline, I've already told them. They'll be here shortly," she responded. "Okay," I thought to myself. "They should be here soon. I hope." Chapter 30. "Where are they?" my attacker hissed, pressing the blade deeper into my skin. I winced, feeling the warm red liquid drip onto the forest floor, coating the leaves in a vibrant scarlet. "Are they coming?" I nervously asked Emmeline. Surely I meant enough to them that they'd come and save me. She didn't respond. What do you want from the alphas? I rasped, barely able to get my words out. The person whom I assumed to be the leader of the group surveyed the trees before turning to face me. If the alphas want you to remain unscathed, then they'll need to denounce and reject their alpha title and hand over the pack to us. I stared at the leader, waiting for the punchline of this joke, but he continued to stare back at me, fully stoic. Expect disappointment. The alphas aren't going to give up their pack and their position. For you, they will. I scoffed, but quickly regretted it when I felt more blood drip to the floor. You've got the wrong person. Maybe you should try kidnapping the girl they're kissing right now. My words did more damage than good. The leader stormed up to me, his face contorted in fury as he stopped 2 breaths away from me. Don't mess with me, girlie, he gritted, squeezing my wrist until the point of bruising. The alphas wouldn't betray you with another girl. You're wrong, I wanted to scream at him, venting out my frustrations. I thought the alphas would stay loyal to me, but they were actually self-serving. Emmeline, I asked again, are they coming? They should be, she responded, her voice wavering slightly. Their wolves said they were on their way. Her words did little to calm my nerves. Even if they did come and rescue me, all I'd be doing is falling into another problem. What's taking them so bloody low? The sound of a gunshot reverberated through the forest, shaking the trees slightly. A scream escaped my mouth as I heard the bullet find its target. The pain in my neck lessened as I saw the blade fall to the ground in front of me. Turning around, I watched as the guy collapsed to the ground. My eyes went wide as I stared at the 2 other attackers. My fight-or-flight response quickly awakened as I grabbed the blade from the ground and sprinted left, placing as much distance between my attackers as possible. Shit, I heard one of them mutter, but I didn't look back. The safest place for me to go, to my regret, was the pack house. Jax's POV. Call for backup. I mind-linked Conrad as we crouched behind some bushes, the thick tangle of leaves covering our bodies and hopefully our scent. I watched hopelessly as they pressed the blade deeper against Flickson's skin, drawing drops of blood. My body shook with anger as I clenched my fists so tightly my knuckles turned white. Conrad rested an arm on my shoulder, slightly calming me. Strike now, my wolf commanded, but I ignored him. Flickson would be in more harm than good if we attacked now, and I knew from my years of planning ambushes and nights of studying war strategy that we needed backup if we wanted any chance at saving her. I took a moment to study the rogues who would be unmercifully dealt with before the sun went down today. I had heard of this small rogue pack before. They had successfully managed to capture the Luna of the Moonlight Pack years before. Apparently, the Alpha was forced to surrender a large sum of money to these filthy rogues. The slight shift in the area alerted me to the presence of my Beta and our other pack warriors in the vicinity. Conrad nudged me slightly, and I momentarily switched my attention from Flickson to him. In his hands lay one of our many weapons loaded with silver rounds. I didn't want to make it quick and easy. Personally, I wanted to tear them apart. But at this current moment, this was the safest way to keep Flickson out of danger. I took the weapon from Conrad, gripping the cold metal tightly. I waited for the wind to shift before aiming, still partially hidden in the bushes. Closing one eye, I focused on my target. Flickson and the target were in such close vicinity. One incorrect shot, one wrong move, and there'd be no point in saving her. She'd already be gone. I tried not to let these thoughts consume me. I needed to focus. You won't hit her, Conrad whispered, but it did little to reassure me. I positioned my aim, praying to the moon goddess that Flickson wouldn't move her head. The leader glanced to his left, and I took this moment to fire the shot. The bang reverberated through the forest, followed quickly by Flickson's scream. Panic consumed me suddenly. All I could think about was that I hit Flickson. But then I noticed the target collapse to the ground. Perfect shot, Conrad mind-linked, and I couldn't help but grin. Shit, the leader muttered as he scanned the trees looking for us. I watched as Flickson used the opportunity to escape, heading left toward the pack house. A smile fell on my face. Even though she probably hated us, she knew that she'd always be protected with us. Conrad nudges me, directing my attention toward the rogues. Finish them, my wolf urged me. No, I thought to myself. As much as I would enjoy dealing with these rogues, we needed to confront Flickson before she returned to the pack house. We desperately needed to explain everything to her. Come on, I told Conrad. We need to find Flickson. I know, he responded, but glanced back longingly at the rogues. I laughed. The thirst for vengeance ran deep in our veins. Take care of them, I commanded my beta and the pack warriors. My pleasure, Alpha, was all he said before shifting into wolf form. We walked away from our hiding place following Flickson's faint scent. We started into a slow jog as we ventured out of rogue territory and back into pack lands. We slowed our steps as we smelled Flickson's scent hanging heavily in the air. What am I going to do? She shouted, a few meters away from us. Using our alpha skill, we silently moved closer, lurking behind some trees as we watched her. I can't go back, but I'm never going to have another chance of escape. She paused for a moment, rubbing her face. Why, Moon Goddess? Why did you pair me with these alphas? Because we love you, Conrad admitted, stepping out from the trees. Flickson shrieked in fright, stepping back. However, the shock slipped from her face as she registered us. I stepped out from the trees, standing united next to Conrad. What are you idiots doing here? Don't you have some girl to kiss? Pain flashed across her face as she said this, and I knew that we'd messed up big time. Flickson, let us explain. Are you serious? She huffed. Let you explain what? The fact that you chewed me up for kissing Kylon, but in not even the next second, I find you kissing some girl. Hey, I exclaimed. The same thing could be said for you. Oh my gosh, are you seriously going to keep bringing that up every time I do something wrong? I apologized. Isn't that enough for you? Or maybe I should grovel on my knees for your forgiveness. Or maybe I show. Flickson, the girl's dead, I stated, interrupting her. What? We only kissed her so we could distract her and then deal with her. So, you didn't. No, we didn't cheat on you. I watched as the wheels slowly turned in her head. We would never betray you like that, Conrad said, walking toward her before finally enveloping her in a hug. Conrad released her, and Flickson stepped out, still looking confused. I don't know what to say, she admitted. Nothing. Come on, let's go home, I said. Okay, she said, placing her hand in mine, a small smile tugging at her lips. Thank you, Moon Goddess, I said in my head as we began to head back. Today could have ended a lot differently. Chapter 31. Flickson's POV. What are we watching? Conrad asked as he joined me on the couch, snuggling up next to me. I don't know. I'm in the mood for a romantic comedy. Romantic comedy, no thanks, Jax declared, handing me the popcorn. I think I have some paperwork to finish off. No, you don't. I grabbed his hand, pulling him onto the couch next to me. What do I get if I spend the next 2 hours watching some inane show with you? My love, I stated, a smile curling at my lips. I thought you loved me already, he replied, looking at me in complete shock, but the mirth in his eyes revealed that he knew I was joking. I do, I said, grabbing a handful of popcorn. But I'd love you even more if you watched a movie with me. I would consider her proposal, Jax. She strikes a good deal, Conrad quipped, grabbing the bowl. Fine, he relented. Go choose a movie. Yes, I squealed. I placed a small kiss on his cheek before running over to the DVD drawer. Looking at all these DVDs, I thought back to the past 2 weeks. After that day in the forest, things had started to improve. They hadn't found the mole in the pack, which had frustrated the alphas, but they hadn't once brought up my interaction with Kylon. Last Sunday, we had dinner at Kara's house. Thankfully, it went a lot smoother than before. The topic of children wasn't brought up, but the conversation was still very forced. I don't think she'd forgiven me yet for cheating on her sons. With the alphas being busy with pack work, I had spent most of my days with Cassandra. Our friendship had really blossomed over the past 2 weeks. Flickson, have you found one yet? Conrad asked, jolting me out of my thoughts. I quickly flicked through the DVDs. Got it. I pulled out Notting Hill, showing it to them. Haven't seen it before. Even better, I said, placing it in the DVD player. I love that movie, I said. The end credits had just started to roll. My mates had been quiet throughout the movie, no snide remarks from Jax about the story. I actually think they had secretly enjoyed it as well. Okay, let's go to bed, Conrad said as he got off the couch. Yeah, come on, Flickson. I'm exhausted, Jax agreed, following Conrad off the couch. I stared up at my mates, my thoughts running 1,000,000 miles a second. These 2 weeks had been perfect. This night had been pure bliss. I think we were ready. I was ready. Mark me, I blurted out. Jax and Conrad froze in their spots before turning around to face me. I glanced at Jax, his eyes a swirl of blue and black. His wolf was present. Flickson, you don't have to do this if you're not ready, Conrad said, sitting back on the couch. He laced his hand through mine, sending sparks spiraling down my skin. There is no pressure, Jax said, his face so serious. Flickson, you are so precious to us. We're happy to wait a month, a year, or 5 years until you want us to mark you. I know there's no pressure, but who knows what's around the corner. I want to do it while we're all here and safe. Okay, Conrad said, looking at me intently. Their fingers grazed my neck as they pushed my hair out of the way. This is it, I thought to myself. There's no backing out now. My body was like a bubbling pot of nerves, ready to explode at any second. It will only hurt for a second, Jax murmured as I felt his teeth press against my neck. Conrad's teeth joined his, indenting my skin on the other side. Their teeth slid in together, and I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the pain. I didn't have to wait long. Fiery pain spread through my blood, burning my body slowly. Please, I rasped, trying to get my words out. The pain was unbearable, reminding me of the time when I first shifted, all my bones breaking and reforming until I finally turned into my wolf. I can't do this anymore, I thought as I gladly accepted the gift of darkness. Conrad's POV. I retracted my teeth from Flickson's neck, licking the blood clean. I watched as Jax did the same. Flickson, I called softly, but there was no response. Flickson, I called again, my voice tinged with panic. I got off the couch and knelt in front of her. Flickson's eyes were closed, her skin ghostly white. Shit, we had marked her too soon. Jax, we need to get the doctor, I told him, my heart racing. She's fine, Conrad, Jax reassured. I checked with the doctor a few weeks ago. He told me that there was a high chance that she would faint. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Jax had been smart enough to check with the doctor. Regardless, though, I thought I would spend most of the night monitoring her. Why do you think she let us mark her? I asked Jax. I don't know. These last 2 weeks have been enjoyable. There's been no fights or disagreements. We've acted like the perfect mates. Jax slid Flickson off the couch, lifting her into his arms as he began to carry her up the stairs toward the bedroom. I took a seat on the couch, letting my body sink into the cushions. Jax was right, these past 2 weeks had been perfect. I wish the rest of our lives could be this easy. I chuckled at the thought. With Flickson's fiery attitude and our dominating personality, I knew for certainty that there would definitely be many bumps along the road. Jax and I still hadn't found the mole in the pack, a fact that disturbed and irritated us. How were we supposed to protect Flickson and our future children if we couldn't find one man? We had sent word to our other neighboring packs, but none of them had sighted or scented him. We knew that he was most likely hiding in Flickson's old pack, but we couldn't question them or send our pack warriors to investigate. Flickson would have our heads. It wouldn't be long until she completed the bond fully, and we started a family. I was looking forward to having an heir, but before any of that happened, we needed to find our betrayer. Flickson's POV. The sun streamed in through the window, sending its harsh, unwanted glare toward me. Squinting, I faced the other way, my body and joints acting like jelly as I turned over. I tested my arms as I stretched them out in front of me, but the rest of my body felt disjointed and slow. What's happening to me? I thought as I tried to recall the events of yesterday. Nothing major happened. I fast-forwarded the events in my mind until I suddenly pressed pause on one of the slides. I watched as I muttered those 2 little words, which have now changed me for the rest of my life. I stumbled out of bed, my vision swaying slightly as I gripped the nightstand, the small piece of furniture supporting my whole weight. I walked slowly to the bathroom as my body found its equilibrium. I tilted my head to the side as I glanced back out the window. It looked to be midday. Wow, I must have slept for ages. My thoughts flicked to the alphas next. Knowing them, they wouldn't have left me alone for long. I switched the light on in the bathroom as I moved closer to the mirror. The image staring back surprised me. I expected a mess, marred with black and blue bruises, but all that covered my neck were 2 little indented teeth marks on each side. Tracing my fingers over the mark, it sent a wave of pleasure running down my spine. I didn't think the pain would be over so quickly. I assumed that I would be sore for days after. "What do you think?" a voice asked from behind me. I jumped a little before I saw Conrad and Jax behind me in the mirror. I frowned. I hadn't heard them come in. Turning around, I studied them. Jax's expression, as always, was unreadable. Conrad tried to hide it, but his face was beaming with happiness. I thought it would bother me more, but it doesn't. "I like it," Jax openly admitted. "It tells everyone that you belong with us. It tells everyone that I'm your mate, Jax, not that I belong to you or that you own me," I said, challenging him. Despite what others thought, I was his equal. I held his stare, waiting for him to relinquish his statement. "You're right, Flickson," he said, stepping forward. His lips pressed against the mark, sending sparks racing down my body. "You're our mate." He stepped back, leaving me wanting more. "Come on, let's go get lunch," Conrad suggested. "Good idea," Jax replied, a smirk tugging at his lips. My stomach answered for me, grumbling loudly in front of them. They chuckled as we exited the room and headed toward the dining area. Chapter 32. "I love this one," Cassandra exclaimed as she tilted the laptop toward me. The screen displayed a shimmering floor-length black evening gown that would be perfect for a night out. My eyes flicked to the price, and my hopes of buying it diminished immediately. "It's out of my price range, Cass," I said sorrowfully as I showed her the price. "Flickson, you keep forgetting that you're mated to the alphas of the largest pack in America. They're swimming with gold." She added it to the basket. I feel guilty, though. The amount flashed through my mind, followed by a small wave of nausea. It was too much money for one dress. "My brothers want to spoil you, Flickson." "Let them," she said, trying to persuade me. "I'll think about it," was all I muttered. "We should actually go shopping in the city. I hate buying online. It always takes ages to arrive, and half of it never fits me right." "That's not a bad idea," I agreed, scrolling through more clothes. It would actually be nice to try the clothes on. There's just one problem, asking my mates. I cast a sideward glance at Cassandra. It would be highly unlikely that the alphas would allow us to go. They were still stressed about finding the mole in the pack. I couldn't wait for the time when we had no problems or neighboring threats, and going to the city was just as simple as hopping in the car and traveling there. "We could try asking," Cassandra asked, her whole face brimming with hope. I shook my head, watching as her hope slowly disappeared. I don't want to start an argument with them when I already know what their response is. Maybe when they find their betrayer and aren't stretched thin with paperwork, we could ask. "Maybe," she said, her voice dubious. She didn't make eye contact with me, instead concentrating on the laptop as if it would somehow answer her prayers. We continued like this for the next few minutes. I kept sneaking glances at Cassandra. I didn't know why this was such a big deal. Had she not been out of the pack for that long? "Flickson, can I tell you something?" Cassandra said, fiddling with the edge of the sheets. She was still not looking at me. "Sure, you can tell me anything," I told her honestly. "Actually, don't worry. It was probably a bad idea anyway." She stared down at the blanket, refusing to meet my gaze. "Cassandra," I stated, "you can trust me. I won't tell the alphas if that's what you're worried about." "But they're your mates," she told me. "Don't you share everything? And you're my friend. This is your secret, not mine." She finally looked up at me, her eyes hooded in worry but also fear. What had happened in the space of 5 minutes? What the hell had she been thinking? "I found my mate, Flickson." "Cassandra, that's great." I squealed, enveloping her in a hug, but she didn't hug me back. "What's wrong?" "This is great news." "Why are you so worried?" I asked. She looked at me, worry so clearly etched on her face that she'd soon start forming wrinkles. "Is he from another pack?" I probed. I'm sure the alphas would allow him to stay here. It's not that, she muttered, getting off the bed. A sigh escaped her as she opened her closet, searching through it. Look, can you just try and get Jax and Conrad to allow us to go shopping? I'm meeting him there. Your mate. Yes. Are you going to run away with him? I asked. I didn't want her to leave me. She was my only friend here. I loved my mates, but I equally valued my girl time with Cassandra. I'm not sure yet. I don't want to leave here, but what? I don't think the alphas will like him. He's been on their to-kill list for a while. Oh, Cass, I said, pulling her into another hug. This wasn't good. This was not good at all. Please just try and get them to let us go shopping. I really want to see him again. Okay, I'll try, I said calmly, but my insides were a quivering mess. This was not going to be fun. I knocked on the door of the war room. One of the maids had told me that they were currently cooped up in there, working on the gaps in the border. Someone opened the door, revealing a room filled with other men. Damn. The maid must have also forgotten to mention that they were meeting with a team of other pack members to discuss their plans. Flickson, Conrad said, shocked. I didn't normally interrupt them during the day. Sorry, I didn't know you had company. I'll come back later. No, it's all good, Jax said, and I stepped into the room. Leave us, Conrad barked. All the men scurried out of the room, bowing at me quickly before they exited. You didn't have to do that, I stated, peering at the map of the pack. We needed a break anyway. What did you want to discuss? Conrad asked, getting straight to the point. I stated, my body overflowing with nerves. I was wondering if you would let Cassandra and me go shopping tomorrow. I don't think it's a good idea, Jax said, looking at me directly. We still don't know who helped Kylon escape, so you're still in danger, Flickson. But I wouldn't be alone. I'd be with Cassandra. I tried to argue, but I knew my point was useless. They'd already made up their mind. Flickson, Conrad said, walking around and lacing his hand through mine. We adore you so much, but your safety is the most important thing to us, and we can't risk it for a shopping trip to the city. Here, take this instead, Jax compromised. He fished his wallet out of his back pocket and handed me his credit card. Buy as much as you want online. We honestly don't mind how much you spend. We just need you safe at home. Okay, I said defeatedly, grabbing the credit card. It felt meaningless in my hands. As I walked out the door, all I could think about was what I was going to tell Cassandra. I walked out of the room feeling worse than when I entered. I didn't have the guts to speak to Cassandra. If only she could talk to her brothers. The sun was just kissing the earth as I sat down on the bar stool for dinner. I had told Cassandra about how the meeting went. She was upset but told me it wasn't my fault. She'd figure out another way to meet him. She went to bed early, leaving me feeling awful. I slowly turned the pasta Marilyn served me, watching as the heat seeped out. I wasn't hungry. Hey, Jax announced, entering the room, followed by Conrad. He placed a kiss on my forehead before grabbing his bowl. Hey, I mumbled, still thinking about Cassandra's situation. Conrad sat on the other side, and they both immediately started eating. I continued to stir my pasta, letting my thoughts occupy me. You should eat something, Conrad said. I'm not really hungry, I muttered, not meeting their gaze. Jax stopped eating, and I felt his gaze on me. Is this about what happened this morning? No, I lied. Flickson, you know why we can't let you go. I know, but this is really important for me, I asserted, meeting Jax's eyes. What if you came with us? I tried to negotiate. Plus a handful of guards. Nothing could happen to Cassandra with both of you there. Desperation leaked into my voice, but I needed to try, for Cassandra at least. Nothing would make me happier than if you let Cassandra and me go shopping tomorrow. The kitchen was silent for a moment, and I knew that my mates were silently communicating with each other, but unfortunately, they'd blocked me out of the communication. As I waited, I took a small bite of pasta. If this didn't work, there was nothing else that I could try. Okay, Jax relented, shattering the silence. You can go, but only with the conditions you've mentioned. Thank you. I squealed. Thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me. You're welcome, Flickson. Cassandra was up before me the next day, By the time I came down to breakfast, I was still wearing my spotty PJs, while she was already dressed and waiting. "Eat quickly," was all she muttered to me as Marilyn pushed the bowl of porridge toward me. I scooped it up quickly before running upstairs to get changed. As I chucked some clothes on, I tried to think who Cassandra's mate was. The whole car trip to the shops was quiet, but I could feel Cassandra's nerves begin to rub off on me. My mates sat unsuspecting in the front seat. They still assumed that this was just an ordinary shopping trip. Behind us was a fleet of cars filled with pack members. My mates followed through on our deal by bringing half of the pack warriors with us to the shopping center. "Where are we meeting him?" I leaned over, whispering to Cassandra. "Just follow my lead," was all she said before turning back to look out the window. The car pulled smoothly into a space. Once the ignition was turned off, Cassandra bolted out as the car had just been set on fire. "I need to go to the bathroom, and Flickson's coming with me," Cassandra demanded, dragging me out by the arm. "Once we're back, you can get one of your bodyguards to escort us around the shops." She slammed the door shut as she got me out of the car. "Cassandra, slow down," I said as we entered the shopping center. My mates were a good 10 meters behind us. I couldn't believe they had just let us go. "I'm late." I told him that I'd meet him 10 minutes ago, and I also really need to use the bathroom. She rushed off to the bathroom, and I dutifully followed behind her. By now, we had actually lost track of the alphas. Standing outside the stall waiting for Cassandra, I looked in the mirror. The marks on my neck were still prominent. They looked like flashing neon signs alerting anyone in the near vicinity that I'd been taken. The entry door opened, and I glanced sideways, expecting another female to walk into the room, but instead, it was the last person I expected to see again. "Kylon," I breathed. "What are you doing here?" He waltzed into the bathroom like he hadn't just stepped into the female toilets. "It's nice to see you too, Flickson," he responded, ignoring my question. His eyes zeroed in on my neck. "I see that they've marked you. They're my mates, Kylon." He stepped toward me. "Don't. I can't have your scent on me. The alphas will have the wrong idea." "Don't they trust you?" I didn't answer his question, instead fiddling with the edge of my sleeve. I was still repairing my trust with the alphas, and talking to Kylon wasn't helping. Using the silence, I mind-linked the alphas. "Kylon's at the mall." "What?" Their response was immediate. "Where is he?" "Promise you won't hurt him." There was a 2-second delay before Jax's voice filled my mind again. "Where is he, Flickson?" I shut off the mind connection. If he wasn't going to promise, then I wasn't going to tell them where we were. "You're communicating with them, aren't you?" Kylon stated. "They don't know where you are, but I will leave soon." I could hear the alphas still trying to get through to me, but I continued to block them. "I wish we could meet under better circumstances," he stated sadly. "Me too," I said. "But I'm mated, Kylon. Are you happy?" I took a moment to answer. "Yes, I am happy." He smiled at me in response before turning to leave. "Wait, Kylon, who helped you escape?" "I did," a feminine voice said, stepping out of the toilets. My eyes went wide in shock as I looked to see the last person who I thought would ever betray the pack. "Cassandra." "Cassandra, you betrayed." I stumbled over my words, not able to complete my sentence. I watched as she lovingly wrapped her arms around Kylon while he kissed her forehead. It took me a moment, but the pieces slowly fit together in my head. "He's your mate," I said, still astonished. "Yep," Cassandra stated happily. "But how?" My wolf was restless the night that Kylon was in the cells, and I didn't understand how the prisoner could allow you to cheat on my brother. So I managed to sneak in and find him, and when I saw him, I just knew that he was my mate. I gave him my number, and we've been talking secretly on the phone ever since. I was about to open my mouth to say something, but a hand snaked around my arm, pulling me back, and before I realized it, I was standing protectively behind Jax and Conrad. I didn't even hear them enter. I tried grabbing their attention to explain everything, but they refused to meet my gaze. "Cassandra, get away from him," Jax demanded, sending his threatening glare toward Kylon. "No," Cassandra shouted, clinging to Kylon. "This isn't up for discussion. He's my mate. I love him." Her words acted like a blow to Jack's and Conrad's hearts, leaving silence in its wake. "He can't be your mate, Cassandra," Conrad finally said. "Why not?" "This is who the moon goddess chose, and I couldn't be happier." She threw her hands up in the air, frustrated. "But how did you get out?" Conrad asked, directing his question toward Kylon. He was about to answer, but Cassandra opened her mouth and interrupted him. "I helped him escape. I went down to the cells that night and saw Kylon. Don't ask me how I did it. I'm not saying." "Cass, you betrayed us?" Jack stuttered, clearly shocked. "You would do the same for Flickson." Conrad and Jax turned toward me. It was the first time they'd fully acknowledged me since they entered. "Look, I know you hate Kylon, which is why we're leaving. We've decided to head to Flickson's old pack." "No," Conrad stated, stepping in front of Jax. "You're not leaving us, Cassandra. Kylon can't live in your pack." "Yes, he can, for a little while at least." I could hear the struggle in Conrad's words, and I knew that he was only doing this for his sister. "We won't hurt Kylon," Jax stated, his tone icy, but I knew that he'd keep his word. "You guys can stay with us until we get things sorted. Just don't leave us, Cass." "Okay," she whispered, lacing her hand through Kylon's. "We'll go back with you." Chapter 33. "I don't feel safe with him in our pack," Jax stated as he paced the bedroom floor, slowly wearing a hole in the carpet. "I don't understand why he has to be so close to Cassandra," Conrad muttered, rubbing his forehead. "They're at opposite ends of the house. They couldn't be further apart if you tried," I argued back, looking at both of them. They were both being unreasonable, and I wasn't sure if it was because Kylon had been on there to deal with List or because he was now mated to their sister. "He could be in the cells," Jax muttered lowly, but I happened to catch it. "He could also be sleeping next to Cassandra," I snapped, getting tired of their comments. Jax growled, looking at me fiercely, but I flicked my eyes away, ignoring him completely. A few months ago, that look would have scared me, but now I knew that it was meaningless. He wouldn't hurt me. "They're not mated yet," Conrad declared, trying to argue with me. "Neither was I when I first came here, but from what I remember, you both couldn't bear to be away from me." Silence met my statement, and I stifled a grin. There wasn't much that they could argue. Kylon and Cassandra deserved to be together. For God's sake, they were mates. "Look, I'm going to bed. You guys can stay up all night trying to figure out a way to get Kylon in the cells, but I'm tired." I slipped into bed, the cold sheets pressing against my skin. Believe it or not, the house will still be standing here in the morning, and so will the pack. So if I were smart, I would get some sleep. My mates looked unconvinced. "Go to sleep, Flickson," Jax murmured, dimming the lights. I didn't argue with him. I closed my eyes for a brief moment when a knock on the door startled me. Peeling my eyes open, I watched as Conrad opened the door for the beta. He stepped into the room, bowing quickly to Jax and Conrad. "We have 6 guards patrolling the outside of his room," the beta informed them. "I want it doubled," Jax ordered. I let out an exasperated sigh. "Flickson," Jax warned. "What?" I spat, sitting up in bed. "This is getting ridiculous. He's not going to do anything while he sleeps under your roof. I don't trust him." "You don't need to trust him. You need to trust me and the fact that he's Cassandra's mate." They didn't say anything at all, still unhappy with the situation. "Maybe I should stay with Kylon in his room, just to make sure he doesn't destroy anything," I muttered sarcastically, but as usual, my mates took it as the truth. "No," they screamed together. "Flickson, you're not seeing Kylon tonight. And neither are you placing 12 guards outside his room, let alone one. He loves Cassandra. Can't any of you idiots see that? He's not going to do anything to jeopardize this relationship." My mates looked at me in shock, but I hadn't finished yet. "Thank you for the information, Beta, but I don't want any wolves guarding my friend's room." I stressed the word friend just to spite my mates. "Yes, Luna." Conrad looked like he was going to open his mouth, but I cast him a fierce stare, and he backed down immediately. The door closed, and I placed my full attention on my mates. "Now both of you get in the goddamn bed." I watched, waiting for them to disobey me, but at the same time equally petrified that they'd yell at me for stepping over my boundaries. Okay, Jack said, and I could tell by the glint of humor in his eyes that I'd gotten away with it for this time. If this house does burn down, Flickson, you do know who we're blaming, Conrad clarified as he snuggled next to me, warming the sheets. I know, I stated, rolling my eyes, but deep down I was really hoping that Kylon wouldn't do anything. The smell of something burning woke me up in an instant. The sun had just peeked over the horizon, but the room was still cast in the cool dark shade of the night. I turned my head. From their still forms, I knew that the alphas were still sleeping. The smell of something burning drove me to get out of bed, Conrad's words from the night before echoing in my mind. I really hoped that my mind was playing tricks on me and that the smell wasn't from the fire Kylon was starting. I quietly closed the door as I tread down the staircase. The lights were all off except for the one in the kitchen. I really hoped Marilyn wasn't cooking. It was too early. The smell increased as I neared the kitchen. The artificial lighting blinded me momentarily as I finally entered. My eyes scanned the room, landing on the problem immediately. A thin wisp of smoke trailing from the toaster. Surprisingly, it was burned as well. The outside was a smoky black, a stark contrast from the clear white color it was yesterday. What happened? I muttered to myself as I went to examine it. Someone had definitely burned it or maybe left it on for too long. My fingers ran across it, feeling wet like someone had just thrown water on it to stop the fire. This wasn't my fault, Kylon said from behind me. A smile graced my lips as I turned around to face him. He leaned against the doorway, looking as innocent as the devil. He stared back at me, but there was no love clear in his eyes like the time when he had met me in the forest. He finally loved someone else, his mate. So you didn't leave a piece of bread in the toaster on high heat and forget to check up on it? Of course not, he grinned, sarcasm dripping from his voice. I laughed, recalling the memories in our old pack where Kylon had successfully managed to burn all our toasters. He walked toward me, enveloping me in a hug, and I didn't back away. I breathed in his familiar scent that smelled of home. I loved my mates, but I also missed home. We let go and moved to the lounge, grabbing a couch. How is everyone? I asked as we sat down. The question had been on my mind for a while. Your brothers are all fine. Unfortunately, none of them has found their mate. Your father is still alpha, but I have the feeling that he will pass on that position soon. Good, I breathed. I was glad that they were all safe and nothing drastic had happened since I had left. Since Cassandra was Kylon's mate, maybe I would have the opportunity to return to my old pack for a visit. I didn't know how long we spent talking. The sun eventually slid through the window, shading us in its beautiful sunlight. I stretched my legs out on the couch, letting my head fall on Kylon's shoulder. The act was so innocent, but I knew that the alphas would disapprove if they caught us, so I lifted my head, letting it fall on the couch instead. I wouldn't mind if Kylon stayed with us forever, but I knew there would be heavy tensions between my mates and Kylon, so it was probably best if he left as soon as possible. Flickson, Jack said, startling me. I got off the couch, turning around to face them. They both had disapproving looks carved on their faces, and I began to wonder how long they had been watching us. Hey, I mumbled sleepily as I smiled at them, but they didn't return my affection, still stony-faced. I'm going back to my bed, Kylon announced, getting off the couch. No, you're not. I grabbed his hand, preventing him from going any further. Conrad growled in warning, and I slowly let go of his hand. I was walking on thin ice at the moment. You must be hungry. Come eat breakfast with us. He looked unsure but agreed. We moved over to the kitchen. I took a seat between Jax and Kylon. Hopefully, Cassandra would come down soon and loosen the palpable tension coating the air. The silence was almost deafening as we waited for Marilyn to arrive and make us breakfast. I could feel the anger and fury emitting from the alphas as they sat in the same room as their former prisoner. I glanced at Kylon. He was doing okay, but I knew that under his calm exterior, he was fearful of the alphas and their power and influence. As much as I would miss my two friends, things would be a lot calmer once Cassandra and Kylon left. Hey, Cassandra announced as she entered the kitchen, breaking the silence. She walked past her brothers toward Kylon, kissing him on the cheek. Jax growled, but I squeezed his hand in warning. They were mates. So Jax and I have been thinking. We found a small house you can live in that's close to here. Conrad's voice was stiff and emotionless. It was almost like he was being forced by someone to tell them this. However, the unspoken message was clear. My mates just wanted to keep an eye on Kylon. They didn't trust him, and I don't think they ever would. Thank you for the offer, but Kylon's already secured a house in Flickson's old pack. You're more than welcome to visit, though, Cassandra replied, not daring to look at her brothers. However, my mates just ignored everything that Cassandra said. The house has been recently refurbished, and you have a large lot of land at the back of it, Jax stated, staring at Cassandra directly, daring her to disagree. Jax, I'm leaving here. You're not leaving here, so don't bother trying to discuss it. Somehow, this arguing was really getting to me. My head started to feel heavy, and my vision was slightly blurry. This is my life. Cassandra screamed, causing my ears to ring. I needed to get away from here, but my limbs suddenly felt like jelly. And we have a responsibility to protect you. You're our sister, and we don't trust that mate of yours to do a good job. Hey, Kylon butted in. Beads of sweat began to form on the surface of my skin. It felt like the temperature had increased to 100 degrees. Wasn't anyone else feeling it? I'm a damn good mate. No harm will come to Cassandra while she's in my care. Jax, I whispered, and I prayed that he heard me. I really needed to see the doctor. Something was terribly wrong. Flickson, he said, shocked, his attention turning directly to me. His cold fingers cupped my face, providing temporary relief. His eyes went wide in shock as he stared at me. Shit, she's in heat.
Chapter 34. The word heat echoed on repeat in my head as I felt every cell in my body burning up. I cried out as fire began to spread through my veins. I've got you, Flickson, Conrad soothed as he gently picked me up. My body responded to him immediately, acting on its own accord to press itself closer to Conrad. The heat was taking over my body, controlling it, causing me to crave my mate's touch. Take her up to the bedroom, Jax ordered, and I whimpered as I lost sight of Jax. I couldn't bear being away from either of them. Conrad ran up the stairs, kicking open the door. Once in the room, he placed me gently on the bed. Pain lanced through my body again as I lost contact with Conrad. I reached out, gripping his hand, his touch providing a welcoming relief, soothing the flames ready to devour me. I want you, I said to Conrad as I began pulling his t-shirt. He helped remove my clothing, taking it off quickly. I didn't have the energy to look, but I felt Jax's presence as he stepped into the room. He walked into my line of vision, and I noticed that he's shirtless as well. The fire inside me struck again, and I whimpered in pain. Jax hopped onto the bed, leaning over me, concern and desire deep in his eyes. Do you trust us, Flickson? Jax asked as he looked down at me, asking permission. I stared up at him, love clear in my eyes as I said, yes, completely. I woke up next to the alphas. I was surprised that they weren't up yet as I stared at the morning sun glaring through the window. Shit, I muttered as realization dawned on me, we had slept all through yesterday. I hopped off the bed, grabbing the sheet to cover myself. Despite everything that happened, I still wasn't comfortable with the alphas seeing me fully exposed. My lower body ached as I stepped into the bathroom, heading toward the shower. I still couldn't believe what happened yesterday. I rested my hand over my stomach as I let the hot water cascade down, massaging the knots in my skin. Soon there would be a baby. My thoughts swirled with the idea, but I don't think any of us were ready for that, not yet anyway. I finished washing myself before stepping out of the shower, the steam quickly escaping. Wrapping myself with the towel, I walked to the closet. Jax and Conrad were awake as I stepped out. They were whispering to each other, but stopped suddenly as I entered. I narrowed my eyes at them, but couldn't be bothered inquiring about their whispering. How are you feeling? Conrad asked, concerned. Okay, I murmured, a blush creeping up my cheeks as I remembered yesterday. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. What are our plans for today? I asked, trying to change the subject. Not much. We still have the issue of housing to discuss with Cassandra and that mate of hers, Jack said. But we have time to head back to bed, he added suggestively, a grin playing on his face. My lips twitched with the thought, but we had already wasted a whole day. We have more important things to do, Jax, I scolded him, watching as his face dropped. But maybe tonight. I turned around before I could see his expression, grinning secretly to myself. I look forward to it, he whispered, his breath fanning my cheek as he leaned in from behind me. He stepped back, leaving a trail of goosebumps in his wake. I heard the door close behind me, and I released a breath I didn't know I was holding. I was now treading a dangerous line with my mates, and I loved every minute of it. The argument was the first thing I heard as I descended down the staircase, and I cringed, knowing that I was soon to become a part of it. I didn't know which side I agreed with more, both points were very valid. Cassandra and Kylon had every right to move to another pack, but I understood Conrad and Jax's intentions. They loved their sister, and they wanted her to safely remain within the pack. You don't own me! Cassandra screamed, and I winced as I entered the disaster zone. Conrad and Jax were on one side with Cassandra and Kylon on the other. My mate's expression softened a little when they saw me, but it didn't last long. Which side are you on, Flickson? Cassandra questioned, her tone harsh and demanding. My loyalties were tied to my mates, but I cared for my friends. I knew that I wouldn't be a very good Luna if I sided with the alphas every time. I think I'll play referee for the moment, I stated, staying at the edge of the room. Flickson? Conrad said, shocked. I think they expected blind loyalty, but I was my own person. They're my friends as well. I looked at my mates, pleading that they'd understand. I leaned my back against the wall as they started fighting again. What's to stop us from walking straight out of here? Cassandra asked. You won't get further than the pack borders without one of my guards stopping you. They didn't stop me last time. I gasped as I looked at Cassandra. I never expected her to bring that up again. Her betrayal had already damaged her relationship with her brothers, why would she remind them of it again? I turned my attention to Jax, watching as he narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Don't worry, we won't make the same mistake again. His voice was cold and emotionless. If he didn't snap out of this anger, he was going to do something he regretted. Beta, he yelled. Almost immediately, the beta scurried into the room. I want these two watched, he stated, pointing to Cassandra and Kylon like they were outsiders who had just stumbled into their pack. What? Cassandra screamed. You can't do this. He ignored her. I want everything they do reported back to us. Understood? Yes, Alpha, the beta stated. He moved to the edge of the room, his eyes staying trained on both of them. Jax, this is too far. She'll be safe in my old pack, I pleaded for Cassandra's sake. Don't argue with me, Flickson. The only pack she's safest in is this one. He looked at me, his face detached from any emotion. I hate both of you. Cassandra screamed at them before rushing out of the room, Kylon on her tail with the beta following quickly behind them. I left the room also. I couldn't be around my mates when they were blinded by anger. These weren't the people I fell in love with. Flickson, where are you going? Conrad demanded, using his alpha tone. Out into the woods. I can't stay here, not with what you just did. I quickly left the room before Conrad gave me another order that I was bound to follow. I breathed in the fresh air as I stepped outside. I didn't realize how much my mates hated Kylon. They hated him so much that they were okay with refusing their only sister happiness. Was this what was going to happen when I had kids? Were they going to become so controlling that they didn't think straight, that they let their emotions rule without seeing logic or reason? Cassandra and Kylon had to get out of here. They deserved to live their own life in whichever pack they chose, even if it wasn't this one. This was something that my mates had to live with. It was common for the female to change packs for her mate. It had been happening for thousands of centuries. Just because they were the largest pack in America didn't give them the right to change that tradition. An idea formed in my head, a stupid, rash, and reckless idea, but right now it was the only choice I had. I had to find Cassandra. I needed to tell her that I have a plan to get her out of here.
Chapter 35. 2 weeks later. Are you ready? I asked Cassandra. She was standing across the room next to Kylon. Their hands were entwined as she stared up at him, love adorning her face. I couldn't remember the last time the alphas looked at me like that. Over these few weeks, they had grown stronger as a couple despite their lack of privacy. The beta and other pack wolves were still constantly watching them. She turned, looking at me, concern flickering deep in her cobalt blue eyes. She had aged since she met Kylon, changing from the sweet, innocent girl I once knew to a strong, mature woman. I am ready, but what about you, Flickson? You're the one who'll be living with the consequences. I leaned against the cream armchair that had just been shipped in. The alphas, as promised, had given Kylon and Cassandra a beautiful double-storied house, already furnished and ready to be lived in. As much as they wished they didn't, they both loved the house. We were currently situated in the living room. It was designed perfectly with the couches surrounding the warm fire, its crackling flames warming the house. But it wasn't enough for both of them to relinquish their freedom to my mates. I didn't know what was going to happen to the house once they left. The alphas and I hadn't been talking much. Since that argument, the alphas were still upset that I had chosen Cassandra's side over theirs. They saw it as an act of betrayal. I can't imagine what they were going to think after today. Don't worry about me, I said, lifting my lips into a smile. I'll be fine. I will always worry about you, Flickson. She released Kylon's hand and walked over toward me, wrapping her arms around my body as she hugged me. I'm going to miss you, I said, still holding on to her. Me too. We stepped back and looked out the French windows opposite us, watching as the winter sun slowly crept into the room. I glanced at Kylon. He nodded at me in appreciation. Over this time, he had fallen so deeply in love with Cassandra that he often didn't spare me a second glance when I entered the room. I was so happy for him, so delighted that he had found a mate who loved him just as much as he did. Holding my emotions together, I left the room, sparing one last glance at both of them. If this plan worked, it would be the last time I'd see them. I couldn't imagine my mates allowing me to visit my old pack. My face was devoid of any emotion as I stepped into the hallway, walking toward the door. Internally, my emotions were a wreck, but to everyone watching, this had to look like another one of my morning visits. I swung the door open, letting in a gust of cold wind. Wrapping the cardigan tightly around me, I trudged back to the house, trying my best to keep my teeth from chattering. I nodded my head at the beta hiding within the trees, but he didn't acknowledge me, staring forward impassively at the forest before him. I sighed inwardly, knowing that he, like usual, would have already informed Jax and Conrad of my early morning visit. The lights were all lit up inside as I grasped the icy handle, opening the front door. My core temperature rose a little as I savored the warm air inside. The smell of breakfast wafted through the house, and I let my body lead me quickly toward the kitchen. My feet slowed as Jax and Conrad entered my line of vision. They were sitting on the bar stools, eating breakfast. Normally, they were still asleep in bed. There was a spare seat in the middle, leaving me trapped between them. Keeping my face neutral, I hopped onto the bar stool, my eyes lighting up as Marilyn pushed the bowl of warm porridge toward me. Thanks, I said, sending her a gracious smile as I started eating. The warm porridge calmed my hungry stomach, and for a moment, it felt like everything was right in the world. What did you discuss this morning with Cassandra? Jax asked, annoyance seeping into his voice. Some food lodged in my throat, and I started coughing, trying to clear it. The food finally went down, but I continued to cough to buy me time to answer. They had never asked this sort of question before. Just the usual girl stuff. Clothing advice, new hairstyles, I mumbled, staring at the food in front of me. And where's Kylon when you discuss these things with Cassandra? I groaned internally, feeling the urge to rub my temple for the oncoming headache that I was going to receive. He's normally in the bedroom. Jax sighed, looking at me. Why do you lie to us, Flickson? His voice was calm, but I knew that beneath his cool exterior, he was raging inside. "Why do you ask questions you already know the answer to, Jax?" I matched his tone, staring him straight in the eye. I was tired of these games. His mask cracked slightly, but I didn't back away. This argument had been brewing for weeks, and I wasn't going to jump out now. "Why are you spending so much time with our sister? Are there new rules now that dictate how much time I get to spend with my friend?" "Maybe there should be," Conrad stated. I turned my attention to him. Though he wasn't as aggressive as Jax, I knew that he was still furious with me for choosing the wrong side. "This is ridiculous. Both of you are so blinded by your anger that you can't see that your sister is miserable." "She's safe here," Jax growled. "And she's safe in my old pack too." Jax stood up, his chair scraping across the ground as he towered slightly over me. "We know that you're helping Cassandra escape, Flickson." He looked up at me, and I tried to keep my face neutral. "But no one is leaving this pack without our permission." "We'll see," I seethed. I hopped off the chair, pushing past Jax as I left the room. "How the hell did they find out?" I thought as I slammed the guest bedroom door shut behind me. In the space of just 10 minutes, they had managed to destroy weeks of work. "Shit," I cursed. "What were we supposed to do now?" "Luna, lunch is ready," a member of the pack announced as he knocked on the locked bedroom door. "I'm not hungry," I said. It wasn't a lie. I had been feeling nauseous since breakfast. I didn't know if it was because the alphas knew about our plans or because I was coming down with an illness, but most werewolves didn't get sick. Our bodies were strong enough to withstand most infections. The pack member mumbled something else behind the door, but I ignored it, thinking deeply of another cause of my illness. Hopping off the bed, I stumbled into the adjoining bathroom. I couldn't believe I was even thinking of this, that there was even a possibility of this occurring. My pale complexion stared back at me as I studied myself in the mirror. This was terrible timing. I wasn't ready. I bent down, opening the doors underneath, praying that they had what I was looking for. A moment later, I found it. The words pregnancy test flashed in my face, and I felt myself wanting to be sick. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. With trembling fingers, I quickly read the instructions. They were simple enough. "I can do this," I muttered to myself, trying to gather some courage. There was still a chance that I wasn't pregnant. I headed to the toilet, hoping for once in my life that I failed the test. I didn't know how long I had sat there, lost in my own thoughts. The clock on the bedside table read 5:30. I still couldn't believe that I was pregnant. I glanced out the window. The sky revealed black, ominous clouds rolling in from the north. Despite the pregnancy and the alpha's knowledge of Cassandra's wish to escape, we still had to try. Cassandra deserved her happily ever after. I stared down at my stomach, realizing now that I had someone else to look after, to be responsible for. A little boy or a little girl was growing inside my tummy, or maybe both. I groaned at the thought. I did not want to give birth to twins. I grabbed some paper and a pen from one of the drawers beside the bed, and I began to write my note. The plan was to write a fake rejection note, saying that I was leaving them. I knew these were serious issues within werewolf society, but we had no choice. We needed the alphas to chase after me tonight, not Kylon and Cassandra when they escape. The ink flowed freely as I quickly filled the page. Guilt ran through me, but I pushed it aside. I had to stay on track. I included the fact that I'm pregnant, hoping the news would distract the alphas and give Cassandra more time. I stared at the note, betrayal simmering deep inside me. Despite our argument this morning and the silence over the past few weeks, I still felt awful for doing this. I loved my mates, and I had just written that I was leaving with our baby. I ignored my guilt as I glanced at the clock. I knew it was time to set the plan in motion. Before opening my bedroom door, I sent a quick prayer to the moon goddess, praying that Cassandra and Kylon escaped safely. Opening it, I let the artificial ceiling light flood into my dimly lit room. With most of the guards stationed at the border, there was luckily only one person guarding my door. I stepped out, startling the young guard. "Luna," he said, bowing. "Are you okay?" I smiled warmly at him but ignored his question. I was tired of lying to people about how I felt. "I need to talk to the beta of the pack. Can you please find him for me?" He looked conflicted for a moment, and I felt horrible for putting him in this position. I imagined his orders were to stay here and guard my room. "Of course, Luna," he said after much hesitation. "Thank you." I walked back into the room, closing the door behind me. I waited for a moment, listening as his footsteps faded down the hallway. With the beta coming to see me, there would hopefully be one less person guarding my friends. I ran over to the window, unlatching the hook. I swung the window open. It groaned as it reached full length. The winter breeze whipped at my clothes as it slipped swiftly into the room. My racing heart beat against my ribcage, and I took a deep breath trying to steady it. I leaned my head out, listening to the movements of the guards patrolling beneath my window. There were at least 2. I knew that by doing this, I was going to lose the faith and trust of most of my pack members. It was a sacrifice I had to make. "Help!" I screamed, letting the wind carry my voice down below. "Please, somebody help me." I heard the scrambling feet of the guards underneath, and I knew that I had only a few seconds before they came rushing up here and realized my cry for help was fake. I pushed myself onto the windowsill. I had done this before. I could do it again. The only difference now was that I was carrying the future heir to the pack. The wind pushed against me as I leaped out the window, landing gracefully on the dirt outside. I ignored the pang of regret that coursed through me as I glanced back up at the window. Sighing, I shifted into my wolf. I headed north, the opposite direction that Kylon and Cassandra were planning on leaving. My mates were closer to Cassandra at the moment, but I hoped that when the beta alerted them to my note, they'd rush after me and leave my 2 friends to escape. I shifted into my wolf, shredding all pieces of clothing as I started running. I couldn't remember the last time I had shifted. I forgot the feeling of dirt beneath my paws and wind brushing my fur as I zigzagged through the trees, spreading my scent as far as possible. Emmeline and I hadn't spoken in a while. We had been at odds since she wanted me to side with my mates. It had been silent on her end for the last week, and I hoped that after tonight we could start repaving our friendship. I hadn't even made it halfway to the pack border when I heard the alpha's voice in my head. "Flickson," Conrad whimpered. Guilt hit me hard, and I halted my steps. "Please don't leave us," he whined. His words struck at my heart. Maybe we should have figured out another way for them to escape instead of writing that horrible letter. "Flickson, we're sorry. Come home to us," Jack said. Doubt crept in, and I glanced behind me, expecting to see a dozen wolves running to force me back to the pack, but the forest was as empty as a graveyard in the middle of the night. Jax never apologized for anything, and I began to think that this was all some lucrative trap to distract me. "Why are you apologizing?" "Because you were right, Flickson. So damn right. We were so caught up in our anger for Kylon and our overprotectiveness for Cassandra that we didn't consider how she might feel, that we were making our sister so miserable that she needed to organize an escape plan to leave her own pack. My mates were seeing reason. They really believed I was leaving them with our unborn child. And Flickson." Jax began to choke on his words, and I didn't even think. I started sprinting back to see them, to tell both of them that I loved them and that I would never leave them. "Flickson, we're so sorry that we placed you in a position where you had to choose between your friends and us." I followed their scent, leading me back to the house. "Flickson, we love you so much, and we're sorry," Conrad's voice added in, and it only made me want to see my mates even more, to apologize for writing that note. I shifted into my human form and quickly grabbed some clothes off one of the lines. I hastily slipped them on. Running to the house, I slammed open the door and sprinted up the stairs, not caring at the moment who was watching. Their scents became stronger as I reached the guest bedroom. Turning the knob, I stepped inside, seeing my mates sitting on the bed with tear-stained cheeks. They glanced up, shock morphing their faces as they saw me standing at the door. "I love you both so much." "I would never leave you," I said, running into their open arms, tears streaming wildly down my own face. "I'm so sorry about all this," I gestured to the open note lying on the bed. "No, we were in the wrong, Flickson, for you to have to do this just to get us to see reason." "This will never need to happen again," Conrad said, lacing his fingers through mine. We sat like this for a moment, all 3 of us just happy to be together with my fingers entwined with theirs. I realized that this was going to be the first of many fights and arguments, but what this night showed me was that we could get through it. This was the reason why the moon goddess paired me with the fearsome twin alphas, because I was compatible with them. They loved me so much, and I was so lucky to be their mate and love them too.